deficit, and we even borrowed money to run the budget. And as I speak to you, we are running concurrently 3 budgets. So when you consider all of these things, what was the essence of, what is the 10 trillion naira that we save annually? If you look at inflation in 2015, talking about headline inflation, 7.9 or 8%, thereabout. In 2023, it got to 28% headline inflation, talking about include food, gas, power, and all of that. Then headline inflation in 2024 was 33.8%. And in 2025, 22.9%, despite the rebasing of the economy. Exchange rate in 2015, from 995 naira a dollar to 2023, 1,800 naira. Now it hovers around 1,004, 1,005. And the benchmark for the budget, threshold for this year's budget, is 1,512 naira to a dollar, which is the dominator, or the global currency of trade. Our GDP in 2015, $500 billion, first in Africa. And in 2023, it dropped to 368. In 2025, it is now $247 billion, number 4 in Africa. Interest rate, monetary policy rate, 13% in 2015. This year, last year, to 27%. So if you look at all of these things, standard of living, human development index, capital inflow, our power cost. Power, we used to pay for power. In 2015, we used to pay 12.54 naira per kilowatt. Between 12 and 18.75 per kilowatt. In 2025, it got to 70 naira to 200 naira per kilowatt, depending on the band where you fall in. So in all of this, the only infrastructure they keep telling us about is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Badagry-Sokoto. We don't talk about the internal routes, the hinterlands, the Lagos-Auchi, the Shagamu-Ijebu. The people had to spend like 3 days on the road. People that were traveling to Delta, Rivers, Imo, Abia, Calabar, and all other parts of the southeast. The east-west road connecting the west and the east is decrepit. For how many years? Even Jonathan's presidency tried to fix it. Since then, for the past 10 years, it has been like that. And we are building a coastal highway. The Benin bypass isn't passable. Nobody. People spent like 2-3 days in Benin. So in all of this, if you look at what the APC has done in the past 10 years, it just tells you that, look, they lost it in governance. And I'm happy that we are going into an election year. 2026 is the decider. It's gone beyond sophistry. It's gone beyond propaganda. The average man on the street, when you ask him, he knows his incomes are falling. His disposable income is falling. He can't buy enough. Food inflation still on the increase, despite all the rebasing of the economy and all of that. So when people like Senator Olamileko Adeola, come out to speak to Nigerians like this, they should simply understand that the average Nigerian understands what is going on in the economy, politics and economy. He's talking about fixing insecurity. Which insecurity are they fixing? Which insecurity are they fixing? It's quite a lot. So when people like the people, I always say that the people in government, people that want to defend the president don't even know how to defend him. Because when you try to defend the president, you make a fool of yourself. You make nonsense of the whole thing. They don't make it make sense to Nigerians because apparently, I expect them to spotlight the few policy initiatives that the president has made that might just in future save Nigeria. But at the moment, those things are not helping.
Yes,
unfortunately.
You've said quite a lot already. I mean, I don't know if I should say you are basically venting.
Yes, I'm venting. I'm venting because people that are highly placed that should speak truth to power are the ones, that are trying to convince Nigerians to accept the unacceptable, and it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, these are politicians. These are politicians. So when they speak, you know exactly where they're coming from. They're politicians, and they will only fan the egos of whoever they are loyal to. And it's unfortunate that the politicians in Nigeria don't take their loyalty from the people. They're not loyal to the people that supposedly voted for them. Put them there. They're not loyal to the people. So when they talk about all these things about subsidy gone, monies saved, and the economy improving, when they put out the figures, and then you look at the lives of Nigerians, you start to ask yourself, what exactly is going on? Why do we have this great disparity between what government is saying it is saving and what the people are feeling? There's a wide disparity. The people are not feeling these monies saved. And, you know, if you talk about monies saved as well, the subsidy being gone, a new lexicon, a new word, not exactly a new word, but then a word was added to our lexicon, shortfall. All right, we started talking about shortfall, not subsidy now. It became shortfall. And then when you look at the monies from the shortfall, you ask yourself, who truly is fooling who in all these things? And then the only thing, the major project, like my colleague here said, the major project government officials point to is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. All right, and a lot of monies have been sunk into that already, with much more to go before we see the actual completion of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Will we see it within the lifespan of this administration? We wait to see.
Yes. Apart from shortfall, within the oil industry, we also had another one in the power industry, which is a partial disturbance instead of grid collapse. Partial disturbance. We just try to twist the narrative, to recreate it to suit a certain interest, to suit certain interests, and it doesn't help anyone.
I think the president was really smart, surrounding himself with editors, people that have been in the media. He surrounded himself with, so they know how to use words.
Yeah, but it's not helping him. It's not helping him. It's not helping.
But it's confusing the people.
But the people understand. The people understand. Like you rightly said, and I align my thoughts with yours. Between what they give us and what we feel, there's a gulf, and it keeps widening every day. To the extent that even the people somebody on the newspaper stand says, forget this thing. One of us know what is going on in this country. Somebody that is like Free Readers Association.
Exactly.
Somebody who cannot afford a newspaper, but just gets into the stand, peeps, and says, forget all of these things we know. It's that bad.
It's really that bad. It's really that bad. And I wonder what this administration will campaign with in 2027, because, of course, it intends to stay in government.
They're already campaigning with Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. And so that's the only thing now. Which other thing? Did they build any transmission line? Did they build any standard hospital, world-class hospital? Did they fund any university to the extent that it will begin to compete with others in Africa?
Well, the president named some universities after himself.
Okay.
So with his name ringing around like that, that could be some sort of...
he's done a lot. People will say, he's done a lot. People will even believe that he's the one that built those edifices.
It's possible.
Yes.
It's possible.
Unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate indeed. And Nigerians want to reap the benefits of the dividends of democracy, as they say. Nigerians want to be able to spend and what they have worked for, and use that money to better their lives. That's really all Nigerians are asking. If I'm earning 10,000 naira a month, I should be able to survive on 10,000 naira without having to borrow, without having to beg, without having to, greet somebody and you say, oh yeah, I'm loyal to you, so that you get something from that person. That's really all Nigerians are asking for. Oh well, let's move on to another conversation. A lot has been said already. The onus really is up to you. Yes, it's in your hands. It's in your thumb.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in your thumb. So it's up to you to decide what you want in 2027. The power still rests with the
people.
Other people. All right. Forget what politicians say. Forget the feeling that they put out there. They give you the impression that your vote doesn't count. No, that's not true. It actually counts. Now, why do you think that each time there's an election, they would have, and then it's going the way of an individual, you will have some miscreants come and disrupt the process, run away with the ballot box, and the rest, some will take the paper, go to a hotel or a hideout somewhere and start to thumbprint on it. Why do you think they do this?
Because they're obeying a command. They say, grab it, snatch it and run with it. And I'm happy that you brought us to this point. You know, there was a certain lady, you recall in 2023, that got a bloodied face because she wanted to.
Oh, yes.
And in her bravery, you know, she had to go back.
She went back
to vote, to cast her vote. Now, I don't think that there was any consequence for the person that gave that order. You know, was anybody arrested? Nobody was arrested. Nobody was prosecuted.
Absolutely.
So we got someone promoted. You know, someone on whose order that incident, that attack occurred, was promoted, and he left Lagos to Abuja. So what is he going to do in Abuja? What has he been doing in Abuja? What is he going to do in 2027? And it's because we don't punish little crimes. That is why the bigger ones thrive in Nigeria. And I keep saying that every unpunished murder, like if it gets to a point of murder, some people were killed in 2023 elections. And any unpunished murder takes away something from the security of the living being. I mean, if I kill you or you kill me and you go free, I go free. You know, it takes away something from the security of the director of the program because I could as well kill him and walk away. Unfortunately, that is
unfortunately.
So consequences for action, you know, it's also some kind of, you know, so that there could be a sort of deterrence. You know, that's it.
And if you say, oh, this is all we do, talk is, we will continue to speak. We'll continue to talk. Because if nobody says anything, then these things will continue. And the more we speak about it, then we are certain that change can actually take place. Oh, well, let's move on to another conversation now. The River State Deputy Governor, Ngozi Odu, has defected to APC. I wonder why this is news, really, because it's common sense.
Anyway, it could be news because we recall that when Doyodiri defected,
his deputy
didn't defect. And after like a month or so, 6 weeks, the man slumped in his office and died. So that could be the news angle to it that Ngozi has joined Fubara to APC.
Well, Rivers Deputy Governor Ngozi Odu defects APC, registers in Ogba Egbe Mandoni. Ngozi Odu, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, has formally defected to the All Progressive Congress, marking another major political shift in the state's leadership. Odu completed her registration as an APC member at her ward in Akabuka Town, Ward 8, Unit 11, Ogba Egbe Mandoni, local government area of Rivers State. Shortly after registering, the Deputy Governor broke into the song, "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand." It's annoying, honestly. A chant widely associated with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, drawing cheers from party supporters present at the venue. Our defection comes just weeks after the River State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, also joined the APC following a meeting with President Tinubu at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. And following his decision to switch parties, Fubara was formally registered as an APC member by Tony Okocha, the party's chairman in Rivers State. Okocha said the registration was carried out on the directive of the APC National Secretariat. In a further consolidation of the party's structure in the state, the APC's national chairman, Nentawe Yewatda, recently announced that Governor Fubara is the leader of the APC in Rivers State. Now, that is part of our major conversation this morning. So we'll look at what that truly means for PDP, what that really means for Rivers State, what that means for Nyesom Wike, who is here and there in the PDP, and also, you know, with one feet in the APC, one foot, I beg your pardon, in the APC. Well, the defection of both the governor and his deputy from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the APC is expected to significantly reshape the political landscape of Rivers State ahead of future electoral contests. Yes, of course. This, of course, is part of our major conversation this morning, and we will dissect it. We'll dive into it, the nitty-gritty. What is going on in Rivers State? Rivers State has been in the news from 2023. I think towards the end of 2023, you know, when the governor decided to be his own man, and of course we've seen how that has, where that has led to. You know, it's still on our lips, and the happenings. Well, he's gone from one party to another now, and apparently feels like he will be contesting, he'll be running for second term as an APC governor. Is that?
I like that. I like that. You know, like you said, it's a major topic of discussion. And but as an anchor on the show, you know we don't have opinion. So this is a window for us. So let's take this opportunity to, you know, chime in a bit on. I like what is going on in River State. And the governor and his godfather, you know, have been at daggers drawn again, And a lot of people, you know, believe that the political plates have gradually shifted or that they are shifting in favor of the governor. The governor has been talking tough, even to the Speaker of the House of Assembly. You know, there's nothing. And I'm saying, if the governor is so tough like this, what it means is that he has
some backing.
He has some backing, and he has blocked, you know, the impeachment card that they always wave. You know, so if the governor is, because the APC still has the majority, you know, and he's now in the APC, but the Speaker is in control of the House, so to say. So if the governor is this bold and is saying, look, a backing dog, and Wike saying the governor, the backing dog made you a governor and all of that. In fact, both of them are back to the trenches. And I think the way it is now, the president has chosen his person. Apparently, the governor, if you ask me. The president has chosen the governor. And I understand that they had to pull the rug off Nyesom Wike's feet. They wanted to play some kind of game in Imo State using Sam Anyanwu to make the governor of Imo State. And Hope Uzodinma is, wow, hey, hold it on there. What are you coming to do in my state? You know? Because apparently Sam Anyanwu had played a role in whatever they did in PDP. So that was more like a compensation for him. But that was going to cause trouble for Hope Uzodinma because Hope has his own person.
His own person already.
You know, so it was Hope, I understand, that had to cut off Wike and took Fubara directly to the president. And so that is why both Hope and Wike now are even having their own quarter somewhere along the line. So now that Fubara has direct access to the president and he's talking tough, I think the what is happening is not good for River State, because I still believe that one way or the other, Wike has the capacity to cause some damage, some political damage to the president in 2027. But beyond that, what will matter a lot in 2027 is the vote of the people and not the stakeholder grip on politics. Nigerians are ready. Nigerians are decided. The middle class, you know. And I like what is happening. I like very well what is happening because we are going through a historical process. History in the sense of not events, but in terms of the dialectics of it, to the extent that we'll move from one era to the other, the historical progression of mankind, you know, as predicted by Francis Fukuyama in his book, History and the Last Man, and all of that. Hegel, all those, the contradictions in history, the contradictions in economy, like as happened in France and England during the Stuart regime, the Glorious Revolution, the French Revolution, and all of that. We are passing through that. It will get to a point where the nobility, the political elite in Nigeria, will have to be shoved aside by what Moses said. I like what Moses said. He said the power is in your hands. This is your hand, your thumb. The power is in your thumb to make a change, and it will happen anytime soon. Trust me.
Yes, it will, most definitely. Well, those are some conversations that Nigerians are having on the... Today is what, the 5th day?
Yes, today is 5th.
The 5th day in the month of January 2026. A lot more to go. 360 more days to go.
The countdown has started.
The countdown has started already. Oh, well. Come along with us as we dive into some other conversations. But first, let's take a stop at the newsstand. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. We'll reel out the headlines and then get into the conversation. River State, of course, is first on the plate this morning. So you don't want to miss it. Stay right here. Newspaper headlines comes up shortly. Stay with us.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, going through the papers this morning, you'll notice that Nigeria Revenue Service has taken over most of the cover pages, with an advertorial that tells you about the Nigeria Revenue Service, the tax reforms, the act, and a lot of other things. But we'll squeeze in a few headlines. So, from First Daily, these are the headlines on the cover page of First Daily. Gumi claims he was marked for bombing during U.S. airstrikes. Momodu, I never told anyone to stop supporting Peter Obi. Plateau bleeds again as bandits killed 7 in community attack. And then the big story here. Tinubu unleashes security agencies after Niger bandit massacre. And then some of the headlines here. Joining APC won't shield anyone from EFCC probe, party vice chair. Ekiti 2026, APC deputy governorship candidate under fire over WAEC. Rivers APC will follow Wike's direction ahead of 2027. All right, there you have it. ECOWAS warns against breach of Venezuela's sovereignty. All right, that, of course, is, going on in international scene with the president, or former president now, being arrested. FG drops criminal charge against Senator Natasha. And this is coming right after the Senate president dropped his own suits against, against those that defamed him. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of First
Moses,
Daily.
are you surprised that warning is coming from ECOWAS? ECOWAS is now intervening in what is going on in Latin America and Venezuela. I think you know where they are coming from and where they are headed. Anyway, from the Daily Independent, NGX delivers best returns, outpaces African peers despite policy shocks. Niger attacks, Tinubu orders manhunt as bandits kill 50, abduct several. The big story, Nigeria's hurdle is converting hot money to real growth. That's coming from experts. 25 dead, 14 missing as boat capsizes in Yobe. Serap asks Tinubu to probe missing 128 billion naira in Power Ministry, NBET. Alleged defamation, FG withdraws suits against Natasha. NDLEA intercepts illicit drugs in coffee sachets. Detains 22 Indians over cocaine shipment. And in the world of aviation, operators warn new tax laws may hike fares, undermine safety. And the bottom strip headline, Venezuelans remain shell-shocked after U.S. captured Maduro. That's it from the Daily Independent newspaper.
And that's how far we'll go on newspaper headlines. At 10 o'clock, we'll go deeper into these headlines, dissect them, help you make sense of these headlines. That will be on Newspaper Review at 10. But in the meantime, let's dive into the conversation for this morning. Fubara is APC leader in Rivers State, according to Nentawe Yubata. Well, this is the conversation. Join us. When we come back from this break, we'll be diving into it. Stay with us.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health needs.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's dive into the conversation. The All Progressives Congress, APC National Chairman, Nentawe Yiwata, has confirmed that Governor Siminalayi Fubara is the leader of the party in Rivers State. Now, this declaration comes amid speculations about who leads the party in the state, particularly with the recent defection of Fubara from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the APC. According to Yiwata, the APC constitution recognizes governors of party-controlled states as leaders of the party in their respective states, without exception. However, he emphasized that governors must carry all stakeholders along and respect inclusion. Regarding Fubara's potential second term bid, Yiwata stated that the APC would support and work for the governor's re-election if he emerges as the party's candidate through the primary process. The APC National Chairman's statement aims to clarify the party's stance on leadership in Rivers State amid tensions between Fubara and former Governor Nyesom Wike. Yiwata also noted that he would support whoever wins the party's primary election, emphasizing the importance of the party's internal democracy. All right. Well, we have joining us from Benin City. We have Frank Ehioshun. Frank, good morning to you. Good to have you join the conversation this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning from Benin. Happy to be here.
Good to have you. Frank is an author and a policy affairs analyst. We also have joining us in the studio is Lawal Ekundayo. Good to have you.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Well, Lawal Ekundayo is a public affairs commentator, an educationist, and a farmer on the side. Oh, well, gentlemen, let me start off with you, Frank. River State again, it is. Now, the national chairman of the party has said what he has said. The governor, according to the constitution, is the leader of the party in this state, but work with stakeholders. Would you consider Wike, well, Wike is not officially in the APC, but should we say he's part of the stakeholders in the APC? And this is also as the governor has indicated, I mean, from all indications, is interested in going for a second term. What do you see, what do you project will play out as we walk up to 2027 elections?
What will play out is already playing out. But I would like to put it in context. You know that our political system is unique. So it will be worthwhile to contextualize it so that it is construed from the framework of where we are coming from and the system we practice. Because ordinarily, the national chairman did say that in line with the constitution of the party. I have the party's constitution, the very recently amended one, even previous ones, and there is no clear statement in any provision of the constitution that the governor is the leader. It's just a convention, because based on the kind of power they wield. You know, in Nigeria, since we adopted presidential system of government in the Second Republic, which was carried over in this Fourth Republic, so-called, it gives so much powers. There's so much centrality of authority at the center. I'm talking about the presidents and the governors. The people who borrowed this from, the Americans, in their system, there's still some requisite checks and balances. But you know, in Nigeria, where we barely have, you could say there's little or no checks and balances. So the presidential system we practice now appears more like an empire in a sense. So if I call our leaders, governors and presidents, emperors, I will not be mistaken in terms of the practice that we uphold. So it is in that light that the president is the national leader, so-called, is the leader of the party. At the state level, the governor is the leader. It is a convention. And unfortunately, so it was promoted from the Obasanjo.
Neither was it quite so in the Third Republic, in the First Republic.
Okay. All right, we seem to have a bit of a glitch in the network. I think we've lost your audio, and we'd like for that to be fixed so we can continue with your thoughts on this one. I was going to ask you a question, but let me keep that one for now till we fix the audio from Benin, where Frank Hiyoshi is reaching us from. Now, let's bring it to Lawal now. River State it is again, and the majority of the State House, the River State House of Assembly members have defected to the APC, you know, and then the governor, whom we are now hearing, or we are, you know, the way the politics is played in Nigeria, is the leader of the party, and we can see what the governor is, you know, the kind of authority he seems to be throwing around. Now, the APC in River State is saying that, look, we will follow the direction of Wike in the state. The governor, of course, intends to run for second term. The national chairman is saying, look, the governor is the leader of the party. Now, is this the beginning of the end for the APC?
No.
Especially in River State.
No.
Is that where we'll see the APC disintegrate?
No.
As it were?
No. That's just one or two or three persons trying to show his footing. How his influence, that I still have influence. That's what you see all around. So one or two persons who want his voice to be heard, believing
by one or two persons, you mean Wike?
Yes. No, he's just trying to establish himself that see, I walk to this point.
But we also know that the majority of those in the State House of Assembly, the local government chairman, are his boys, so to say.
So
they are his boys. And if they now in the APC are saying, look, we will follow our guy's direction, wouldn't that create some sort of problem within the APC in River State?
You've forgotten that there's still the supreme leader of the party. There's still the supreme leader of the party in Abuja that will call them and say, no, this is what I want. Have you forgotten that? You remember when Fubara was in PDP, he wielded his supreme power to bring him down to Abuja.
All of these guys, these men defected to the APC for one purpose, to save themselves politically, to retain power. save themselves politically. Do you think they will be pleased if their ambition is not achieved within the APC?
And that's why I said that it's just one or two persons that want to show that I'm still relevant. That's why you are saying, because eventually all these people will say have to come down, to the leader. You know why? Because the chairman and the party leader are the two major power that controls the party in APC. I'm not talking about other parties. They have their own system that is totally different from normal political party. Now, they have the leader, the governor or the president, and the chairman of the party. These are the two leaders. So every other person, no matter what you say or do or here and there, you still have to bow to that two ultimate powers in the state. And these ultimate powers in Rivers State wants to work together. Eventually, it will get to the supreme leader in Abuja.
Who is obviously
the president now, the supreme leader.
Who is interested in Rivers State?
Yes, and they want calmness in that area so that he can, have his ambition fulfilled in that area. So you want calmness. So we'll have to call all of them together, and then they will have to reach consensus. And I'm sure what Fubara will put on the table will be the second term, regardless of any other thing. So eventually, every other one will have to follow that three: the supreme leader, which is the president, the ultimate powers in the state, which are the governor and the chairman of the party. Every other one will have to eventually follow them.
Okay, now, Mr. Lawal, let's talk about Fubara a bit. Now, Fubara said, this is me quoting Fubara, the reason why we are still standing is because of that place. And the truth is, without Mr. President, there wouldn't be any His Excellency in Fubara. It would have been the former governor. So we have every reason, because the truth, let nobody be fooled in this state. We have the people, we have the supporters. Our only thank you to Mr. President is to support him, and we cannot support the president in isolation. Without the president, it would have been former governor. Apparently, speaking to the fact that he would have been impeached.
Yes.
So now this is Fubara saying, look, the state of emergency is what practically saved me. And now he's throwing his loyalty to the president because he saved him. So he's moving, apparently, it's not because, does it look like, so what do you think? Why do you think that he moved to APC? Is it because the president saved him or because of the performance of the president between 2023 and 2025?
The pressure,
what will it be for you?
No, it wasn't because the president saved it. It was the fact that the president wanted to get rid of him. And there was a lot of, battles from different armies, from different angles. So he eventually had to save himself. He had to rein in to the supreme power authority, which is the president. So that is what happened. So that's why now, since he has defected, what he's now trying to do is to establish himself as a party leader, which everybody will respect as a party leader. That is why he is now properly aligning himself publicly with the president, because he knows that if anything happens in that state, the president will still have to call all of them for a stakeholders meeting. Just like when he called Fubara, when he was in PDP, he called Fubara and Wike. It's not in PDP. The president is not in PDP, but he called the people in
Both
PDP
of them for
PDP. So now that they are in APC,
now that Fubara is in APC and Wike is still in PDP.
That's what I'm saying. That now we know that Wike is working for APC.
No, we don't.
We know. Okay. Now it's working for APC. Now Fubara was not working for APC then, but now that it's working for APC, it's difficult for you to fight him.
Let's do some form of political arithmetic here. Between the FCT minister and the state governor, in the lead up to the 2027 general election, if the president has a choice to choose, where do you think that he's going to anchor his ship?
Of course, it's the governor now.
Okay.
Because the governor is the governor. One, he has the instrument of the state in his capacity.
He has the instrument, but the FCT minister has he has the instrument and the resources, but the FCT minister has the structure.
No. See, you always think that he has the structure. The only thing that made his structure, or make it look like he has structure, is because of the president. It's clear now. Where is the structure? Where the governor is there? They didn't remove him using that state of emergency. He already fixed his governors, chairman, local government chairman there. They are already there. If not for the fact that we have this twisting here and there from the presidency. So where is the structure of the people that remain the FCT chairman by now?
If you say that the governor has the structure because he has the backing of the president, what does that speak to about our federalism and the presidential structure? Apparently, what it means is that in all the 36 states of the federation, the president still calls the shots from the center. So what is that? What's the implication of that for our democracy?
We don't have democracy in Nigeria. I keep saying it. We don't have democracy. Anybody can challenge me now. Why we will now bring out the aspect of democracy and we compare it with what we are practicing, whether it has anything to do with, because we call somebody president and governor and reps and everything. Does that make it democracy? That's never democracy now. No.
Okay, so
democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. So the moment your election is flawed, it's automatically not democracy.
So if you have this at the back of your mind, does it speak to the fact that, look, the people that have been saying, look, we have been pressured, to move to the APC, and that is why we moved, does it lend credence to it if the president could, from the top, control the structure at the state through the governor? So does it lend credence to the fact that there might have been some form of persuasion, some form of coercion, on those that moved from the PDP to the APC?
No, I don't see that as a coercion. I mean, no. I see it as some kind of force. That's what we see around. We don't see normal politics being played. Somebody like you go to the judiciary, you see on your mandate you shall stand. You go to the House of Assembly, you hear something like on your mandate you shall stand. You get it. So then what makes it democracy? You see people defecting here and there.
On your mandate we shall stand has become, the.
No, what do you mean? You know, see,
the chant.
Moses, do you know the meaning of mandate? Your authority. That means whatever you say is what we do. Does that make it democracy? There is no separation of power now. That is dictatorship. You can read, okay, that is one of the reasons why, that's one of the excuses of Trump for Venezuelan president. That is dictatorial. And so you see some of the Venezuelans jubilating in some places across the world because they had to run away from their country because the president became a dictator. So,
okay, are you comparing? Anyway, let's get the conversation to other guests as well. We have, I think we have re-established contact with Frank Ehioshu. But before I come back to Frank, let's listen to, let's have Ladipo Johnson, who is the spokesperson of the New Nigeria People's Party Presidential Campaign Council 2023. Good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Now we're talking Rivers State now. We're not talking NNPP now because I'm sure NNPP doesn't really have a presence in Rivers State. But we're talking about the parties in the state. APC, PDP, those are the parties, holding fray in Rivers State, as it were. And it seems the part of the agreement was that the governor will not run for second term. But the governor seems to be, going for a second term. And other individuals are not pleased because he's incumbent and he intends to run for the second term. Where will that put Wike and his people, who, of course, we think is prepping Martin Samewule to take the place of the governor? What are your thoughts on everything going on in Rivers State right now?
Well, firstly, that we do have a presence in every state of the federation. It might not be as big as the that of the APC or the PDP in Rivers, but we have people there. But looking at Rivers politics, it's natural that the governor would want to go for a second term. And it is also politically to be expected that some people who appreciated and welcomed Wike's role in blocking and dismembering the PDP would also now want to use the governor to checkmate Wike's powers. That is how the laws of power operate. That is what will play out, and it is going to be interesting to watch.
All right then. Thank you very much, Prince Mr. Oladipo Johnson. Now we've talked about PDP and APC. Let's talk about briefly. Let's talk about what's going on in Kano State regarding the movement of the governor, the purported movement of the governor. First of all, the first thing we heard was that, look, the governor and the leader of the party, Kokwanso, were moving to the APC. A few days later, I think about 2 days after that, we heard that, look, it is only the governor that is moving and that the national leader of Kokwanso is not moving with him, and that there are also disagreements about who is moving and who is not moving. Can you walk us through what's going on in Kano State regarding the NMPC, the movement of the governor to APC and all of that?
What happened was that, well, firstly, may I say that to date, the governor has not made any statement regarding his moving to the APC, any public statement in any event. Now, what happened was that one of his aides, Honorable Rogo, came up and said that the people of Kano had agreed that Senator Kwankwaso and the government should move to the APC. Now, when that happened, Senator Kwankwaso informed us at the National Working Committee of the party that he didn't have any such conversations with anyone. He is not moving. No such thing had occurred. And so we stated that that was a position. Now, the next thing that happened was that some individuals from the ward had suspended him or expelled him from the party. And immediately that happened, some people at the state level said that they had appointed another state chairman. But the National Working Committee stepped in because our constitution does not permit that. In our constitution, you are not allowed, if you are this ward level, for instance, to remove a state officer. He has to be disciplined by his peers at his level or a level above him, above that level. So we said it was not. We reinstated him. And then I don't know what else happened. And then we felt at that time, the National Working Committee felt at that time that the best thing was to dissolve the entire executive committee of the of Kano State. That's from the state to the local government down to the ward.
To the ward level.
And we, yes, and we did that, and we will be putting in caretaker committees, I think, sometime this week to run the affairs of the party in the state. So that is the position.
Okay. So apparently, yeah, the governor himself has not said, I am moving to the APC.
But his aides have been speaking, yes.
Okay. Now, we also hear that the national leader made a statement over the weekend that, look, he's now open to deputizing Peter Obi, who just joined the ADC, by the way, on the 31st of December. Now, does that presuppose that NNPP might just collapse into ADC, or will he leave alone to ADC if that happens?
I think that the position of the party is such that we've considered certain things, or we are considering certain things. One of the things being that for the sake of balancing, some people have said that the presidency should remain in the South for another 4 years, so that the South gets its own 8 years before it rotates back to the North. Now, if that is the case, then we ought to be willing in any partnership to look at the vice presidential position, because, he ought to be willing to do that because he's from the North. But be that as it may, just as a shortcut to all this, I think I should just say that by the end of January, by God's grace, the country will know the position and the steps being taken by the new Nigeria People's Party, Kwankwasia movement, and what have you. We are talking with various groups, various political parties, and by God's grace, as I said, talks have reached an advanced stage.
Okay.
And I think they're just wrapping things up and dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Okay.
And I think that we will be ready to move towards 2027.
All right, Mr. Oladi, before I leave you now, you are the spokesperson of the national spokesperson of NNPP. You don't know what's going on in the ADC, but as a political analyst, I would like for you to, just chime in on this. Do you think that the ADC, in their permutations, will likely zone through a consensus their presidential ticket to the South? If you are with considerations, in your quarters that are of the opinion that, look, the power should remain in the South up until 2031. Do you think that the ADC might just zone their ticket through a consensus, to the South? Is there a possibility? Do you see it coming? Do you see it happening?
It is a distinct possibility. Yet at the same time, I realize that from the feelers I get, that there are many within the ADC who are working towards an Atiku presidential ticket. There are many who believe that even at this stage, things should be, the presidency should rotate back to the North, and that they shouldn't wait for another 4 years before it rotates back to the North. So you see, those two conflicting things are there, but it is for the AGC to settle matters, to settle.
All right, then.
issues.
Thank you very much, Ladipo Johnson, Esquire. Yes, thank you very much. Now, we'll come back. We'll talk more about ADC, the Peter Obi involvement in the ADC, whether he will pick up the flag as the presidential candidate or the vice presidential candidate of the ADC. We'll talk about all of that in the next conversation. But let's go back to Rivers State. And I would like to hear the thoughts of Frank Ehioshu. Frank, let's certain that we have you back. Yes, unfortunately, the network took out your audio, and then we missed out on a few things that you were saying at that point. But let's get your thoughts in Rivers State. The eye of the storm again, as it were, and we're having all of this going on. And I asked the question: will this signal problems in APC? Will it start from Rivers State, where we have an individual who is neither here nor there? I mean, he's in the PDP, but he's in the he's working for the APC. Obviously has an interest as to who becomes the next governor of the state. And then he has his own people that have said, look, we will go with you. We will follow your leading. And I'm talking about Wike now. And his people are saying, we will follow your leading. Anywhere you go, we will go. But then the governor is on the other side, also chanting on your mandate we shall stand. Mm-hmm. And the president seems to be in support of the incumbent in the state. So let's get your thoughts in as we conclude the, Rivers State brouhaha. Mm-hmm.
putting forth my thoughts on it, I would just quickly round up on where network interrupted me before from the first question, which is people related to River State.
Go right ahead.
Talking about the fact that Fubara is a leader in the state. And, I made reference to the fact that it's basically unfortunate that in concurrence with the speaker in the studio, critiquing Nigerian democracy, like I said earlier, that what we actually have are simply emperors, both at the national and the state level. Because the presidential system we borrowed from the American political system is not quite in practice the way it ought to be, especially where there's little or no checks and balances here. That's why we actually have empire rather than a nation in terms of the way we practice. Every 4 years, what we have simply what we call elections simply amounts to the populace coming to either endorse or replace an emperor, as the case may apply. But having said that, the governor is the leader of the party by convention because the amount of money they have access to, based on the fact that there's no accountability, that is actually the main factor that makes them demigods and emperors, which is why their leaders automatically that upon them. With what is happening presently, the governor was shot below the belt earlier, and that happened because of the system as it is, no doubt. He, in my opinion, did not count the cost of his conflict or the energy needed to put in before he started his battle. And that was why he had the upper cut, so-called, in the first place. It's fortunate that he has been brought back by this flawed system we practice, where the president is now, in quotes, like the guy called him the supreme. When I heard his description, I said, man, that's quite a shame to Nigerian democracy, to be describing people who were elected as supreme this or supreme that, because it confirms the fact that the power barely belongs to the people. So the fact that he has been brought back now is a second coming. And he took the smart move of joining APC, which seals it. Because whether we like it or not, he's in the same party with the president presently. The person who is even now more of an outsider is Nyesom Wike, who is supposed to be the leader, so-called, who brought in the governor. But as far as ABC is concerned today, the governor is the leader of the party. Nyesom Wike is a member of PDP, to the best of our knowledge, PDP that's right now seems non-existent. So the power play will depend on the governor's tact and wisdom. By all intents and purpose, he has advantage. If he makes the most of it, of course, he would ensure that Wike is put where it belongs. Because as the governor, what gave Wike validity was the fact that he was governor of that state. Before 2015, what was the kind of power that Wike wielded? What impact did he have in PDP compared to what happened after he became governor? It became a factor to reckon with because of the reach of Rivers resources. All the other governors across the different parts of the country did lean towards him, not because they loved him, but because of the kind of resources he could bring forth as the governor of the state. Or if I may use the term, the emperor of the state, as the case applies in Nigeria. So the new emperor of Rivers State is Fubara. So Fubara is the person that Tinubu would have better advantage with in terms of bringing forth resources to make things happen at the national level. So as it is presently, in my opinion, the pendulum is in the favor of Fubara, except he doesn't play his card appropriately and allows Wike to swing surprises unduly.
But don't you think that Wike can create problems within the state if his own, if his will is not met?
Yeah, that's why I emphasize the fact that it depends on how the governor plays his card. Right now, the governor should count the armor in his ships. He already has some disadvantages, even if he has a great advantage as being the governor. He conducted a government election. The president undid him and brought in the caretaker guy the emergency rule, the guy who conducted a different election to impose a new set of people. So that has removed quite some word from the governor. But as a governor, he can swim in the pool of peace. For me, right now, if I were the governor, he doesn't need to stand on the path of conflict with Wike. He should rather stretch forth or extend the hand of peace.
Will it matter if that peace means that he will not run for a second term?
No, it will not mean so, because he's the governor. What it means. He has everything to his advantage. My point is
what if
why playing the politics?
my point is that Wike cannot determine whether he will get it or will not get it. He
But
is the
Wike has
governor.
been saying
Yes.
agreement is agreement. And we've learned that part of the
Agreement-
agreement is that he doesn't run for second term.
Agreement is not primaries. Agreement is secondary to the choice of the people, the choice of the party. Agreement took place maybe some months back or what have you. But the political process is dynamic.
All right.
Right now, the governor is interested. The national chairman of the party, the day he comes to APC, you saw what they said. In fact, they tacitly endorsed him for a second term. So that agreement, at the time agreement was reached, he was not in APC. So a number of events are taking place that have overtaken the factor of agreement that took place with the president. So we can say agreement is agreement. It is view. That does not remove from the fact that things have changed and the governor is now in APC. And by convention, just like the leader of the party in the state by convention, equally has the right of first refusal, which is quite prevalent in our political practice, however defective it is presently. That's why I'm saying that the governor has the greatest of advantages. In my way, in his shoes, he should extend the hands of fellowship to Wike while he retains his relationship with the presidency, because he has the pendulum tilting towards him on almost every front.
All right.
And in getting the second term, when he gets the second term, for example, what will Wike do? Wike would, he will be the one that would ensure that he gives Wike space. If not, Wike may not find space in the system. That is the truth.
All right, then there you have it. Let's have your own thoughts, Lawale Kunaya.
What I just want to chip in is that if you remember, the reason we believe that why Wike was insisting that Fubara would not go second time was because Fubara was in PDP that time, and there was a battle between them in the state. So they went to the presidency. The presidency, part of the agreement was that you will not go for second term because you are in PDP as of that time, and they need the APC to take over that state. Now that he has defected, look at that overhauling. This is a total overhauling. Now that he has defected from PDP to APC, there will be a total new agreement now. And it will not include
Wike.
It will include that no-go second term. That's why when the battle gets to a certain level, the presidency will call all of them, and then everybody will now take something home. And I'm sure what Fubara will take home is second term. And Wike will also take his own share, and the president will take his own share. And you remember, the president himself said it that if I don't provide electricity, don't vote me second term. But he's going second term. You get it? So if Fubara himself said, okay, if I agree with you, I will not go second term when I was in PDP. Now that I'm in APC,
he has the right to change his mind.
All right. Everybody's changing.
All right. This conversation, of course, will continue as Nigerians, chime in on it. Well, let's get into another conversation now. This borders on Peter Obi joining the ADC and the stance of the obedient movement. Obi for president, not vice president. This is coming from the obedient movement. Well, let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
And welcome back. The Obedient Movement has declared that it will not support Peter Obi as a vice presidential candidate for anyone in the 2027 general election. Well, the group insists that its backing is exclusively for Obi's emergence as president of Nigeria. This clarification comes after the group's national coordinator, Dr. Tanko Yunusa, made comments that were misinterpreted as suggesting Obi might accept a vice presidential role under Atiku Abubakar. The Obedient Movement emphasized its commitment to democratic principles and its loyalty to Obi's leadership vision. As Nigeria approaches the 2027 general election, the country's politicians are already positioning themselves for the big battle. President Bola Tinubu's administration will be under scrutiny as Nigerians demand tangible results from his policies. Meanwhile, opposition leaders Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi have joined forces under the African Democratic Congress, ADC, aiming to challenge the ruling party's dominance. The next year will be crucial for all parties involved, with loyalty, alliances, and governance hanging in the balance. We still have in the studio here Mr. Lawale Kundayo, who is a political affairs analyst, and from our Benin outstation, Mr. Frank Hilson. He's an author and policy affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Now, Frank, let me come to you. Peter Obi joined ADC on the 31st of December 2025. Atiku said Obi's entrance into ADC is a turning point for the opposition coalition in 2027. Now we hear the Obedient Movement say, look, if you are joining the ADC, you are not going there to deputize anyone. We want you to run for the presidency. And if we don't get that, we are going to withdraw our support. Mr. Hill, so let's have your broad reaction to what is going on within the ADC between Atiku Abubakar presidency, Peter Obi presidency. And Rotimi Ameji has said, look, I'm going there to run for presidency. I'm not going to deputize for anybody. Let's have your broad reaction. How do you think that it will pan out by the time the primaries happen in 2026?
I think that it all depends on the party upholding its rules, where order is maintained based on the rules agreed upon, their constitution and guidelines. And because the Obedients have a right to their ambition, to their wish that will be for president or nothing else. Of course, that is the purpose of their trip from the outset. And that is what's why, as far as it is sustained. The only case in which there could be crisis, like I affirmed earlier, is if the party contravenes its rules in the process. If they conduct the primaries where Atiku emerges through a transparent and fair process, the Obedients will not come out with any form of complaint. In fact, I read their piece in protesting the issue of Obi being inclined to being a vice president to Atiku. They were categorical in their case that if a primaries occur and there is fairness in the process, they will accept the results. So what that means is that should Atiku emerge fairly, or Amechi emerge fairly, or any other candidate emerge fairly as the presidential candidate of the ADC, the Obedient Movement, of course, will...
Mr. Hills, Mr. Hills, yes. Can you help us interpret what they mean by a fair means, a fair process? If we rely on the experience of history, you know, we have a pattern where Atiku Abubakar has always emerged as presidential candidate in any party he finds himself, except for the PDP when they chose Jonathan in his place. And we all know what goes down during primaries. You know, monies are shared in dollar and all of that. And we have a Peter Obi who says he doesn't give money to delegates. So if that process is one where Atiku Abubakar has to do the usual, his usual, and he emerges as the presidential candidate, will the Obedients consider it fair if the delegates go and vote in an election that was more like manipulated through monetary process? Can you help us interpret what they mean by a fair process?
Now, you are taking us to a little more complex terrain, where we have to look at it from the prism of the Nigerian system. If you say Atiku used to emerge and the money factor and all whatnot, in my opinion, it's not just about Atiku. All political parties in Nigeria, unfortunately, have been monetized.
No. We are talking about ADC now. We are talking about the ADC and how a presidential candidate will emerge. The process.
I'm not contesting it. I'm coming from the general to the specific. Okay. That's why I talked about the system generally. ADC is not exclusive, and so if money is a factor, which unfortunately is already very prevalent in Nigeria, all the presidential candidates have access to the delegates. I'm not sure that will be the case because the last one, for example, the PDP primaries in 2023, before 2023 election, the major factor that broke the camel's back in terms of Wike being quite a prominent candidate, and all of a sudden, Sambawa's public statement after the time space for candidates to speak at the last, where now, as in, giving his candidacy and support whatever to Atiku, and it turned this around, and that was a bit unfortunate. But that case was even not so bad a case because the results were televised live on TV. He emerged, and till tomorrow, I still maintain the position that Atiku was the one that made PDP to lose the 2023 election because Tinubu won him with nearly 2 million votes. If Atiku had accepted Wike as his running mate, which was the position of the committee to select a VP, the 5 governors that were working with Wike and not to ensure that PDP lost out, and all that Wike did with Rivers money in Rivers State.
All right, Mr. Hughes.
Just a point of emphasis.
Yes, no, Mr. Hughes, we have our time here. So I want us to talking about the PDP, the PDP primaries. I can say it on air here that I know about delegates receiving $40,000 apiece. So it wasn't particularly the Tambuwa's withdrawal, that made the shift. But let's come back to the ADC. Specifically, what do you think will happen if ADC goes into primaries without a consensus? A lot of people are saying, look, there's this agreement that ADC shouldn't make the mistake of the PDP by doing what? Zoning its ticket to the north, especially when there's this understanding that power has to stay back south for 8 years. And that will terminate in 2031. Do you think that there might just be a consensus where they say, okay, ADC, now let's take the ticket to the south? Is there a possibility it could happen?
Yeah, I concur with you on that point. The ADC, if I were a member of the party, I would actually advise that they opt for a consensus. Now, consensus could go any way. They have to weigh the political dynamics, I think, the variables that are most favorable. If you ask me, Atiku, if there is a consensus where Atiku is the presidential candidate, consider to be a vice. If they could reach out a consensus, it may even be the best for them. Where they go for a primaries and it's just a primaries for affirmation that this person is not a supporter, the other person, everybody has reached it, this is how it should be. That would be a wonderful one. Even if it would have been better, if the consensus would go in the direction of where Obi is given the ticket possibly, or some other southerner, but I think if it's coming to the south, there's no better person to champion it, in my opinion, than it will be a share from the standpoint of his scholarship and popular support base. In which case, Atiku, of course, would not be his own limit based on the factor of political hierarchy and history. But if that could happen, that Atiku could muscle his supporters from the north to endorse that consensus for a southerner to emerge in the case of Peter Obi, and they have a consensus on that note, that's equally better. But like you said, I concur with you to the extent that going to an all-out primaries right now with the system that we run, like you make reference to money being dished out in PDP primaries, it happened everywhere. No, even Wike, all of them shared money. That's the truth. And so that's why the factor of the other guy conceding made quite some impact. So I consider the fact that it will be better for ADC if they are serious about winning an election to reach a consensus, except where if they want to go for a primaries, they can ensure that it is so transparent that the normal Nigerian factor of money playing a role is ruled out to the barest minimum. If not, there will still be the normal hoopla about, as in contestation as to how the primary took place.
All right.
If Atiku could be taken as a consensus candidate and Obi as his partner, great. Otherwise, Obi as a consensus candidate from the south with a running mate from the north, like you mentioned something concerning Kwakwaso earlier, or any other core candidates that they could use to pull the votes from the north, that will give them quite a stake.
All right.
In my candid opinion.
All right, thank you very much for your candid opinion there. Let's bring it back to the studio. Lawale Kundayo. Is this, is the obedience, do you think they mean well for Peter Obi? Do you think their support is what he needs at this time? If they're saying that, look, you must be the presidential candidate or nothing else. Nothing else works for us. And we see where he has gotten, where he has gone into. The ADC, Atiku is there, Amechi is there. I mean, these men have an interest in running for the presidential seat as well.
When you mention some names, I laughed because I know some are just empty drums.
Which of them?
I'm not going to say something now. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, because those others are just talking. Now, let's talk about Obi and Atiku. Now, one thing is that, you can't go to a battle feeling weak. You get? That means you probably lose. You have a chance of losing. Then when you go, even if you don't have enough power, with the little army you have, if it's not as big as the army of your opponent, you still try to give them confidence that we can win this battle with this little army we have. Do you get what I'm saying? So that is what the obedience are doing. They are going into that, ADC with firepower, with their chest raised up, with their chin, looking up that, yes, we too, we are strong. So they are not going to go there and start thinking about being VP. If they start with that VP, the others will see them as weak. So they have to go there, with full support that, no, this is what we want. This is, even when they know what is on ground. It is after the primary that we'll now start seeing outside renegotiation. The wheel will now begin to return and realign to move forward. So that's why you see the obedience doing that. And then, when you talk about in ADC, you want a free and fair primary. What I think they are talking about is maybe something like a secret ballot, in which even if somebody gives you $40,000, nobody will see who you are going to vote for. You can still vote for the candidate you want. So if it's a secret ballot, it can still be almost free and fair as expected.
Mr. Lawa, Rotimi Amechi in 2022 primaries came after the president. Do you think he's able to pull that kind of feat again in 2023 in the ADC?
He has his hands already soiled in what Nigerians, are complaining about. He spent a lot of years with Buhari, former president, and everybody complained massively about Buhari's government. And he was part of the government. So you can't come back now and begin to
he was part of the government and was first runner-up to the president. Were you surprised that he beat other candidates too?
See, that you are talking about that time, we are talking about now.
What has changed?
The minds of Nigerians have changed. Have you forgotten? The minds of Nigerians have changed because they were not happy with what they got from Buhari's government. And everybody involved had been fingered. You can see what is going on with Malami now. So which one of them will now begin to, they will not exonerate one of them. They are just waiting for when the wheel will turn to the other people. Because look at what we are going through in Malami. They'll be looking at every other person's in that government. Look at the humanitarian woman there. Look at so many. So they will now look at them, all of them together.
So if Nigerians are looking at the people that play active role in Buhari's government, how do they look at APC? That is an extension of Buhari's government.
That's what I'm saying. Now that they will see him as still part.
No, I mean I'm talking about the party now, not Amechi himself.
No. That's why I said that. When you talk about democracy, I said Nigeria is not practicing democracy. That's the problem. We are not practicing democracy. If we are practicing democracy, the leaders will sit right. They will listen to the voice of Nigeria. And that is the main complaints of Nigerians, that the government is not, the power is not in the hands of Nigerians. It is in the hands of the few And they also see, especially what is playing out in APC, in which you hear something like, on your mandate which you stand, anything the president bring will approve, the judiciary will do this. So Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians are, in fact, most Nigerians are having, second thought about all that. Especially the one that happened in Fubara's case, in which a whole sitting governor was just removed like that, and then another person was put there. You remove him back. Before he got back, you have restructured the whole thing, and then you put him there like a puppet. You think Nigerians are fools? No, they are not. They are listening. They are looking with what is going on. We are in the new tax regime now, with all the disparities between two documents. The APC government said they are going ahead with it. If you listen to the voice of Nigeria, you could suspend it like a month, and then speed up the harmonization of the two documents. But you said no, we are not listening to Nigeria. We will go ahead with what we want to do. So Nigerians are listening. That is what I want to say about that.
All right, then this will be a good place to anchor this conversation and look at another issue that Nigerians, through SERAP, are talking about. SERAP urges Tinubu to probe 128 billion naira power sector funds. Well, a lot of Nigerians are also talking about this one. Is the presidency listening? Will the courts grant Nigerians their prayers? Will this probe yield anything? That's the big question. Well, Lawal Kunayo here is an interested party when it comes to electricity generation and the rest. Well, and we also still have Frank Ehioshun in Benin. But we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll dive into this conversation.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has called on President Bola Tinubu to investigate allegations of 128 billion naira missing or diverted funds from the Federal Ministry of Power and the Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC. SERAP cited a 2022 report by the Auditor General of the Federation, which highlighted several questionable expenditures, including 4.4 billion naira transferred to projects' accounts without evidence of expenditure. The group urged the president to direct the Attorney General and anti-corruption agencies to probe the allegations and recover any diverted funds. It's one of those cases that Serap has jumped on right now. Well, we'll still have Lawale Kundayo. Now, let me start off with you before we go to Benin. It's another issue. Serap is, bringing this one to the public domain. It's they are urging the president, and before long, it will be a court case. The court asking the courts to ensure that this is done. We've had a lot of these cases. Serap has been making some impacts, holding governments accountable. But with what you know of the Nigerian system, do you have faith that this will make headway?
No.
Why so?
Because it's not new. We've been having issues with this power sector since Jonathan era. We had 8 years of Buhari waste, even worse. Now we are in APC, it's getting even worse.
But this is specifically to 128 billion naira that cannot be accounted for.
It's even more than that. It's far more. See, that system needs total overhauling. It needs overhauling. It's a system that is easy for anybody in power to mismanage fund here. Just take away fund. That's what is going. That's why you see every now and then you see a collapse of a national grid. Go to villages. You see that they don't have electricity at all. They don't. Go to remote areas, not even remote areas. Go to towns. You see, even cities, people run on solar or generator. And then you want to tell me the government is not aware. Okay, let me tell you another one. Prepaid meter is sold to Nigerians. Yet the prepaid meter belongs to the discos. So when you buy it, automatically it is the property of the disco. Is that not fraud enough? Is that not fraud enough? And it's been going on for years. You want to tell me the government doesn't know? We went to court on this issue and the court refused to make a good pronouncement on it. How can somebody buy an equipment and then it automatically become the company's property when the customer bought it and the company owns it? You want to talk about the cables? You want to talk about transformers that are bought by communities? You want to talk about so many other things, and the money missing. Now, Serap is coming up with this money. We want to talk about band A, B, and C, in which some people are in band.
Well, there's obviously a lot to talk about.
So you see that system needs total overhauling. This system needs to be, scrapped and restart again. There's supposed to be a probe into that power sector. Because every now and because I don't think anything, the way I said nothing will come out of it, because this is just one of the mess. It's just an aspect of the total mess in that power sector.
All right, Frank, let's get your thoughts in on this one, Frank. Now, beyond the petitions and pressure, what other mechanism actually do you think can force accountability, especially in a case like this one?
It was about first I said so long a time ago that example is not the main thing in influencing others. Example is the only thing. And the logic of example is that it flows from top to bottom to have such impact, especially when society is built from the sociology of hierarchy. What is happening or is complained about right now in this sector, first of all, is a show of shame. When I read the piece, 2022 audit report was released September 9, 2025. First of all, that is an indictment on the Auditor General's office. What have the staff been doing? 3 years to audit. When I read that piece, I said, even somebody that is not a chartered accountant, if they give the person the monies delivered to the agency, so-called in that year to peruse, in 1 or 2 weeks maximum, if he doesn't have time to go attend to it, he will be able to bring out an official report. That it took 3 years for the Auditor General's office to release the report speaks to the fact that our system is just a basket with porosity that cannot be explained. Secondly, in concurring with your discussion in the studio, nothing would happen. This is not Nigeria. Accountability is not part of a government priority in Nigeria. Transparency and accountability is not part of it. That is why I said in earlier discussion that what we have actually is not a nation, it's an empire where emperors preside over. Because if we were a nation where we had democracy in practice and there were arms of government with due checks and balances, all sorts of things will not be in view. The only thing that can change this narrative is primacy placed on the law. And it doesn't have to start now. It has to go back to all the reports that have been put forth in the past. Do you not find it interesting that in this country, government finds it very easy to change policies or make policies, especially when it's to seriously punish the bulk of the masses? But government finds it very difficult to hold to account the few, those in the elite circle, who make a mess of this country. They get away unfettered. Nothing happens to them. It was very easy to remove subsidy. But till tomorrow, all the billions of billions that is in the public domain we have talked about, government by itself spends taxpayers' money.
Okay.
Government spends not hundreds of millions. Please listen to me. Government spends not tens, not hundreds of millions. I'm talking in dollars to probe oil subsidy. Till tomorrow, what is the result? Nothing is shown. No, nobody's here to account. We lost money by the fraud that took place in oil subsidy. Then we lost money by government spending money to investigate it. Because nobody's here to account.
Hello, Frank. My question actually is that what mechanism can force accountability? You see, we've reeled out all these things, how difficult it is for government to be accountable. But let's start to look at the mechanisms that can be put in place to ensure that people will get accountability. What mechanisms can we put in place to ensure accountability?
Sorry to correct your last statement. It's not difficult for government to be accountable. Government by choice. The way to make them accountable, there are two options. One of the easiest ways is to vote out government that is not accountable. So voting people who we can tell by their trajectory and history that they will be accountable. Because if we have a president that leads by such example, other sectors or spheres of government will follow suit. Secondly, if that does not happen, unfortunately, where the electoral system is not primed enough to ensure that the people's vote counts and they are not able to hold to account those that they want to hold to account or push them out, then we may have to push for mass action, which unfortunately may not be so good for the system, but that is where it is going. Because the disillusionment, let me just point to something. This power we are talking about, Nigeria is still grappling with power of less than 5,000 megawatts. In Edo State and Benin, for more than 2 or 3 months, we grapple with 2 or 3 hours of power in some areas every other day, not every day. There are some areas that get power. I'm not talking about villages or rural areas. In the city center, people get like 2 hours a day for the past 3, 4, 5 weeks, even for some months. Is that not a show of shame? Look at the simple comparison. China, in year 2000, had a generation capacity of about 200 gigawatts. As of last year, 2025, China's capacity has increased by over 1,700% to over 3,600 gigawatts. Nigerian power capacity in that year 2000, we're still grappling with about 4,000-5,000 watts or thereabouts. Today, while installed capacity in Nigeria is about 30,000 megawatts, but then we're grappling with about 3,000-4,000 watts, like I said. Till date, now we are still grappling with distribution capacity of less than 3,000 megawatts. Is it not a show of shame? In 1998, IBB set up a timeline for power transformation. It set up a committee and gave them a target of 10 years to improve our power generation as of 1998. By 1988, the target was that by 1998, we have power distribution capacity of 10,000 megawatts. Under IBB in 1988, 2026, we are still struggling with the power level that IBB reviewed in 1988. Is it not a show of shame? So I'm telling you that when we are talking about changing the system, the board stops on the table of leadership. If leadership cannot do it, we should vote them out. If we can't vote, ensure the system is disrupted enough for change to take place. If not, as we are talking today, 10 years' time, Nigeria will still be grabbing electricity. Ghana, Kenya, Benin Republic, they have power supply. Almost uninterrupted.
Mr. Frank, do we have a problem with leadership or do we have a problem with the system? When I asked that question, I asked it in the light of the fact that what we have here is that the report, according to the Auditor General's report, it flagged 95.4 billion naira paid to contractors without documentation or proof that the projects were executed, as well as 33.5 million naira spent on foreign travels without approvals from the secretary to the government of the federation or the head of service. Other questionable expenditure highlighted include the over 230 million naira spent on GigMix platform, 282 million naira in non-personal advances, allegedly exceeding statutory threshold, and multiple payments lacking approvals or supporting records. Where does leadership come in here, or is it a systematic problem? I mean, the president doesn't have to be everywhere all the time. We have ministers, we have permanent secretaries. Is it a problem of leadership or a problem of system? Which one will it be for you?
The prime problem. Why did I say so? The system did not create itself. Neither does the system sustain itself. But I can tell you free of charge, in concurring with where you are driving towards, that yes, the system is a primary problem. But who can change the system? You and I can discuss it, but can we get policies? The system is driven by relevant policies that are set out by leaders. As the president not change the tax system, as the law not been signed, is it not already being vitalized from 1st of January? Who did it? Was it not the president? The tax system before, was it what we expect? Was it what it ought to be? No. The system was bad. Who changed it? Who has the mandate to change it? It's leadership. So no system changes of its own accord. A system changes based on the fact that the appropriate ideas, the appropriate policies.
All right, we seem to have a network glitch there. Quite unfortunate. But let's get your concluding thoughts on this one, Lawale Kudayo.
Now, thank you. Now, the first thing I need to do is to commend
Sarah.
Yes, organizations like SERAP, non-governmental organizations like SERAP that are seriously fighting this battle, and individuals who are also doing it. I really commend them, and I queue behind them, and I want Nigerians to also give them support, because without their voices, everything will just die down like that. The second, the problem we have in Nigeria is not the problem of system, it's the problem of leadership. As of 1960, Nigeria was doing well because we had regions. Everybody were growing at their pace. They have their regional government and they were doing well. It was changed by the leaders. There were certain leaders that came on board and then turned the whole thing around and put us into this problem.
Do you know why the majors struck, the 5 majors struck in 1960?
No, what I'm not going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the fact that there was a change in leadership. Now, these leaders who changed the system, took over, could have made it better.
Sorry, Mr.
From there,
my question is that, like the First Republic, we still had corrupt leaders, because that essentially is the reason the 5 majors gave why they struck, and there was corruption in the system. We remember the Okotiebo stand-up. Yes.
After that coup, then Irosi came on board.
Okay.
Then we're supposed to have a proper election, because the problem then was the fact that there was a rigging of election. Do you remember? In 1960, there was serious rigging. Yes. Then there was this operation, I think Operation Wet here, and came on board. And then thereafter, we had Irosi came on board. Irosi could have, set up a transition committee that will now go into a free and fair election, and then will now continue moving on our pace. But he didn't do that. Then later, Gowon came on board, destroyed the whole regions and converted it into states. And then from there, Obasanjo came on board. He didn't fix anything. Up till now, you can see that it is still the leader. Because if you have leaders who are proactive and ready for the country to move forward, they will change the system to the one that will move us forward.
All right, then. Leadership problem. That's what is facing. Well, this would be a good place to anchor the conversation. I must say thank you to Frank Ehiosho, an author, public affairs commentator. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the network did not allow us to get your concluding thoughts. But I do hope that we can reconnect with you and have your thoughts during newspaper review. Thank you also to Lawale Kudayo, an educationist, a public affairs commentator, and a farmer. Thank you very much for your time on the program.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. We'll take a break. At 10 o'clock, we'll come back And we'll be looking at the papers now, dissecting the papers on newspaper review. I'm Moses Humphrey. Thanks for joining us this morning. Have a beautiful day.
And I am Chukwuma. See you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues. Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology. VOP TV now. you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? But that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Saiti is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, we have Lawale Kundayo, who joins the conversation as well. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you.
Now, let's dive into it. Let's look at what the papers have for us this morning. Well, we have the NRS advertorial in most of the dailies, of course. That's the Nigeria Revenue Service. Together we rise, together we prosper. Unveiling a new dawn in revenue administration. And then the website, www.nrs.gov.ng. Interesting times it is, as the tax administration implementation goes into full effect. Oh well. Nigeria faces revenue risk as Trump signals Venezuela crude revival. This is from Business Day. All right. Now let's flip the pages. Let's look at what we have right there. Nigeria faces revenue risk as Trump signals Venezuela crude revival. OPEC Plus forces output increase. All right. So let's read a little deeper into this one. Nigeria's 58.18 trillion naira, that's $41.5 billion, 2026 budget, anchored on $64.85 per barrel crude oil benchmark, faces mounting pressure as President Donald Trump's intervention in Venezuela threatens to unleash a flood of new crude supplies onto an already oversupplied global market. Well, Trump's announcement on Saturday that U.S. oil companies would invest billions to rebuild Venezuela's energy infrastructure following the capture of President Nicolas Maduro has sent ripples through oil-dependent economies. For Africa's largest oil producer, the implications could prove devastating at a time when crude prices are already trading well below budget assumption. Now, still in line with that invasion, as it were, of Venezuela, ECOWAS has issued some threats, threatening the United States. You know, ECOWAS issues threats. That's one of the headlines that you would find in the dailies. And I reckon Achukuma was, you know, after I read that one during, you know, earlier in the day, you know, he pointed out, I said, ECOWAS, how come this is coming from ECOWAS? There's obviously some concern. Now, let me get to that particular paper. I think that's from First Daily, yes. So First Daily has this particular headline: ECOWAS warns against breach of Venezuela's sovereignty.
Warns?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to go first? Or should you?
No, let me secondary.
All right, then you go.
It sounds funny.
It does?
You know, it sounds funny.
Why? Because ECOWAS is here in Africa warning against...
You know, there's a proverb that says that they are looking for animals with horns, and a snail is showing his head.
Wait, are you saying ECOWAS is not powerful enough?
So where's the power? Where is the power? Even Nigeria, that's a giant of Africa, that giant has long shrink. It has long shrink down into, you know, something that is ridiculous, you know, can be ridiculed by even Benin.
This is sea finish. Obviously, this is sea finish.
Then now,
that's what it is.
What do we have? What do we have? Economically, do we still control anything in the world? Well, China, we depend on China. You know, we have been taken away economically by China. Flooded our market. So what do we control? We don't have power. That power is no more there. The economy is no more there. The military might is gone. We are even ravaged by terrorism all over the place. They are even as close as our seat of power in Abuja. So where do you now, where the talk is coming from?
Okay.
Where? The talk, the warning. What would they
you know, when you read out the headline in the morning, what came to my mind wasn't necessarily about the angle that the Kundayo is taking it, you know, the powers of ECOWAS to withstand the United States Army, government, and all of that. My concern was, you know, why I giggled at that point was that America, they have what they call the Organization of American States in the South of America, you know. They also have the what they call the Andean. You have Asian, you have SADC, you have regional bodies, regional organizations here and there. And the first to comment and condemn is ECOWAS here in West Africa. And
because we're concerned.
What
we don't want to be invaded.
Why would they invade you if you are doing good? Why would they invade you if you are doing good? You know, so apparently what Trump has done is to signal that, look, this thing is possible. This is not the first time America, they did it to Manuel Noriega in Panama. They did it to Saddam Hussein, though they didn't take him out of Iraq, but they removed him. They did it to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, you know, more like ascribing the role of world police to itself. America prides itself as the bastion of democracy, and what they do is to ensure that they export that currency of democracy to other parts of the world. A lot of people might have problems with that, considering the fact that, look, it might be tied to economic interests. But over time, basically 60%, 70% of the time that America does that, if you go back and check, you discover that there must have been some elements of dictatorship, you know, in countries that they do that. And because I can't think of any that they have done, because Maduro is helping Venezuela, the economy is not very strong. But apart from that, America's major concern is that it's a drug hub, and it's affecting America adversely.
Yes.
So what they need to do is to stop it. And nothing in international law says that, look, if you see a country that wants to commit a crime against you, that you have to wait for that country to commit that crime before you act. No. The only thing that international law does is that don't use that as a pretext, you know, to attack unnecessarily. So that is basically what Donald Trump has done. And he has endeared himself to a lot of people in the world. So when ECOWAS says, look, ECOWAS wants America, you know, of what it's doing in Venezuela. And I'm thinking, if ECOWAS comes to West Africa now, where are they going to?
If America comes to...
If America comes to ECOWAS now, who are they looking at? You know, are they looking at Burkina Faso? Are they looking at are they looking at Niger? Or are they looking at Mali? Or are they looking at where? Is it Ghana? Ghana is doing well.
Ghana is doing okay. Yeah.
Is it Gambia?
So
Gambia?
Nigeria, basically.
Nigeria is doing well.
Well, we have Barrister Darlington joining the conversation. Barrister, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mosi, Sokoro, and the rest of the people here. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Now, Donald Trump, I think God has sent a punisher to the whole world, a disciplinarian, so to say. Because...
let's not forget the economic gains to America in all of this.
Why not? Why
in
not?
all of this.
Yeah, of course, why not? Why not? But the question is, who called for it? You went to the bush and you fetch ants-infested firewood. Won't a lizard come for a party? Is Donald Trump threatening the whole world or some selected countries because of what they are doing? The whole of Latin America is powered by cocaine trade. The whole of Latin America, cocaine is their main trade. And Donald Trump said, look, you are shipping this into my country.
And it's affecting...
It's affecting my youth and everybody. Yes, we don't want it. How else will do you think Donald Trump is like Nigeria? Who will see terrorists strolling into Nigeria from wherever and you won't talk? No, tell me. So please, I like what the man is doing. Whether, yes, it may not be right in international law, but he's doing something to protect his people. Look, there is nothing as good as when a president says something and you follow it, especially during his inauguration. He said America first. Mr. Okoro and Moses, please, with what Donald Trump is doing today, can any terrorist, no matter how drunk he is, enter America to mess up?
Well, they still have their own internal issues.
Leave internal matter, please. Psychopaths, yes, there are people that are angry and all that. That one is the... I said terrorists, like we have in Nigeria, who will come in here and say...
Do they have ungoverned spaces? I don't think they do.
There are wide... No, there are
issues on government spaces.
What do you mean by government spaces?
You know what
all this defense is not enough, please. All this defense is not enough.
No, it's not defense. We're having a conversation.
Yes, I know. Look, there are wide life in America, wide spaces that are nobody. Are you getting on? But the fact remains that no terrorists can enter America and last for 24 hours. Two of us.
Barrister, what you cannot say is that they don't have the capacity, the capability to strike. So, they talk about terrorists. They are in America. They infiltrate all the time. They have cells.
Look, leave this thing you are saying, please.
No,
I am telling you, give an example with Nigeria. I don't like the way you people just say this thing now. We see something that's very obvious. You are still trying to defend
Barrister,
it.
who made it obvious?
It's obvious. We would have had now. We would have had it. That terrorists are disturbing America for 15 years.
No, that's the position. The fact that they are not disturbing doesn't mean that they are not there.
If you are there,
and so what they have done is that to reduce their capacity to strike. But we see lone wolves. They are what we call lone wolf attacks.
There are psychopaths.
No. You are the one calling them psychopaths. These are lone wolf attacks.
Because that is what it means. That's what they are. They strike. And immediately...
Barrister, what is terrorism? What is terrorism?
Listen.
Barrister, what is terrorism?
Terrorism, what you are seeing in Nigeria.
Barrister, what is terrorism?
Terrorism is what you are seeing in Nigeria.
What is it? What is it?
That's what you are seeing in Nigeria. You are still asking me.
So what is it? How do you define it?
Define it from your own side of Nigeria. Define it. That somebody will come into Nigeria, into America, and take part of America and sack the people there and take over the place. Can such a thing happen?
When was the last time we had a battle suicide bombing?
It hasn't
happened. But it's happening here, and you are living with it. And you are still trying to give me excuses here.
Barrister, nobody is giving
you are trying to do that, and I will not agree with you. Donald Trump is putting America first. With this kind of behavior, look, no country dare touch America. Donald Trump, that DT, it means don't touch. don't touch
You're
DT.
basically campaigning.
I am telling you,
for
I
Donald
swear
Trump.
to God, if I have the
Alright.
power, Donald Trump, I will do more than him.
Okay.
Because this world need the disciplinarian, because everybody is going gaga. Look at what happened in Tanzania. Because of election, one woman carried all the opposition and clamped them into detention. Is that democracy? Please tell me. Is that democracy? Such a place need a disciplinarian to teach them a lesson. That's what I'm saying. These people that are disturbing us here, giving us ultimatum that if we Christians don't convert to Muslims, all of them will die, or they will be paying them due. This kind of thing, is it not annoying?
Okay.
If you have a government, we don't behave like that. We don't behave like that.
Let's touch on a few other headlines, still from First Daily. These are the headlines. The big story here is Tinubu unleashes security agencies after Niger bandit massacre. All right. And another big story right beside the masthead is Gumi claims he was marked for bombing during U.S. airstrikes. But he did say that he was warned by a high-ranking politician that he's been marked for execution, as it were. Okay. And then still within the prism of insecurity, Plateau bleeds again as bandits kill 7 in community attacks. So there's a lot of, stories on insecurity. Well,
as always.
Unfortunate.
As always. They will come here without discussing this. Please tell me. Personally, I'm not happy. I'm not joking. I am not just happy. Because if you know what these people have done to Nigeria, they have destroyed our life, they have destroyed our economy, they have destroyed our respect all over the world. What kind of thing is this? Every day, these people keep demarketing Nigeria as if there's nobody here. What kind of thing is this? This man that is talking now, Gumi, in Saudi Arabia, they declared him persona non grata, Mosisi. That is the seat of the Islamic world. But here in Nigeria, this man is behaving as if he owns Nigeria. Please, is that something that should give you some cheer? And he's talking like this, giving us an ultimatum against terrorists and all that. In a country that you call a sovereign state, terrorists are here dictating the... Look, there are things you don't even need to talk about. When Donald Trump said that we're a disgraced country, I now realize what he meant. No country whatsoever can tolerate this type of nonsense. Seriously. And people are here. They're blaming Donald Trump for whatever. Are you serious? The man is so annoyed that he had to come in by force. And Nigerian government and their ability, they are just there. If they have done the needful, will Donald Trump enter here? Why did he go to Ghana? Why did he go to Ghana? Very embarrassing situation that Nigeria have lost everything. We are not worth a penny now before the international community, and you are calling yourself a giant of Africa. In economy, in politics, in infrastructure, nothing. In democracy, nothing to show the whole world. And you are seeing here clapping. One man was making noise that he is growing the fastest political party in the whole world. I said, look at that. Look at that. The fastest political party in the whole world. Are you serious? What about the fastest growing economy in the whole world? The political party. Are there not people that are running into your party to save their head from EFCC for the crime they committed? Is there any other reason? Mention one person that entered APC that doesn't have a skeleton in their cupboard. Please mention one person. Let us start from there.
Okay, still on the issue of insecurity. Daily Independent has these headlines. Niger attacks. Tinubu orders manhunt as bandits kill 50, abduct several.
You can see.
Let me even read a little into it. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Service Chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, and the Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, to track down and apprehend the perpetrators of the Kasuwan Daji attack, where terrorists killed over 50 and abducted unconfirmed number of persons. Tinubu said the security agencies must ensure that the terrorists are swiftly brought to justice. All right. And
Moses.
Yes, of course.
The one that before you continue, please let me add to this. The one that kidnapped Niger Catholic students, have they been brought to justice?
Apparently, the approach government is taking is not working.
So
it's obviously not working because you
no,
say,
they are not even approaching anything.
You say you are negotiating with them.
They are not doing anything.
I don't want to use the word non-kinetic because that word has been bastardized.
Leave that
But you see,
brought to justice.
in the same area, in the same states, in the same vicinity.
How many times now? How many?
People are kidnapped, killed, and then you negotiate, you rescue without us seeing equal number of deaths on the other side. I mean, we are not even told.
Or even
arrest. Or arrest.
No, they said negotiate.
And
negotiations involve
it
attacking
happens
now.
again and again and again. And you start to ask yourself, if your approach is not working, why don't you try something else?
Maybe they are
something that will stem it.
Maybe
stem the tide.
If somebody is involved in something, you don't want it to go. If you are benefiting from it, you don't want it to be eradicated. So the government is being fingered every now and then as involved in this.
When I come here every morning and talk about, you don't know how it hurts me.
Of course,
Mr. Moses, it's very painful.
It hurts.
I don't know why Nigerians are keeping quiet. All of you that are keeping criminally silent about it's not good. It's not good. Serious. It's about Nigeria.
I don't think Nigerians are keeping quiet. Nigeria
is finished. We are nothing now. We are nothing.
I will not.
Look at terrorists just roaming about, behaving anyhow. Whenever they want to cook soup,
I will not
and they will go kidnap somebody and collect the money for the soup.
I will not.
And when that one is done, they will go in the night, collect money to buy. You know?
Finished.
No, seriously. What else is left?
Every
day they keep kidnapping people. Then the government say, go after them, make sure. Look,
and this
I don't know. Seriously. Try that with the Donald Trump
people that
country.
already know that is their job. That's what they should be doing. Oh well, let's bring Frank into the conversation. Frank, thank you very much for staying back. What are your thoughts on this issue of insecurity? It's not abating. What are your thoughts?
Truth a bit. Nobody is fighting insecurity. If you want to view it from the standpoint of reality, what we call government in Nigeria is more of bandits, because they are the ones that do what they like and they don't tell stories. You hear the reports real time. White government will be telling since how many years, body give directive, bring them to book. That's what government does. That they are serious. See, in the past 5 days alone, I have read a few papers this morning and yesterday. In the past 5 days, more than 100 Nigerians have been butchered.
Yes.
By terrorists and bandits. That is the one reported, though. There are those that are not reported. From what is reported, in daily 5 days, Ukraine is fighting against a superpower, Russia. They don't have such civilian casualty, even sometimes in a month. So how do you describe it? Somalia, that is a fair trade for how many decades? You don't have such casualties from civilians in Somalia. You don't have it in Afghanistan. In Nigeria, where you say you have a government, see, it's like Boris has said, you know, Nigerians have become so tolerant of rubbish, so that we now wear rubbish as a garb. That is the truth. Because we don't have government. They kill us like chickens. And unfortunately, we are so docile that we don't want to to save her. That is the challenge, because survival, self-defense is a universal, inalienable right. Self-defense, where government fails to protect you, you have the universal right to protect yourself. Even at that, Nigerians are still docile, unfortunately. So it's so painful. When Americans talked about a month ago, because we were trying to discuss the issue, and I said, look, even if America and Russia combine together with their space officers to come and provide security in Nigeria, that will not solve Nigeria's security problem. Because no country defends another or protects another. Nationhood is a choice that people make. Nigerian government lacks the discipline of governance. I was telling somebody a few days ago, I said, Nigeria, we have a government that cannot enforce ordinary traffic regulation, traffic rules. Go to the 36 states of Nigeria. Lagos, Abuja, the prime places. How many states, how many traffic rules? You see the way people breach traffic lights and there's no consequence. You don't find that in the Republic. You don't find that in Ghana. A government that is so ineffective that cannot even maintain sustenance of traffic rules. How can that government provide security for the citizens? So I have said it before on this channel that government in Nigeria simply is a mannequin that just displays ego in city centers.
It's really
because government is obviously irresponsible. Without security, where is government? The president is saying you will unleash. In fact, I wish I would know the proprietor of that paper. I would have sued that paper to court because that paper, they want it title is it today, so whatever you call that paper, they're insulting Nigerians. The president they are using the president's word to insult Nigerians. The president will unleash. He has unleashed. What nonsense? Said more than 40 people were killed in Niger State. More than 7 people were killed in Kebbi State. More than 8 people were killed. 14 people were killed in Adamawa. People are being treated everywhere like chickens. Then the president will unleash. Unleash what?
It's really annoying when you think about it. And you said the U.S. attack was a month ago. It was less than 10 days ago.
25th of
25th of December. Less than 10 days ago.
I only say that in context.
I understand.
That America cannot provide security for Nigeria because Nigerian government is irresponsible.
Absolutely. But the part I'm even driving at is the fact that less than 10 days ago, or about 10 days ago, there was a strike. And then a few days back, we saw residue of what was used, some of the materials taken away by residents. So are you telling us now that security, the relevant security agencies have not visited the scene to ascertain what happened and remove residue
that could still be maybe explosive, can still detonate.
Yes.
You saw a video where kids were filming with
young boys were playing with it, and then we saw and then there's a report by defense intelligence saying, look, please return what you have taken from the site of the bombing.
Meanwhile,
your own good.
Meanwhile, they also said they had cordoned the place after the incident.
For God's sake. I don't know what that place.
No, they said they have. They issued a statement that they had cordoned the place.
That is a lie. That is from what you are saying now. If they cordon it, nobody will go there and take a pee. Nobody will enter there.
Moses,
you can see their
if I may say something honestly, you see the problem we have here is majorly. I know the president is let me just say that it's one headache on his own. The president is one headache on his own. The major problem facing is from these reps that we call this Senate and House of Assembly. That is our main headache. You can see even when Trump, invaded, before he even invaded Venezuela, you see the way the reps, that House of Commons and Senate were debating and talking and doing this. Even before he came, he talked about, the moment he mentioned about Nigeria, you see the way they were running all over the place trying to make a debate it and this. Here, anything the president gives, they just, that's why you see all this impunity. Because one thing that the law, if you have the appropriate law, the government, the machines of the government will work. But here, they are so totally redundant that they can't even put their house in order. And nobody gives them respect. Nobody. They have the Senate, the reps. Nobody gives them respect.
Sorry.
If you have a proper separation of power, the president will be on his toes to do his work.
I need somebody to help me make sense of this. I mean, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So, there was a bomb attack. It was announced by US before we heard it from our own security agencies.
Exactly.
Now, our security agencies told us that they've cordoned off the area, they are doing assessments and all of that. And then the same area, or is it that there was another bomb somewhere else?
Mostly
or did the debris, did it fly away to somewhere else? And then young people went there, sat on it, that thing could have detonated.
It's a missile.
Let me help you out.
Yes, it's so big. And then the defense intelligence is saying, please return what you... So they basically taking that material to their house.
And these things could also get into... The most dangerous weapons could get into the hands of the most dangerous people. Talking about terrorists.
Yes.
These things could get into their hands.
And they could make a fabrication out of it.
That means their lie has been exposed. It's as simple as that. Did you see how long it took them before they even accepted that there was a bomb? They were saying that the thing, the bomb they released fell on an empty land. They did not accept that there was a damage.
It shows.
It was later,
no.
after almost 3 days or so, that they said they are assessing the damage. Just look at Nigerian government. Lie all over the place. From the beginning to the end. Lie. If America did not tell us, they wouldn't even accept. They wouldn't have said that Donald Trump threw some bomb into Nigeria. They wouldn't have told us. And even at that, with what Donald Trump, it would have given them the motivation to rat out all this all over. By now,
No, they were monitoring their movement.
Exactly.
They were monitoring their movement.
Yes.
Arrested about 39 of them.
Yes.
You know, in those states.
Yeah, they are
and then
monitoring
after that, we saw a bombing of a police station.
Exactly.
And you are monitoring. I'm imagining that. You see them. They were attacked and they scatter.
And you monitor them.
And you are looking.
You are still looking at them.
They are running away.
They still do another one again. You are still looking at them. And if they kidnap, you go and negotiate.
When I tell you that we are finished, this is just a pointer. Because when your military can no longer secure you, what else is left? Please tell me.
And another thing is that I thought Ribadu said they have already trained forest guards. Arm them and send them into the forest to rout out
the forest guards. Train forest guards when he's equipping me.
God. Can you imagine?
I don't look at.
Can forest guards stop these deadly terrorists?
Maybe it's even the forest guards that are even working with the terrorists now.
I told them they should not sacrifice those boys, because they cannot stop these people. The rifle they are carrying is AA rifle. Is that what they gave forest guards? To do what? Did they give them that gun or they gave them then gun to go and fight those with the AA rifle?
Barrister, see, let me tell you something. If even these hunters in each village can easily take out these terrorists, they can do it. But the problem we have is that the sincerity of the government is questionable. That's the problem. The sincerity of the government is questionable. Which side of Nigerians or the boundaries the government is? We don't know. That is the major problem.
As I'm talking to you today, Toju Bello is still in Nigeria, Moses. Toju Bello.
Are you sure he was not killed in that attack?
Yeah. Who? And they did not announce it. Is it in Sokoto?
Maybe they want to confirm.
Since that time till now.
They are still monitoring.
Oh my God.
That's their word.
Toju Bello is still in Nigeria. He's well and alive.
Okay.
By the way, must US come and help you to take him out? When you have been visiting him, times with that number, and when you visit him, he will give you cola. Dine and wine.
Let me read this. So at least our viewers will know we are not just speaking off the cuff. This is taken from a publication. So this is from Nigerian Tribune. The headline is Return Explosive Taken from Airstrike Site. DHQ warns Sokoto residents. Now, this is from January 2nd.
Look at that.
January 2nd. Basically, 8 days. 8 days after
the incident.
8 days after.
Very, very shameful.
Defense Headquarters has issued an urgent appeal to residents of Sokoto State to immediately return explosive materials allegedly looted from the site of the Christmas Day airstrike, warning that the items pose a catastrophic risk to the public. Now, the military raised the alarm on Wednesday following reports that locals had scavenged parts of the munition from the scene of the incident, the supposed scene that they cordoned off. So basically, even if they cordoned it off, that means they didn't have people on site.
Yes, they just maybe put tape and just go.
General Onoja urged community leaders and parents to intervene and ensure the dangerous items are surrendered to security agencies immediately. Now, he's quoted as saying this. He said, "We appeal to them to return all materials that may prove harmful to them," Onoja stated. "We don't expect anybody to take this material. We have personnel in the armed forces whose duty is to recover those things." Why didn't they recover them before civilians
what are they doing? You can see, their lie is being exposed here.
Now,
because they told us that
there is an explosion
they were collaborating with America.
In Sokoto, you know, if there's an explosion, it can easily be linked to, it's part of the explosives that they took away from the site.
Yes. That's it. But
it can be linked to it.
But let me say this, please. When this thing happened, didn't they tell us that they were collaborating with America? In fact, that it is through their intelligence that they had to bomb that particular place. Is that not true? Now, for you to have provided such intelligence, you should have been on ground to do your mop-up operation. None of these terrorists would have escaped from that scene. None of them, but all of them have scattered.
If you look at sometimes when bomb, missile land in Israel, when there's this issue, you see immediately their personnel are there. So in fact, you see the police, you see everybody will be there. They will have mapped out that area, the assessment. You see the video and picture immediately. They will even tell you the type of missile that was used. They will tell you how deep the impact is and everything like that. To let you see a nation that is serious.
We no longer have a military. We only have politicians in military cloak. We no longer have a military.
I think we still have a military, but the problem is the politicians, the politics has infiltrated.
Then you don't have it. Why are you pretending about it? We don't have it. Because if this military are serious, if they have respect for themselves and for their name, Nigerian military, they would have done something. Damn the politicians and do the needful.
No, they can't.
They do what? Listen.
They have a commander.
Yes. When I read the investigative report by Danjuma Ali Kefas, how that chief of army staff was murdered, I shed tears for the military. They killed their own, a man who wanted to do the job. Go and read that. I think it's in the internet. The man was mentioning names of those involved, how that man was murdered. Please, is that a military? You kill a man who wants to do the job and save people from dying in the battlefield. You killed him. Was there a civilian that did that job, Mr. Okoro?
That's called infiltration.
No. It was a civilian that killed him, Abi. A civilian. It is his own people who didn't want this thing to end that killed him. And you are telling me you have a military. Please, they are not serious. They are not serious. They are not serious.
I think we will have this state police.
The real military are
it will have really solved a lot of this problem.
You think so?
Yes. You know why? Because see, if you have resource control, you have generate your resources. Federal government take part of it. You keep the rest. Most of this will have died down. You know why? Because if you have Borno State. And the governor of Borno State is not being proactive in stopping it. Where will he get funds to pay his staff and pay other politicians? They will remove him from office. Like Plateau or maybe Benue. They will have got rid of all these bad leaders and put the leaders that are proactive to fix that state because they know there's no resources for anybody. The teachers, the citizens will never be paid. Politicians will never be paid. So they'll get rid of him. But now, even if nothing is happening in that state, something will come from the federal to them. So that's what they wait for. That is what they wait. And that thing is the biggest issue with Nigeria. It's the biggest.
All right. Frank, please, if you have a contribution, go right ahead.
What I do, I have a disadvantage of being remote. So Nigeria is impacting me from that standpoint.
All right. You have the floor now.
Before I air my views sequel to the discourse so far, I want to shock you. I use that word with emphasis. I want to shock you guys in the studio. That the seriousness, the due diligence with which the discussion is ongoing right now, those who are talking about leaders, they are surprised. I don't get my point. They are surprised at the seriousness with which they are facing Nigeria issue because they don't understand. Because they cannot treat Nigeria issue with such seriousness. I can tell you that free of charge. They don't treat Nigerian issues with such seriousness. The only area in which seriousness comes in is where it pertains to their political survival and what they can amass for themselves as much as possible.
Exactly.
Because government in Nigeria has simply become an enterprise for self-aggrandizement. See, what we are taking for granted right now When we say, like the great barrister has talked about Nigeria being finished, I quite concur with you, especially from the standpoint of our perception in the international community. But I will take it a little further than that. If you want to know how much Nigeria has degenerated, just travel to the immediate countries around us. I'm not mentioning powerful countries, Niger Republic. See, any country you go to within this neighborhood I've mentioned, you don't even need to get to a police station to perceive a sense of orderliness. But when you come to Nigeria, nobody tells you. You feel the sense of conflagration of chaos. There's just a sense of disorder. And government takes it for granted. I said something last time I was on this platform. I said that there is a more important issue than just government. There is the factor of form of government and there is the factor of degree of government. In Nigeria, the only thing that seems to be primed among those who we call leaders is form of government. Degree of government are so diminished that we only have some semblance of government in a few city centers. Go to most villages, most remote areas. Even in city centers, drive to any police station and say you want to incident a case. One of the foremost organizations the world over by which you can identify a functional government and a good or functional nation state is the institution of law enforcement. But in Nigeria, drive to any police station. You don't go and report a case because if you have a case that involves somebody that has issues with you, maybe up to 10,000, 15,000. So incident a case in a police station, the cost of writing on a sheet of paper may be about between 5,000 and 10,000. Before they will not tell you the cost of going to investigate the case. Is that a nation? The last time I went to a police station in Nigeria to complain, I'm saying this on national TV. It was over 10 years ago. The station is in Benin here. I went to the station, somebody I gave a job was delaying, he has taken some of my money. The money there was not much, it was barely about 200,000 to do the job. After I wrote the first paragraph of my complaint in the statement sheet that I was given, when I was about to write the second paragraph, the officer in charge now told me that the file they want to put it, that paper I'm writing on that, he just gave me free of charge. But that the file they are going to put it, I'm going to pay 3,500. I said, officer, how do you mean? I think I'll pay 3,500 to put it in a file for the case documents. How about going to follow up the guy to do investigation? So no, that one is even. I'll pay different money for that. I'll pay different money to foil their car. When the guy gave me the cost of what I will pay for the case, I just told them, I said, don't worry. The money I'm dragging from the guy for the job is barely 200,000. This said, and you are giving to me. I'll spend more than 200,000 before the case gets to court. How will I not get money to? I'm not going to do money to take a lawyer. Is that a nation state? I'm telling you, go to Ghana, go to Niger Republic, go to Togo, enter a police station. Nobody will tell you the police is your friend. Nigeria is long been a fair state. And only that's something they would. That's why I told you that when they watch it, they are surprised that you are very serious. Because they are not serious about Nigeria. They are concerned about what they can get from Nigeria. Because government in Nigeria is simply an enterprise for aggrandizement. See a point out that fact. In the First Republic, the data is there. Go and check it. You are in the media. What was the aiming? What did the people in the First Republic aim as their entitlement? It was not part-time because it was a primary system of government. They were paying allowances. The allowances were not too different from what civil servants aid. That was how it was in the First Republic. In the Second Republic, yes, it got further, but still not the madness we have today. Today, we have senators, once they get to the National Assembly, they become not just multi-millionaires, they will become billionaires. And you call that what we run government, this system will certainly hit the rocks. It's only that the time seems to be delayed because of the seats. But if we don't change our trajectory, I can tell you free of charge, the story is simply set to get worse. As we are talking now, the bandits can go and strike in 100 places. Nothing will happen. By tomorrow, the president will be giving orders again. Has government not failed? Does government exist in the first place? It's just a show of shame.
It's a show of shame indeed. It's a show of shame.
And the man is not even around. Mention any world leader that this kind of thing will be happening in their country and he's somewhere cooling off, enjoying himself. Don't mention one person. Yet, that place he went to enjoy himself, is it not because they have a stable government there, B? Everything is in order. He went to go and cool off there. But do your own country. No. Rather, The money they would have used to repair Nigeria and put in is in their pocket. They are using it to go and answer big men in abroad, in foreign country.
That's why when they say Nigeria is a sovereign nation, I began to wonder, what exactly do you mean by sovereign? A country in which your people feel insecure, you know, the economy-wise, they are so low, they are not even different. Most of them are not different from poor nations. And then you call that sovereign. If you tell that to somebody on the street, in fact, it will insult you that you say Nigeria is a sovereign nation. They will ask you, what exactly do you mean by sovereign nation? But when you say sovereign nation, a nation in which everybody feel the sense of belongings. Everybody is equal before the law. Everybody does his job well. Anyone that is not doing the right thing is punished by the law. But you here in Nigeria is totally different. If you are not part of the ruling party, that is where you get into their bad book. The moment you are part of the ruling party, you are in their good book. Even if you have committed the grievous offense in the world, to them, you are a good person.
Do you know that APC is not bothered with the 210 trillion naira? I have never seen their member raising hell about this money. This money that came from the National Assembly, 210 trillion. The government is not even bothered. They are not worried. Mostly that money is gone. That money is gone. 210 trillion. Gone. Please, did the money just flew away? No. It's in somebody's pocket.
And the person is standing on the mandate of the president. So
it's in somebody's pocket as I talk to you.
Too much to be in somebody's pocket. That's a lot of money.
And you know, you just move about as if nothing happened, and they still want to collect us from you, Moses. What kind of thing is this? Look, there are things you begin to think about Nigeria. You develop something on your head. I'm not joking. No, mention any country as rich as this Western world is, that a president or a government will be in power and this kind of money will just disappear. Without any trace, no solution. And you are still in government. And you are still insisting that you collect tax from people. Oh my God.
The budget of the whole of the country in West Africa disappeared in Nigeria like that. So that budget is the budget of the whole of the Western, the countries in West, in this ECOWAS.
It's more than.
Together.
It's more than. If you add it up, it's more
and then disappeared like that. Yeah. And then we are looking at it as well. You can see. Then tell me what makes us sovereign. When you say sovereign, what makes us a sovereign nation? Is it the border or the name you call Nigeria? What makes us sovereign?
Seriously,
what about the excess crude oil? Now they are talking about Venezuela now that by the time they open their oil, the oil begin to flow now. The price of oil will drop. We are shaking. We are afraid. Because of why? Everything has been designed around corruption. It has been designed. So by the time this thing comes down now, what is going to happen to us? But we've been having excess crude oil since now. So where is the savings? And we are borrowing more. And they tell us we have savings in. The whole thing is just a mess. That's why when we talk sometimes, we'll ask, can you tell us one ministry that is doing well in the government? Can you mention one ministry? So you want us to lie. You want us to come here and begin to lie. If you lie, posterity will judge us now. History will judge us. Just like it's judging Redwood Mockery and some others.
Unfortunately, this will be where we wrap it up on newspaper review. Thank you very much, Frank Hirschman, for your contribution. Yes, you being remote, of course, affects the way you give us your opinion. But bear in mind, it's an open conversation. You could chime in at any point in time. But we'd like for you to join us again next time. Barrister Darlington Agumo, thank you very much for your contribution.
It's my pleasure, Jerry.
Lawale Kundayo, we appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution. Chukwuma Okoro also as an analyst here, but he makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agomo here, and we'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories. Join us then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Well, that's it on the show. And on behalf of the backroom staff, we wish you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, with the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
and together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV.
So I think people be telling me, don't, what's the word they always say? Don't put your hope on the Super Eagles. But I say this time around is a different version. It's a different Super Eagles time. It's a very different game. A lot of things happened in the course of the weekend. It was a very great sporting activities. And I love to say the Formula One has been nice. The tennis world has been great. The golf world has been great. The football world, the Premier League as well, you can say. Arsenal never played yesterday, but it was a decent day for them. They celebrated all through. And then a bad one for Manchester City. Chelsea also managed this Chelsea side, got the result that well deserved. Maybe I could say that 4-0 no winning, and Enzo Maresca's era ends in a very bad way, but no disrespect to the Italian Enzo Maresca. But on the show today, we'll be talking deeply, extensively about the match day live, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Welcome, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here. We are the Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria as well. It's a big game, roller coaster match. I can't wait to see. We just showed some of the clips. And on this show today, we'll tell them more extensively. We'll go down the nitty-gritty, everything about the game and the previews, the team news, predictions. Just stay with us and get away. We're going on a quick break. Just show you just a bit about the Eagles, how far they've been. Indoor, closed-door training ground. The media can't even see the style every chair has to unveil today. But we're way to go. Don't forget, it's the Mozambique side, the Mambas. And guess what? 11.3 million naira is at stake for the Mambas to get it right tonight. Only if they can make it to the quarterfinal, winning the Super Eagles. And the time, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, is where it will be starting, and that's about Sportive Complex, the first. It's Morocco, Marrakech, Rabat, all the way. Please stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Come back from that quick break. It's time for us to delve into the very big one coming up tonight. Nigeria will play against Mozambique. You could call it a very encounter that we'll be waiting to know. And one thing about the Super Eagles, they've always conceded. But Nigeria's march towards the fourth Africa Cup of Nations title continues tonight, where the Super Eagles face a Mozambique side who are very strong in the round of 16 at the complex Sportive Affairs. Group C winners with a flawless record, Nigeria enter this encounter with the big face as one of the tournament's frontline favorites. But Mozambique, by contrast, arrive as underdog, squeezing through as one of the best third-place teams, but carrying a very high belief, a very big momentum, and then a little to lose. A place in the quarterfinal awaits the winner, whether either DR Congo or Algeria will stand between them and the semifinals. And on paper, you can say the gap between the sides is wide. In tournament football, however, paper guarantees nothing. So let's talk about the match preview of the game that will be coming up tonight. Look at your screen. You have the team, Nigeria. This is how we went out to get it right. 9 points, 100% record still out there. Tunisia also now currently out of the Nations Cup. And then Tanzania also went out yesterday. Uganda, I'm so sorry, they've been home for a long time. But on the show today, let's talk about Nigeria group stage campaign. With a statement of intent, Eric Chelsea won all 3 matches, scored 8 goals and conceded 4. And that's made Nigeria becoming one of the two, or one of the only 2 teams alongside Algeria to finish the opening phase with a perfect 9-point win. Okay, you have that record from Eric Chelsea. He said, this is the word. It says, my dream is to win with 4 or 5 goals and have 80% possession. That is the perfection I dream of. But this is the AFCON. Mozambique is a great team, but they have a lot of things to improve on, just like us. And that's why we work hard during our training. This man did something. Let me talk about Eric Chelsea in the before we move on. His training session for Friday was on closed-off base. The media could not ascertain, they could not see anything that happened. So I think Eric Chelsea is trying to come out with a very big strategy. If only Eric Chelsea can win games without conceding, then I could just rate him high. But victories over Tanzania 2-1, Tunisia 3-2, Uganda 3-1, and that has showed not just attacking powers, but it showed the depth. Eric Chelsea rotated heavily against Uganda, and Nigeria still emerged, comfortable winners. I recall against Uganda, we had a very different squad, a change of version. But a place in the quarterfinal awaits the winner, whether it's either Congo or Algeria. Now, moving on, let's talk about this one. Mozambique route to the knockout stage has been less commanding, but no less compelling. Finishing third in Group F, the Mambas booked their space and their place courtesy of a dramatic 3-2 win against Gabon, their first AFCON victory, and pushed Cameroon hard in a narrow defeat that hinted at growing belief. It's a big game. Don't think they are small. The Super Eagles must own up. They must not underrate the Mozambique. The Mambas, they look scary. I'll tell you about the man who should be wary of. For head coach Ukraine Okonde, this is already Mozambique's best AFCON outing, only appearing at the finals for the 5th time. The Mambas have never before reached the quarterfinals, so it's a big one for them. History therefore beckons. There is also motivation beyond football. Reports of promised financial incentives from Mozambique, and the president have promised them a big money buy. I like to state it, and I'll let you know. We did a conversion. We did it mathematically. We checked our calculators, and it was about 11.3 million naira that might be going down tonight if only they can win Nigeria. So Nigeria, meanwhile, must guard themselves against complacency, especially given their failure to keep a clean sheet in the group stage. It's a very big one. Tactically, the match presents a familiar story. Mozambique are expected to sit deep, everybody knows, compress the space and then attack selectively through transitions, while Nigeria will dominate possession, everybody knows, push the fullbacks high and then look into that very game and overload the wide channels. We had the pace and movement of Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen, we know, can stretch even the most disciplined defense. So we are waiting to know if Nigeria will get it right. Now let's talk about the head-to-head record. History firmly favors Nigeria, no doubt. Super Eagles, I'll tell you, they've won 4 of their 5 previous meetings with Mozambique, with the only other result a goalless draw in March 2009. That dominance mirrors the broader Nigeria's AFCON pedigree of both nations. Nigeria also are making their 21st appearances at the finals, while Mozambique are newcomers by comparison. Yet, knockout football has a habit of humbling favorites. Nigeria's defensive vulnerability, conceding in all 3 group games, offers Mozambique a silver of encouragement. Even the past data points overwhelmingly towards Nigeria's victory. Now, what about the team news to tell you today? Nigeria will be without Cyril Desas, who have been ruled out of the tournament and has to return. He returned back to Panathinaikos to continue his rehabilitation, and that's in the Greek world. And then Rihanna Lebioshu, also the Blackburn Rovers fullback, who made his debut against Uganda, is also unavailable due to a leg laceration through his recovery well. Now, another man in the news is midfielder Toshko Nadi. He missed training on Friday with a cold, but is expected to be fit enough to be on the bench. Eric Chell knows everything is at stake. Eric Chell has spoken openly about the difficulty of selecting the starting 11, a problem most managers would envy. Several regulars rested against Uganda, including Captain Wilfred Ndidi, and they are all expected to return tonight. Victor Osimhen, despite scoring against Tunisia, is still searching a top gear, but will almost certainly lead the line alongside Ako Adams, with Lookman providing throws from the wild areas. A familiar back four of Bruno Yemeche, Calvin Bassey, Simi Ajayi, Brad Osai Samuel is likely to be restored. But for Mozambique, I tell you, they will be without Diogo Kalila and Nene, both sidelined with injury, limiting Conde's option, particularly in midfield. Now let's talk about the Super Eagles' possible lineup. We might be seeing the likes of Mabali, Onyemeche, Bassey, Ajayi, and then Samuel Ndidi, Iwobi, Onyeka, Lookman, Osimhen, and Adams. So this was how Eric Chell started the first game. This both centre back will be the likes of, okay, the right full backs, or right backs and the right left, the left side, left back and right back would be Brad Osai Samuel. The other side might not be Sanusi, that's the word, sorry. It might be us, Bruno Onyemechi. Now the centre back will have to consist of Simi Ajayi, who has found himself on the pecking order, good football, replacing Ekong to the higher level, and they will be seeing him pairing alongside Calvin Bassey, even though his side got a draw, good goal, from Reed yesterday against Liverpool, who must commend the Fulham side. But we're not talking about the Premier League now, we're talking about a big one coming up tonight. A big game, a must-win for Nigeria. It's not a group phase. If you lose out today, you are gone out of the tournament. So if Nigeria don't win tonight, then maybe they have a lot worse place to the viewers and also to the fans who want them to get out there. Now in the midfield, we'll have to see the skipper return back. Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, possible Frank Onyeka, who knows? No Chikwueze. I'm just saying, we're just thinking it might be so. So it's a possible lineup. Lookman, Osimhen, and Ako Adams. So that works. So what Onyeka does will be bringing depth in the midfield for the Super Eagles to compact it well, so Nigeria can dominate the midfield against the Mambas. But no disrespect, let's talk about the away side. I don't want to say away side, but away side in my heart. It's a neutral ground. It's complex affairs. It's sportive. It's Morocco. But if you ask me, we might be seeing them play a 4-2-3-1. Have you watched Mozambique play? They play like the Portuguese. Have you watched Angola play? They play like the Portuguese. So Uruba, we're going to go post Nananani, also Edmilson, Champoko, Meza, Kambala, Bonde, Dominguez, Katamo, Jenny. That's the most scary player. We'll talk about him in a bit. And then Vilanculos and Ratifo. So this is how they might be lining up. But Nigeria and Mozambique, what are they saying? Let's talk about both head coaches. Now for Mozambique, their coaches Chiquino, Conde, he said, Nigeria are favorite, but this is football. It sounds like a mind game. We must play with humility, tranquility, and then responsibility. We are here with respect. Now we will show what we can do. Why Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen also added, saying, with respect, we respect everything that reaches the stage. The round of 16 will be tougher than the group phase, but Nigeria will show their fighting spirit, and that's about Victor Osimhen. But moving on, what about the match details? You might want to know. Competition is the AFCON 2025, you could say 2025, and it's a round of 16. The official will be Nigeria, Mozambique, and the venue is Complex Sportive Affairs. Why the date is today. There is no other time. January 5th, or you could say 5 January or January 5, and one works. 2026, and the kickoff time is 8 p.m. Nigerian time. So they're asking questions. What is your prediction for this game? Let me tell you, I'm not a factual. Mozambique are likely to defend deep. They are likely to frustrate early, but Nigeria's attacking variety and superior quality should tell, with Osimhen, Ako Adams, Iwobi, Lookman offering movement, pace, and then physicality. I will say the Super Eagles are well equipped to break the resistance. A controlled professional performance should be enough to book Nigeria's place in the quarterfinal. So if you ask me, my opinion, or our opinion, that's the word I'm standing for, the brand, VOP TV, right? I'll say Nigeria winning to Scotland, Scotty 2-0 if you want to go on that very one and possibly look at it the other way. But no disrespect to the Mozambique side, but I like this one. Let's talk about what next is coming up. Mozambique captain Elias Dominguez. His name is Dominguez Belempe. I'm liking all of these African names. He's saying the loss. He's saying the team is not intimidated by Nigeria's pedigree. The Mambas head coach is also wary of the very big game, and he knows that they are the underdogs. But don't forget, Nigeria have a very good record against the Southern Africans. The Southern Africans are also, they have a poor record against the Super Eagles. Chiquinos Conde side have drawn 1 and lost 4 of their 5 previous meetings. So you can say we have 5 and 4. So Mozambique right now recorded their 4th ever AFCON win against the Panthers of Gabon. In the group stage, Dominguez, a player who is in that team, reckoned that the Super Eagles are superior to the Mambas. But he believes that they can shock their illustrious opponents. Let's be factual. Truth be told, the Nations Cup is quite interesting. Now I'm beginning to wonder, I'm beginning to ask questions. Are we going to compare this one we have in now 2026 or 2025, better word, and that we saw in Ivory Coast? It's a different ball game. Fans-wise, valuation-wise, streaming revenues, we should give it to the Ivorian side. But the shock of the game is what I'm talking about. The shock of the game is what we should be looking out for. Nobody would have ever believed that yesterday, Tanzania, they lost, but they went to them like champions. They were never favorites on paper. I was here on the show, was in Saturday or Friday, I recall. I was giving a lot of hype to the Atlas Lion, and I was saying they've done so well. But one man is making a record for himself, Brahim Diaz, 4-4. No one has done that in the Moroccan shores. But what we saw yesterday was a very big game. They lost some chances. Tanzania, Taifas, who are they? No disrespect, but you want to look at on paper and look at the best team in Africa, the best team representing Africa in the world is Morocco. They are the hosts. The turnaround, the vision, the massive fans and everything was all about them. But yesterday, I was so proud of Tanzania. I felt like I was from Tanzania at some point. 1-0. They struggled. Brahim just scored the goal. So it's a very different phase. We cannot say because it's Nigeria, with all of the quality or Sima and the rest of the players, that we will, or Nigeria will win the game. You cannot say that. But on paper, better word, sometimes it's not guaranteed. So we move on. Let's talk more. Nigeria team is very powerful, everybody knows. And we will not be intimidated by that. That's a message from the Dominguez. He said we want to go there and compete because football is 90 minutes. Anything can happen. Right. So they believe they can get the result right today. And then if you ask me, the Super Eagles must be wary. They should try not to concede. Eric Chell's game management has been poor off late. Always last 10 minutes, he's losing it out. And the good news about the Super Eagles is that they're maintaining their momentum. They are scoring high goals to a level that pushes the other side. But you don't need to concede. You don't need to concede. You conceded against the Taifas, 2-1 against Tanzania. When I felt like we locked the horns, when I felt like Nigeria has shown the world that yes, we're good to play against North African side. They played against Tunisia, and I felt like it was 3-0. Their side were dead and buried. For me, if you ask me, I saw the game. But what changed? The game came around, and then Tunisia found the back of the net twice in short succession. So the Super Eagles must own up. They must man up. They must contain the game, and then be as a team, get united, and then fly as high so we can soar to the next phase. But that's about the quarterfinal. So looking at what we're saying so far, I saw the game yesterday where South Africa, I saw the game from the start to the finish. I looked at the side, Bafana, good team. Well deserved. They should have won the very game. The likes of Mgazi, Kekana, the likes of Teboho Mokoena. I look at the team, Sabise, Setole, Mbule, they got quality. But they could not hurt Kefani's side. They could not hurt the Indomitable Lions, who are big size. 5th in this road. They've been to the Nations Cup. They've won it 5 times. So 5 times you can see the stars in their badge. So the highest team who has gotten more is the Egyptians. Now, record says no other side, no African nation has been to the World Cup more times than the Indomitable Lions. I was watching Eto Fields yesterday, Cameroon, and I said, this team is good to go, well compacted. They scored the first one as if it was not enough. They made it 2, and they kept on pressing the South African side. I wonder what was going through the mind, through the face of Patrice Motsepe. He was seated there, the CAF president. He knows my team is going out of this one. But the goal from Makoba was still not enough for the Bafana. So we are now going to see the Indomitable Lions moving to play against the host nation, while Nigeria will have to win today to play either DR Congo or maybe Algeria. If it's an Algeria team, it's a better phase. If it's a DR Congo, 2 things involved. It's either we think about what we did the last time or we just play and get focused. DR Congo, don't forget, they got quality, and we've seen how it goes. Matrako, Wan-Bissaka, Chancellor Mbempa, they got quality. Mbuku, that's the name I used to like. And then Bakamba, so they're quality. So Nigeria needs to own up tonight and make sure they win the game. Millions of Nigerians are waiting for this day. Millions of Nigerians are anticipating. We are looking, we are waiting. They're praying back home for Nigeria to make it a win today. Because I like to say this. It might be made to talk about, but it's the facts, it's the reality. This game brings us together. This game unites us. We'll not be talking about some political affairs at this point in time because it's all about combination of people from different states, and that's where what Nigeria comes in, and that's what sportsmanship demands, and that's how big it is, and that's how it needs to be. We are owning up, looking at the squad, regardless of where they're coming from. It's a one Nigeria. If we win this, we win together. When we lose, I'm sorry. Then we lose together. But let's talk about Eric Chell, and Lookman, who are also being facing on this one. And Coach Eric Chell says the Super Eagles are focused on grounded game tonight. And let me say this. I like to say this. Eric Chell has described the knockout phase. The coach himself, now he knows. Before he got on this job, he knows. He knows. Before he got on this job, he knows that everything might be at stake tonight. The Franco-Malian needs to put out a smile on the face of Nigerians. You know why? Because the team he was manning, the team he managed the last time was the Malian side, and they won some days back on penalties against the Tunisian side. Ibn Suma sent his own, Abdi sent his own, but Al Bilal was just at the right time, perfect timing, and they scored the game. So it was like a team who are the underdogs. They came all the way from the waters and they stormed Morocco with a win. So give it out to the Eagles. So Eagles will work. So it was Eagles of Carthage, Tunisia, losing against the Eagles of Mali. And we still have the Super Eagles. So if you go by the Eagles, that's the difference. The word is the word super. So when you're Super Eagles, you should be soaring high. So Eric Chell has described the knockout phase as a fresh test. He's won the Nigeria's flawless group stage performance would offer no guarantees against the determined side, against the determined Mozambique side. And in the words of the Franco-Malian Eric Chell, he said, the round of 16 is a new competition. Past performance will not win matches at this stage. Chell said during the pre-match, he said this at the pre-match conference, and that was on Sunday in Fez. Now, moving on, he stressed that discipline, intensity, and humility would have a vital role as the Eagles seek to avoid complacency in the knockout football. You see me, I keep announcing it. I keep saying over time, complacency, you might feel like you're the bigger side on the game and you want to just go there and play games. You need to be very wary. These guys are members. They are scary. So the gaffer is saying, he said, we must show hunger from the first minute. Knockout matches punish complacency and reward focus. The coach said players have been reminded of Nigeria's painful road and round of 16 exit at the 2022 AFCON. You remember, if you follow the game well, Eric Charles say that experience is fresh. We have learned. We must apply those lessons now. Let me even advise Super Eagles before I talk more about Eric Charles. They need to understand that this one is a big one. We miss out of the World Cup. Maybe I'm speaking from the people of Nigeria. There might be a forgiveness if they can win the AFCON. If Nigeria can win this AFCON in Morocco, I think Morocco, if you look at the record, 50 years and counting, they've not won the Nations Cup. But they've done everything they want to do. The president has put everything right. They're trying their best to see that they win this one. Football-wise, they got quality. But Eric Chell said the squad depth and tactical flexibility would help Nigeria balance defensive solidity with attacking position and ambition. He said we have quality across the squad. Tomorrow, hopefully, or possibly Wednesday, he'll tell them more, hoping that Nigeria will qualify. So I'll tell you that our value has dropped. At the last Nations Cup, Ivory Coast 2023 that was played in 2024, we were the better side value-wise, but Victor Osimhen's valuation from 110 million euros dropped to the 75 million euros or so, and that has dropped our quality. Our value has dropped. But he said we have quality around the squad. Every player understands his role and responsibility. So I like the fact that Eric Chell is dominating. He's not doing like Pesero. Let's give Pesero some record. He was winning games. He wasn't playing fantastic football. This nation, Nigeria. Maybe, I don't even know, there's a different outfit. I feel like maybe I'm representing, I usually have come with my gesture, so representing Nigeria, so I think this works green, right? It works for me. So we say it to the highest, we get the results. And Lookman also said the Eagles were mentally prepared for a physically demanding contest against Mozambique. Because I'm saying it because the last time we played in the Nations Cup, we weren't dominating side, we just had the value. We had the players, we had the quality, but we never had the coach who could tweak the game around. We were always struggling, but we got the result, and we got to a final. So he broke the ultimatum placed on him, talking about the Pesero, Portuguese international. But now it's a different phase. This is an African, Franco-Malian. He has given us that gameplay. Now we can see flair. It will be having his best AFCON. Hopefully, maybe he retires after now, I don't know. But he's having his best AFCON. Samuel Chikwueze is playing with confidence. Victor Simesi needs to own up to score. Lookman is a tournament player. He's playing well. And he's saying, according to Lookman, he said, they are confident and fearless. We respect them, but we believe in our own strength. The winger said Nigeria's ambition was clear from the start of Morocco 2025 tournament. And he said, we didn't come here just to play well. We came to compete and win. Lookman said the senior players were guiding the squad through the pressures of knockout football. And in his words, he said, the Atlanta forward said, experience matters at this stage. We talk, we push each other, and we stay united. The African Footballer of the Year, talk about 2024, said personal accolades were secondary to team success. He said, my focus is helping the team progress. If we succeed, individuals reward will follow. Nigeria also topped the group, you know. But Mozambique, I'm so scared of the game tonight. Mozambique, I'll tell you, reaching the knockout stage for the first time. So they are minnows, not a small pass. Do you understand it? They are minnows on the game. I might not want to use the word minnows on the game, but I should use it because you cannot compare Nigeria. If Nigeria wins this one before time, Mozambique record on AFCON is poor. We have 4 in 5 against them. So 4 over 5 for me is a pass mark. But they are expected to test Nigeria's resolve, their impressive Group F performances rather. Now, you want to know, Cameroonian referee Abdul Mefe will be the officiating man. He will be the center referee for the encounter at the Complex Sportive Affairs. Nigeria are chasing another step towards continental glory, and I'm believing, just want to be biased, sentimental in a bit, that Nigeria would win today. But what happens if they don't win? It's a different version. Now, let's talk about one man. His name is Jenny Katamo. Please keep a date to this show. You could go back and watch this again, revisit it, and talk about this man. His name is Jenny Katamo. Please, I'm going to ring it so you can understand. Jenny Katamo, Jenny Katamo, Jenny Katamo. Jenny Katamo, you could check him out. Google him, you'll see him. A quality player. A quality player. He plays for Sporting Lisbon. I'll tell you. You could call it Sporting CP. Now, let's say this. As the AFCON, as the 2025 Africa Cup nation continues to produce surprises and breakout stars, one name has surged into the spotlight. Jenny Katamo. That's the man I'm talking about. Quality. He's a name Nigeria Super Eagles must treat with utmost caution ahead of their round of 16 clash tonight. I'm scared of this man, I tell you. I'm so scared. Look at him, man of the match award. He goes all home at the time. For the Super Eagles, preparing for Mozambique means preparing for a player who is very confident. His form and influence have reached career-defining level as African football continues its biggest stage phase. Katamo has already etched his name into Mozambican football history at the AFCON 2025. By scoring against Gabon and Cameroon, the Sporting CP winger became the first Mozambican to score in back-to-back AFCON matches, underlining his emergence as his country's most potent attacking weapon. Those goals were not moments of fortune. They were a clear statement of intent from footballer playing with belief, rhythm, and authority. He owns the game. See, Oyembechi, please, I beg you, you need to be careful tonight. I don't know where he wants to come from. I don't know if he comes from the midfield or he comes from the right or the, I don't know. He's versatile. But basic on the time, he comes more from the right side. So if possible, he might be playing against Oyembechi or Sanusi, whoever starts. But Katamo, whose development was carefully refined at Sporting CP under former coach Ruben Amorim, has now scored 3 AFCON goals across 2 tournaments, having also found the net at the 2023 edition. Even most impressive, or more impressive, you could say, his overall impact, 4 goals involvement in just 5. So while you're saying there's Osimhen, there's a Lookman, there's an Akada, while you're calling all of the big names in Nigeria, please take note of Jenny Katamo. He's just 24. At just 24, he embodies the modern African attacker, technicality, gifted, tactically flexible, and fearless in one-on-one situations. So 1v1, he can hurt you. Whether operating wide or on the flank or drifting inside as a creator, his ability to beat defenders, shoot into from range, and arrive decisively in the box makes Mozambique primary threat. Nigeria must be careful tonight. I'll keep saying it. I'll keep saying it. Mozambique is a team that you might just underrate, but they can hurt you. Defenders cannot afford to stop him. They cannot afford to hold him. He's spacey. He finds himself in quick succession. He learns to get past people, and you regret it. So let's say it. Much of Katamo's rise can be traced to his transformation at Sporting CP. This is what happens when you play high-level football. I watched Porto yesterday against Santa, and they got the result. Where patience and trust helped unlock his potential after difficult loan spells earlier in his career. So he's worked through Ruben Amorim. Once considered surplus to requirement, he has matured into a decisive figure, capable of influencing matches both as a starter and on from the bench. That maturity is now evident at the international stage, where Mozambique attacking play increasingly revolves around him. At this AFCON, Mozambique are no longer merely making up the numbers. Please note this. They are not making up the numbers. They claim their first ever AFCON victory and now dream of extending their fairy tale by stunning Nigeria to reach the quarterfinal, an achievement that would rank among the greatest moments in their football history. It's a story driven largely by Katamo, the heartbeat of a team playing with courage and attacking ambition. Against Cameroon, I recall, his goal arrived at the moment when Mozambique needed belief. Against Gabon, he delivered again, leading by example and helping knock out more facile opponents. Consistency is the name. Consistency, not coincidence, defines his tournament. And for Nigeria Super Eagles, the message is clear. Neutralizing Mozambique means neutralizing Jenny Katamo. I like him. Give him time to turn, the space to accelerate, or freedom to cut inside. He will punish you. Even with the most organized defense, he will punish you. So as Nigeria chase progression and glory to the AFCON 25, Jenny Katamo stands out as the danger. He's a danger man, and we must contain him. I sound the word we because I'm Nigerian rather. I could say we want to win the result, we want to get the result. So it's a green white, it works maybe. But Mozambique talisman is no longer an unknown name. He's fearless, he's confident, he's capable of deciding the biggest games. So give it up to the side that know what they want. But now it's on this note that we tell them all. Let's talk about today 5 players to watch in the Super Eagles clash against Mozambique. Generally, 5 players to watch today, not just about Nigeria. I'm not taking side, not just about Mozambique. I'm not taking side on that part. Now, the AFCON 2025 is now at its business end, as a loss now means an ejection from the tournament with no chance of reactification. Mali, Senegal, and host Morocco have already sealed the place in the final 8, while another 5 are set to join them after the round of 16 games. Now today, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will lock horns with the Mambas of Mozambique. If I go by the name Seth, more even look the name, more check out, more your reason now. The name Seth, the name they fear me, Super Eagles simple now. Did you hear when I call the names? Super Eagles sounds easy to talk about. Super Eagles is simple. When you hear, you know they watch Nigerian film, Nollywood. When you hear Mambas of Mozambique, it sounds like a scary tale. It sounds very, very big. It sounds like a team that's coming to hurt you at the time. But number 1 on our list today is Victor Osimhen. We are taking nothing from the 2023 Cup Player of the Year. He's played in all 3 of Nigeria's group stage games, captaining his side in the 3-1 win against Uganda. Although his goal record at the AFCON final is not as good compared to other tournaments. Osimhen is 27. Some days back we said happy birthday, so we could still say happy belated birthday to Victor Osimhen. And then what it takes to change a game in the blink of an eye, Victor Osimhen can offer you that. Number 2, Jenny Katamo. You see he's coming again. You see that man is coming again. That's Jenny. Number 10. The Mozambican right winger is pacey and has a pitch of a left foot that can strike the ball brilliantly. The Nigerian defense as a whole has to be on the red alert against 24-year-old, especially the left back who will be running against him. I told you, Katamo was involved in 3 goals for Chikeno's Conde side. And that's in the group stage, scoring 2 and creating another. Number 3 is Ronaldo Mandava. So you see, we're not just doing Nigeria thing here, we're doing Nigeria Mozambique. I'm telling you facts. People that can hurt tonight. History maker, Ronaldo, became the first ever Mozambican to feature in the Premier League after he signed for AFC Sunderland in July 2025. The 31-year-old can play as a wing back. He can play as a left back. He's very pacey. He was one time the fastest African player in the La Liga Serie A. The La Liga, better word, La Liga EA Sports. And now he's played the most since the start of AFCON 2025. He plays for Benfica, he plays for Leo, he plays for Atletico Madrid. Now, gathering enough experience and leadership to lead the team, his Mozambique side are good to go tonight. So that's about Ronaldo Mandava. Now, we cannot talk about this one without referencing the king of African football. For me, if you ask me, I'll still say Hakimi is number 1, but at least he's close. He just lost it some months back rather. Now talk about Ademola Lookman. Lookman loves the AFCON final. He's the tournament player, I told you. Respect Ademola Lookman. The Atalanta attacker was involved in 4 goals for the Super Eagles in 2 group stage games, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. Overall, in 9 AFCON games, Lookman has scored 5 goals and provided 3 assists. And today will be another opportunity for him to add to his catalogue. He was included in the AFCON group stage best 11 alongside Nigeria head coach Eric Chow. At number 5 is Alexi Iwobi. He was one time cyberbullied. I don't know how he did it. More time I talk about players like this and I say they should watch Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, mentality-wise, own up. Now, Alexi Iwobi, while his praises might not be sung by many, or his name shining bright across billboards on headlines, you know, Iwobi is a key instrument in Eric Chow's setup. Please know. His passing ability largely is caught above any other player in the Nigerian team, and the Mozambicans have to watch out for the ex-Arsenal player who currently plays trade with what team? Talking about the team that you know well, and that's about Fulham. Now, Lagos City and beyond, let's talk about what is scary tonight. Why am I scared? Why do I see it as a big game? Money is good. Money motivates. Passion is the first thing, but money motivates. These days, you could say talent is underrated. Talent is not even enough, so you need to put in a lot of work to get out there. So with the talent, like Soda Lisabali said, even with your talent, and you don't get out there, you become an ex-player. Let's talk about the big promise. Financially, money is talking. Mozambique team have been offered a special bonus of 500 metascales, which is around 11.3 million naira should they beat Nigeria today. President Daniel Francisco Chapo made the offer as he praised the Mavericks for making it to the round of 16 in this Morocco 2025. The country's head of state sent a message to the players and coaching team and praised their performance during the group stage of the tournament. The president also called the achievement remarkable and worthy of recognition, saying it's made the whole country proud. Now, to inspire the team, as Jonas reporting says, President Chapo, this is the news, President Chapo announced an extra bonus of 500,000 for every player and member of the coaching team if they beat the Super Eagles and make it to the quarterfinals of the AFCON. He said again that the whole country supports the team and is sure that they can beat Nigeria. So, we have to wait and see how it goes. That's about the Mozambique side. But before we talk about a closed-door meeting, we have this one. We'll go on a very quick break. When we return, we'll tell about the Super Eagles closed-door meeting, how Eric Chow spanned out there. He said, we need to hide ourselves. Let people not see our star. We talk about the huge motivation. Victor Osimhen saying they won't be carried away. We'll still tell them on heels on the show today. We talk about Osimhen, talk about Lookman, talk about those who started, and then talk about Eric Chow. Lastly, he said, I'm now matured. I'm more of a bigger coach than I was the last time in the Mali shows. This is just what it is about Nigeria. So basically, we could say we dedicated the show today to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, believing that VOP TV is saying we wish them well, and we are saying they will get the result right tonight. There's no other better time but today. Please stay with us. We'll be back just shortly.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
All right, so welcome back. You need to look this way, you need to look this way, and then celebrate the Super Eagles. That's how it is. So not just about looking here, about looking this way, looking this way. You have to look, get focused, don't get distracted. Yes, welcome back from that quick break. The message is clear. Keep watching VOP TV. Shaggy said something. If you're not watching, what are you watching? Are you watching your weight? Yes, we have more than a voice here. Yeah, talk point again. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, while we wait to see how it pans out tonight, I'll tell about a closed-door training that happened some days back. It's all business for Nigeria's Super Eagles New Year Day. The team had a closed-door session to a perfect strategy ahead of Monday epic round of 16 clash against Mozambique. The team will also be hoping they can get the results, and they also trained behind closed doors to correct noticeable lapses. This was revealed by the Super Eagles media officer, Mr. Foge. According to the media officer, Foge, he said, Henrichel needs time to prepare for the clash with Mozambique without any form of distraction. Okay, Super Eagles will go into Monday's clash today against the Mamba, supremely confident that they are yet to lose against the Southern African side in 5 meetings. So that is about that. Now, we just talked about the money, the bonus, the motivation, financially by Francis Chapo. That's the name, Daniel Francis Chapo, His Excellency, the President of Mozambique. But as the news about Nigerian Football Federation, let's talk about this last 16. And I've never been a fan of the NFF. But recently, sometimes you have to give your thought again, you have to rethink it and then just get focused. I'm celebrating them on those days because I love what they've done, or what they're about to do, or what they've done. Yeah, that's the word. The NFF had us target. So while we had Eric Chell, I don't want to use the word ultimatum, place on him, but Pesero had that ultimatum. Can you qualify to the semi-final? He broke it, got to the final. But NFF now has set a target for Eric Chell and this company that had to be accomplished. It was a hurdle day that was fully expected. But I must tell you, Nigeria did just what they needed to do. They did not just top the group. They topped the 100% record. Having done so, the amount agreed upon achieving this feat was each. Oh, okay, we'll tell you this. The amount we saw was about, I think that's about 500,000. I think 500. We'll tell them more. So more quickly, I tell them it's a news. So we look at this one. Sounds quite, having done so, the amount agreed upon was achieving the feat was 15,000 bonus as a reward. But, however, the majority of the bonus, a majority of the players said that money was not enough. The Super Eagles and the NFF reached an agreement after negotiation to increase that money from the initial proposal. The amount was doubled to $30,000 for a player. Another deal proposed by the Federation is the goals and the bonus. For every goal that Nigeria scores at the ongoing AFCON tournament, we, or they, not me though, they receive $5,000. Their offense has significantly improved this season compared to the previous edition with Pesero. So far, the Super Eagles have now scored 8 goals in the group stage. And then, let's say this, quite locked now, group game. And then of the goals scored, they have already pocketed $40,000 and there are still more to come. So it's about the Super Eagles. But quickly, we tell the breaking news. We should be telling you this in a short moment. This one just emanated right now, and it doesn't sound good for club football and fans of Manchester United. You have this posted out there. Fabrizio Romano posted. It's breaking news. We'll tell you quickly. Yes, you have on your screen Fabrizio Romano posting this out. It's clear Manchester United has dismissed head coach Ruben Amorim after 40 months, citing the team's, the team's 6th place position in the Premier League after 20 games and a 30% win rate under him. That's the 40-year-old Portuguese manager who took over the club side in November 2024 and reached the 2025 Europa League final. Had gone frustrated. He's gone frustrated, and with limited transfer support and relations with technical director Jason Wilkers. This is the news that former Man United defender Darren Fletcher also steps in as interim coach for the under the 18. So you could say he used to be the under 18 coach, but he's coming in to aim and secure European qualification amid a packed schedule. The stories out there is poised, finesse, Ruben Amorim relieved of duties as Manchester United. This one doesn't sound good for the Portuguese man, and this one was what we saw coming from a long time. And he said something I recall. This is very emotional for me to say though. He never knew he was going to be laid off. He had all of the backing from the Ineos, and he said the word. He said, I don't know how General will be. We might not be signing a lot of players, Only if he knew. You can't play against the lead side at Ellen Road and then not win. You can't imagine Man United coming from behind. And sometimes this portfolio gets shaken. Sometimes it gets shaken. That doesn't mean that Amorim is not a good manager, but I just feel like he can't continue. So he's now the second manager in 2026 to leave his role, or not even leaving his role. He didn't leave his role. So it was about Enzo leaving the role. So to leave the club side, that's the way, any way you want to put it, sacked, fired, asked to leave, anyway it works for me. So there is no Ruben Amorim anymore in the force of Manchester United. So we have to see Darren Fletcher, who played for the club side under Alex Ferguson, the most successful manager, and just hopefully he turns the table around. His kids are also playing for Man United full team, registered from the academy, from the feeder side, and we see how it goes. So Man United, I'm so sorry to share this with you, fans all over the world, that Ruben Amorim has been sacked, and you can see that from the biggest man on the podcast show of football. Fabrizio Romano posted that Amorim has been laid off. So just what the news. So bad for the guys. Hopefully, all we can do is just to wish him well. So his coaching crew and the boards, just the staff, will have to go. Then Fletcher comes in. He's also the manager of the under. So we've seen a lot of managers from the junior phase, coming up. Now, what we saw yesterday, Chelsea got the result against Man City, if you remember. The man who was there was interim, and that was about, McFadden. He is the under 21 coach, so he knows nothing about the VAR. Under 21 does not do VAR. So now Fletcher has been in this game. He's won the Premier League. He's seen football to a high level. He played with Ronaldo, played with Rooney, played with Ryan Giggs, so it's quality. But you being a quality man doesn't make you a good coach. That's why the word is the interim. So we see how it goes. And I wish him all of the best. And also, sorry, a quick one to Ruben Amorim. We wish him all of the best. That's all we can say. That's what it is. Well expected. But quickly, let's go up with the headlines. Victor Osimhen saying a huge motivation. Eagles would get carried away. We respect the team, and that's Osimhen saying so. So we jump away from that one, and then we get to the next one. Okay, let's quickly tell you. Eric Chell has tried. He has tried. Let's give respect to Eric Chell. You know why? Almost all of the players, is it 80 or 45% of the players have played? I think just Amasa Basoche, Ebenezer Casemiro, Salim Fago, and Cyril Desert, they were unable to get minutes against Uganda. And so it's all about Eric Chell and his results. So hopefully tonight they will get it right. He said, I'm more matured now, and that's about the Super Eagles coach, and I wish him all of the best. So we should be calling it a wrap right here. Another headline states the fact that Lookman will be leading this one with the player rating at the group stage and believes Nigeria, the Super Eagles, will get the result they deserve tonight against the Mambas. So look at the side and make sure you see the game. The first game will be coming up later today, and that's about the Egyptian side. But our major focus is centered on one side. So Egypt to play against Benin outside, the Benin Republic, while Nigeria, 8 p.m. will trade tackle with the Mambas. So let me say, well, Super Eagles of Nigeria will play against the Mambas. No, let me say well again. Super Eagles of Nigeria will take on trade tackle, welcoming anyway, because we are the big side against Mozambique. So it's all about the Super Eagles, and I must say, I give them all the praises, and then she get it out right in this space. Yes, this is where we call it a close on the show today. You've been watching Voice of People Television, and this is Lagos, Nigeria, reaching you out. Let's say this, it's all about the Super Eagles. Don't go anywhere, because we have the media news coming up next, and that time would be a time for you to also be 5 p.m. Join the guys, Jerry Apeluwai and also Ikechukwu will do justice to everything football this evening. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Game Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique.
In a world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng. First, the headlines. President Tinubu deploys full military fight against bandits. Obi urges federal government to note normalization of mass killings. Army halts bandit movement in Kogi. Makinde appoints new SSG. Tinubu Kagame launch photo not AI generated, says presidency. Northern States unite in defiant reopening of schools amid security reviews. In business, Naira stabilizes at 1400 mark against dollar. Nigeria chases last 8 sport against Mozambique. That's in sport. And finally, in the world of entertainment, Timini Egusin loses father Dakar in grief. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has ordered an all-out manhunt for terrorists behind deadly attacks in Niger State. The violence left over 40 people dead, with several others abducted. The president directed top security chiefs to track down the attackers and ensure justice is served. He also ordered the immediate rescue of those taken captive. The attacks reportedly occurred in communities within Aguara and Borgo local government areas. Police say the assailants stormed the local market, killing residents and burning shops. Residents say the death toll may be higher as fear forces many to flee their homes. Security agencies say operations have been intensified around forested and vulnerable areas. Meanwhile, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has urged the federal government to halt what he described as the growing normalization of mass killings across the country. In a statement on his X handle, the former governor of Anambra State condemned the killing of over 40 people in an attack on Kasuandaji Market in the Domo community of Borgo Council area of Niger State. He said the renewed wave of violence showed that Nigeria was entering the new year under the shadow of persistent insecurity. Citing a series of deadly incidents recorded in different states within days, Obi said the Niger attack was part of a broader nationwide crisis. According to the African Democratic Congress chieftain, it is deeply worrisome and unacceptable that as Nigeria ushers in a new year, the cycle of senseless killings and insecurity continues unchecked across the country. He noted that these incidents form part of a disturbing and tragic pattern of violence that has sadly become normalized, adding that the repeated failure to provide basic security for citizens is a national shame. In the meantime, troops of the Nigerian army have disrupted bandit movement in parts of Kogi State. 3 suspects were neutralized during coordinated operations. The army says the operation took place in Kaba, Bunu, and Yagba West local government areas, following intelligence reports on planned movement by criminal elements. During the encounter, troops recovered an AK-47 rifle, ammunition, and other weapons. Another suspected bandit was killed in a separate engagement with support from local vigilantes. The army also arrested a suspected logistics supplier believed to be aiding the bandits. He is currently in custody as investigations continue. Away from that, the All Youths Reoriented Initiative of Nigeria, IREN, has called on the federal government to clearly spell out what citizens stand to benefit from the newly introduced tax measures, warning that continued taxation without visible economic relief could further impoverish citizens. Making the call, the president of the association, Ambassador Olufemi Ajadi, condemned what he described as a growing culture of revenue extraction without a corresponding investment in infrastructure, security, and economic empowerment. Stating that taxation should be a tool for development, not punishment, Ajadi said it is wrong to keep obtaining from Nigerians without first making the country conducive for economic activities to thrive. He further expressed concern over what he termed the cumulative financial burden on Nigerians, particularly workers and small business owners, noting that bank charges on personal savings as well as the rising inflation have already eroded the masses' purchasing power. Describing the timing of the new tax regime as economically insensitive, Ajadi stressed that Nigerians are yet to recover from the existing deductions, including the 7.5% value-added tax and other statutory levies. On political matters, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has announced the cabinet reshuffle in his administration. The changes were announced on Monday in Ibadan. As part of the move, the secretary to the state government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo, was relieved of her duties with immediate effect. Professor Musiba Babatunde has been appointed as her replacement. The governor also reassigned Barrister Temiloluwa Shamu from the Ministry of Environment to the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. In addition, his aide on public works, Ademola Aderinto, was named Commissioner Designate. Makinde further approved new advisory appointments in energy, security, and budget planning. The Commissioner Designate will be presented to the State House of Assembly for screening. The Rivers State Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Odu, has formally registered as a member of the All Progressives Congress APC, completing her e-registration in Ogba Egbemandoni local government area of the state. She immediately embarked on a tour of 6 zones to encourage residents to join the ongoing APC registration exercise. Professor Odu urged people to show support for President Bola Tinubu and Governor Siminalayi Fubara by registering en masse. Her visits drew large crowds, reflecting growing grassroots acceptance of the APC in the local government area. A key highlight of the tour was the defection of Labour Party members in Ndoni, who expressed excitement about joining the ruling party. The Deputy Governor described this as a major boost to APC's strength at the local level. In a related move, Secretary to the Rivers State Government, Dr. Benibo Anabraba, resigned his membership of the People's Democratic Party. Political analysts say these shifts could signal increasing alignment with the APC ahead of upcoming elections. Schools are reopening across Sokoto, Kebbi, and Kwara states today, even as security concerns linger. Authorities are urging parents to send their children back while keeping safety a top priority. In Sokoto, The Education Board has deployed teams to monitor schools and ensure a smooth start to the new term. Parents, guardians, and community leaders are being asked to cooperate for a safe return. Kebbi is reopening only schools in major towns after a deadly bandit attack on a girls' school last November. Rural schools will remain closed until security improves, according to officials. Meanwhile, Kwara is resuming lessons everywhere except high-risk areas and has introduced radio classes to reach pupils in unsafe zones. The message is clear: learning continues, but safety comes first. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Police Command has invited Pastor Chris Okafor of the Mountain of Liberation and Miracles Ministries for questioning. The move follows several allegations of sexual offenses and acts likely to disrupt public peace. The controversy began after Nollywood actress Doris Ogala accused the pastor of misconduct following a viral engagement video. Other allegations ranging from multiple sexual offenses have since surfaced online. Police say the investigation is ongoing at the State Criminal Investigation Department, Manti, and victims are encouraged to come forward. Their identities will be fully protected, according to the police statement. The Commissioner of Police has assured the public that the probe will be professional, transparent, and unbiased. Authorities stress that justice will be served regardless of the individual's status. We'll now move into the news analysis segment, where we have joining us on the Midday News today for analysis, public affairs analyst and legal luminary, Barrister Darlington Agomo. How are you doing today, Barrister? Welcome to the Midday News.
Yeah, Chama, Happy New Year, and you're welcome.
Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you've been having a really good year so far. I mean, what some people will call good news has happened, whereby schools across Kebbi, Kwara, and Sokoto State are finally reopening. You'll recall that when the schools decided to close down due to terrorist attacks in some areas, many Nigerians were not happy about it, even though they understood that this was important security measures that had to be taken. But they say that education is under attack if schools have to be closed due to terrorist attacks. But now these schools have been reopened, but not in the towns or in the communities or in the villages where these attacks were most prominent. Also in Kwara State, radio learning has been introduced. Would you say that this is a very good way of ensuring that pupils get to learn, even with the threat of insecurity hanging over their heads?
It is unfortunate that a region that is lacking behind in education is suffering this type of menace, and they are treating it with kid glove. If you want to open school in areas that are not under attack, of what use is it? Are they not supposed to be following a syllabus? So the syllabus will be running in another part of the state, while in the other one they are at home. Let them stop this thing, for God's sake. It is stoppable. This insecurity, it is stoppable, for God's sake. If they can bring sincerity of purpose, I don't see how terrorists can defeat the whole Nigeria. But because of insecurity, the very people who claim that they are fighting insecurity are the ones helping the terrorists, are the ones in bed with them, are the ones collaborating with them. They are the ones, giving them all the privileges that they want. So how can you say you are fighting insecurity? When you are giving them money for every kidnap, why wouldn't they continue to fester? In Niger State alone, between last week and now, is over 3, adoptions. 3. And then killings. So how can you tell me that people are serious over this matter? They have reduced Nigeria to nothing. In fact, Nigeria is worthless from the look of things, where terrorists are now dictating to government what they want and what they do not want. And government officials are pampering them, engaging them in phone calls, discussing with them and all that. It's so sad, seriously. I never thought that this would get this bad under APC.
Quite unfortunate. But let's still talk about the radio learning. We do know that as a medium of communication, radio is one that can get to even the most rural of areas, provided it can get reception. So for areas where pupils cannot make it back to school, they're introducing radio learning. Is that a good initiative, or is that succumbing to insecurity?
No, it won't help anything. It will not. This is a waste of time. This was how they introduced nomadic education here. At the end of the day, nothing came out of it, and our money was wasted. Let them stop that thing. What do you mean by radio learning? Do you know that you learn more when your teacher is before you, telling you and teaching you what to do and what not to do? You learn more when you are physically present in class and the teacher is teaching you. You assimilate more. This radio learning, how far can it go? I mean, it will not do anything at all. It will not. There are subjects that you need the practicality. You will do that one on radio too, Abi? No, it will not help.
All right. Now, while we're talking about this, there was a very unfortunate attack in a market in Niger State. And President Tinubu has directed top security chiefs to make sure they track down the attackers and ensure that justice is served. You're nodding your head in a way to say that, oh, I mean, this is what they always say. But yes, the president has given a directive, but this is not the first time he's giving such a directive after such an attack has occurred. Sometimes we do not see the perpetrators being arrested, and even if those people are arrested and prosecuted, almost more than 30 lives have been lost. So it seems that the more these terrorists are fleeing due to being tracked down, the more they are going to other places and unleashing this mayhem. And so they mean business. How exactly can Nigerian government and our security agents show them that they also mean business?
I just told you here that the Nigerian government is complicit in this insecurity. The way they are treating these terrorists and the way they are talking with them shows that, yes, they are partners in business. This latest order, how far can it go? The previous order, what effort, what did it bring to us? I can bet my last couple that the people doing all this in Niger State are the same people that kidnapped those Catholic students and later released them. They are the same group of people within that vicinity, that Niger State. They are the same people operating. So if you do not take them down the first time, you do not take them down the second time, you do not even take them down the third time. Is it this one now that you are going to, what are you going to do now that you have not done before? Well, you have brought out the other previous one, what did you do? That's the question. These are just for the optics. It's not as if anybody is going to do anything. The bandits and terrorists are acting with impunity because they know that, yes, they have support somewhere. That's why they are not bothered.
Even with the threat of the U.S. missiles hanging over their heads, you still think they are not bothered? In Ondo State the other day, security agents told us that they arrested some suspected fleeing terrorists they were fleeing from these areas where the attack occurred and making inroads into the southwest. So it seems that if it has not gotten to some states, we may not really understand the enormity of it. And you keep saying the Nigerian government is complicit. How exactly would you say that they are complicit if we are seeing the security agents giving us situational reports of how they track down these terrorists, how they get them, how they try to make sure that they are prosecuted and serve time in jail?
Have you ever seen these terrorists that government and security agents are telling you about? Have you ever seen them? We only hear in the news, we arrested 200 of them, we killed 200 of them, we did this, we did that. Is this not what they tell you in the news? Have you seen, I mean, eyewitness account? Can you beat your chest and say, yes, I saw these people, they paraded them. Government is not telling us the truth about this matter. Whenever they want to appease the public. They will issue a statement that they killed 200 of them. Meanwhile, we cannot see anybody. No body bags. They just say it. So on what ground will I now believe them? Is it not on record that the ones they managed to overpower, the one that as security agents managed to overpower, within weeks, they are rehabilitated back into the military, into civilian lives and all that. They are being pampered. They sew uniforms to them and all that. Is that not on record? Or is that one too propaganda? So when you keep treating them like that, on what ground will I now support you that yes, you want to actually exterminate them? Is that not why more and more are coming into Nigeria? One terrorist group after another, they just walk into Nigeria and they open shop, establish their business and start operating. How many of them are operating here now? That is, let me just be generous with the number. At least seven terrorist organizations operating on Nigerian soil now. What does that tell you? How did they come in here? Is it not government and their policy that open our border and say they should come in with $200? They will give them visa. So what exactly, what other evidence are you looking for to tell you that government is complicit in this matter? The way they are treating these people is more than enough to tell you that yes, they are working with them. So I'm not amused. I don't believe in what they are telling me. Until they do the needful, you and I will see, we'll know that yeah, government is serious here. Donald Trump that came in, didn't you see? That is a man that is serious about something. He didn't waste time. He took action. Under 1 month of discussion, the man bombarded everywhere. And you are telling me that government is there. Let them come and meet me and tell me that story. Sheikh Gumi, who have been hobnobbing with the terrorists and all that, telling us, in fact, threatening the whole country. They banned him from coming into Saudi Arabia. But in Nigeria, the man is gallivanting all over the place, making statements. Nobody have arrested them. Nobody have said anything. Please, my dear, leave that thing. They know what they are doing. They know what they are. When they are serious, you and I will see it.
All right, while we're talking about this, the troops of the Nigerian army disrupted bandit movement in some parts of Kogi State. 3 suspects were neutralized. The operations actually took place around Kababunu and Yagba West local government areas. Now, we know that Kogi is one area where the terrorists have held sway for a while now. Kogi State, Kwara State, they've been unleashing mayhem. Troops were able to recover AK-47 rifle, ammunition, and other weapons. In fact, over the weekend, I recall a story whereby the Nigerian military actually found arms hidden at a railway. I think it was hidden maybe under the railway tracks. It was hidden around the seawards there. They had to pump out the water so they could access that place very well and see what's going on. Isn't this enough to convince you that they are doing something to curb this insecurity? Because the more you talk about complicity, the more it looks like, oh, the Nigerian government is just sitting back, folding its hands and looking at the people who they want to vote for them in the 2027 elections that are about just a year away, waste away and die at the hands of terrorists.
Ichioma, the metaphor for this insecurity is Plateau and Benue, where foreign terrorists entered Nigeria, took parts of Benue and Plateau, sacked the villagers, and sent them into IDP camp, and they occupied those villages. They renamed it, and they are living in people's home, ancestral home, as I talk to you now. Is that one false? Is it true or false? Tell me. Is it true or false? These are the people you swore to protect when you are taking your oath of office. Foreign terrorists, they came in here, took part of Nigeria and established their presence there. And you, the government, you don't even bother. You are not even, they have been there. It's getting to 10 years now. These people have been there. In another person's house. What kind of arrogance and impunity is that? and you call yourself a government, abi? So you want to tell me that government is not aware? The Arnold, Michael Arnold, that American man that came here, he said he saw over 600,000 people in those IDP camps. Nigerian citizens. This is Benue that's supposed to be the food basket of Nigeria. Then the real farmers are in IDP camp. How do they farm? And then foreign terrorists, foreign. Because these people are not from Nigeria. If they are from Nigeria, they will not take over another person's home when their own house is there. That action alone will tell you that they are not from here. And you are telling me that government is what? Government is doing what? So they have not seen those people, Abi. They have not heard, Abi. What are those Benue people doing in IDP camp? Is that their home? Tell me, is that their home, IDP camp, in your own country? But
while we're talking about the United States and Trump's intervention, of course, you got the report over the weekend that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were taken away, forcefully, if I might add, from Venezuela to America to face charges of narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and every other charge that U.S. President Donald Trump seems to see fit. Now, with such an action, which the international community has condemned, many are calling on the UN to make sure they look into that. We want to weigh it alongside the U.S. missile strike on Nigeria. Do you still believe that the United States has good plans for Nigeria?
Machiavelli wrote one book called The Prince. And the real myth in that book is that the end justifies the means. Any leader, any country, any entity who does not apply that principle will never survive. The end justifies it. That means for a very good purpose, you can use every means, both legal and illegal, to achieve it. That's just the simple truth. Even the Almighty God, if you look at the actions of God in the Bible, God is not a nice man. I hope you know. God is not a nice man at all. Go and see all the actions he took. That is why Jesus Christ is pleading on our behalf. When they call God a consuming fire, you think it's a joke, Abi? Go and see what he did to Pharaoh in Egypt before he allowed the Israelites to go. Is that the action of a nice man? So when people are talking, please be circumspect. The world we are is a very wicked world. There are so many wicked people, evil men around. So if a Donald Trump has been brought in as a punisher for them, why not if not?
You're saying Donald Trump was right to order U.S. troops to enter into Venezuela, bomb Caracas, take away a sitting, serving president and his wife, and try to impose another on the country.
Yeah.
Where is the place of sovereignty? You know, this was also the concern of many when the U.S. missiles landed in Nigeria. And they say, oh, Nigeria's sovereignty is under threat if a foreign power can come and start doing this for us in the country. The same way it was condemned when Nigeria went to, quote unquote, help out Benin Republic after the coup in the country. So some might say that you're supporting this man blindly because you seem to see everything that he's doing as correct. You seem to see him as the god of the world as it is right now.
Are you serious? So when you invaded the Republic of Benin, well, that too, did you respect their sovereignty? The National Assembly did not even approve it before you and Tinubu carried our jet and invaded that country. Two of us. That one, you didn't see it, Abi. You did not see anything wrong with that, Abi. By the way, is Donald Trump threatening every country in the world? They are selected country and he is very, very right in what they are doing, which is against. Maduro has a factory where he produces hard drugs. And Donald Trump has warned him that this is your drug. You are bringing it into America. And it's affecting my people. I don't want it. He refused to listen. So what do you think you should do? You do not respect your sovereignty when you are producing narcotics, Abi. You do not respect your sovereignty when you are acting with impunity and with arrogance. You did not respect your sovereignty. When you invited terrorists into your country to come and be killing Nigerians, you did not, Abi. So it is okay for terrorists to walk into Nigeria and take over Nigerian homes and villages. But it is not right. It is not right for Donald Trump to come and save us from the same people. Just imagine the contradiction.
Is Donald Trump saving the people of Venezuela right now from Nicolas Maduro?
Yes. Well, some people have been chased
Don't you think there are better ways he could have gone? There is no other better way. Because this man's tenure may end, and then someone else will come in. He could have waited until that happened. You're saying that if anything happens right now, Nigeria is the most populous black nation in Africa, that our president is not even on seat right now, that if anything happens to him where he is, Donald Trump decides, oh, Tinubu, you've done enough, I cannot bear to see you treating Nigerian Christians this way, and then he picks him up from where he is, that he will be right. You think Nigerians will rejoice over that?
What is wrong if such a thing happens? Please tell me.
Barrister Darlington, you're a lawyer.
The other day,
you know the law more than some of the people who are watching you right now. Even I want to believe that you know the law even more than I do. You're saying it is okay for the president of one country, because they have power, to go to another country and pick up their president. Even if it happens to the Nigerian president, would you support that?
Listen very well.
Would you support that, Barrister Darlington?
That your argument will not fly.
Would you support if something like that happens to the Nigerian president?
Well. The president you are talking about, has he been treating you like a human being? Tell me.
Barrister Darlington, that is not the point.
It is a point.
Every nation has their own system of government, and every nation should have their sovereignty.
Listen very well. Hold on, listen though. This illegality, somebody had to bring sanity into it.
So Donald Trump is the one who is to bring this sanity.
If he can, why not?
And he can do that by picking up presidents, or because someone said this is a dangerous precedent that has been set. Going into a country, you bomb the place, and you take out their president. You're saying Donald Trump is right in doing that.
Behave yourself. That's all. Behave yourself. Start acting as if you're a god. And somebody had to call you to order.
Some would say Donald Trump is acting like he's God right now.
If they had done that in Cameroon, Paul Biya wouldn't have been there for over 40 years. Tell me, is that democracy? Tell me.
Okay, we're talking about Cameroon. Cameroon is in Africa. So any country that is part of the African Union, any country that believes it has more power than Cameroon, can go in there, bomb the capital, and take out the president. Because they want to save the people.
Now, you want to hear my opinion. If I have the power that Donald Trump have, I will do more than him. So that this rascality will stop. You don't know how these people have destroyed their country. How they have destroyed human life because they don't want to enthrone democracy. They don't want things to be done right. When they get into office, they started destroying both human and material resources in their country. Is that fair? What you have in Nigeria today, is that democracy? Tell me. No, tell me.
Some would say that Donald Trump is interested in Venezuela because it has the world's largest estimated oil reserves, the world's largest, and that's the reason why he seems, because Nicolas Maduro is not the first president, he's not the one who's been the only president of Venezuela. Donald Trump has come before. How come he did not pay so much attention to Venezuela when he came before? And also, even the legislature, some people within the legislature, some senators right there in America have been condemning what is going on. You want to try a sitting president and you pick him out of his country, take him to your own country to try him, leaving the country on autopilot for a few hours until they were able to regroup and appoint someone else in the president's stead. We're talking about sending a sitting. If another country had more power than America and they did that to Donald Trump, would he be right?
If Donald Trump had been doing what those people are doing.
Well, not everybody is happy with what Donald Trump is doing.
If those countries have decided to go rogue, somebody has to call them to order. In fact, the whole of Latin America, all the country in Latin America, their economy and their government is situated or is founded on a drug. Drug is their mainstay, and America is the route to those exports. That is what Donald Trump is after. All of them, Mexico, Colombia, all of them, they deal on drugs. It is their mainstay. And America is the market. My dear, if I were Donald Trump, I just told you here, I will do more than that to bring sanity. What are you telling me? Who wears the shoe knows where it's pinching. The man warned him, stop this thing you are producing, even as a president. The man refused to listen. Okay, the oil resources, is he using it to better the life of Venezuelans? Most people have left that country because of Maduro and his governance. It's on record. Most people have left Venezuela. He chased them out. So what are you telling me here? Is Donald Trump threatening the whole world or some selected country where there are rogue governments? That is the question here. If this government or if this president cannot bring order in governance, why can't Donald Trump? Like he came here and bombarded Nigeria. If the Nigerian government have done the needful, will a Donald Trump come? That is the question. We all this thing that we are talking of morality. Meanwhile, morality is not helping us. That is why Nigeria is where it is today. Sovereignty. Sovereignty. Where did the sovereignty leave us now? Terrorists, they didn't respect your sovereignty when they entered here. Look at the scores of human beings that have died. Be sincere to yourself. Will a Donald Trump tolerate what is happening in Nigeria, in America? You know it cannot even happen. So why is it happening here? Why is it happening here? That human beings are being slaughtered.
One would think that there are other better ways of going
there are
around
no better. Tell me that better way. Let me see the better way.
From that country.
Tell me the better way.
And taking him to your own country to face persecution.
Tell me that better way.
And you say you would not mind if that could happen to Nigeria,
I told you I would do more. If I have the power, I would do more to bring sanity to people.
So if someone outside of your homestead is not happy with how you're running your home, they are free to come into your home, capture you, bound you, and set another father over your children.
If his actions are justified, why not? Then behave yourself as a father. It's as simple as that.
All right, let's come back to Nigeria. Let's go to Rivers State, where the Deputy Governor Ngozi Odo, the Secretary to the State Government, and some Labour Party members have defected to the ruling APC. In fact, the Deputy Governor went around different local government areas telling people to register with the APC. You do know that the sole administrator conducted an election just before he left the seat, and all the local governments and councils in the state are now being run by APC members. So some say it's a total takeover of the APC in the South, where all the governors are now APC members.
That you belong to APC, then is the people belonging to APC. The people is the real voters. They are the ones to decide, please. So all these governors that are running into APC to go and hide themselves and their loot, it is the election that will decide. These are all part of what we are talking about. Look at what is going on in Rivers State. Is that democracy? Is that democracy? When people start acting like a god, it irritates me. Look at what Wike is doing and behaving, you know. Is that how democracy is run in America? As you say, Donald Trump, your own country, are you know, let somebody accuse him of turning democracy upside down in America. Let somebody accuse Donald Trump of not upholding democratic tenets in America. Then we can now say, okay, you are using double standard here. But look at all the countries we are talking about where Donald Trump is not happy with. See what is going on in their country. Some of them are criminal government, where rogues, drug pushers and others are in charge, especially this Latin America. And they are acting anyhow, behaving anyhow. Why can't somebody call them to order? Why can't somebody do that? These are some of the issues. I said personally, I am not happy. If I have my way, you see the people occupying Benue and Rivers, Benue and Plateau. Before God and man, after 24 hours, if they don't leave this country, I will leave for them. What are you telling me? Do you know what it means? People, indigenous, citizens of a country, living in IDP camp, and terrorists are taking over. And the government in power is not even bothered. Chioma, they are not bothered. Rather, they are interested.
They are bothered. It constitutes the bulk of the president's speech statement whenever he speaks. Even in his New Year message, he was there. He always tells the security chiefs to make sure they go after these people. So you try to make it look as if the government are folding their hands and not doing anything. You might say that what they are doing is not yielding as much fruit as Nigerians might want.
They are not doing anything.
They are not doing anything.
They are not. If they are doing something, Donald Trump wouldn't have come in. They are not doing anything. Quote me. All those things, they just say it. They just show it for publicity's sake. In reality, they are not doing anything. Chioma, what will it take Tinubu to give the military chiefs 24 hours order to sack those people that are occupying Benue and Plateau village so that the people can go back to their homes and go back to the farm? Tell me, is that not doable? Please tell me. At least you start from the known to the unknown. This other one, they may have scattered themselves all over Sambisa Forest, but this one, they occupy a particular place in Benue and Plateau. They are sitting there for 10 years. They have even become part of Nigeria now as I talk to you now. When you are doing census, you count them. Meanwhile, the real owners of that village are in IDP camp. Please, what is the justification there? They are doing something. What are they doing? By the way, where we are there when they sacked those villages and took over their villages, where we are the military and the government. And so when I tell you they are not doing anything, I have my facts. And this is the fact. Let them remove them from there. Then I will say, yes, they have done something. Is that not true? This other one that are telling me that they are doing that, where are they? Did you see any of them? Did you see any of them? Shegumi that have been hobnobbing with them, have anybody arrested him?
Well, he says that he's been threatened for his life right now. But then this conversation will continue. It's time for us to go, Barrister Darlington. But still, every country is entitled to their own sovereignty for their people and for the international community. We cannot continue to advocate that one country can go and subdue another country. 2026, for God's sake.
But God gave the Israelites the promised land, Abi. So go ahead.
Some would say that was the Israelites of then and not the Israelites of today.
God gave the Israelites the promised land. The land, does it not belong to somebody?
Well, everyone is entitled to their beliefs. Thank you for being a part of the Midday News Analysis, Barrister Darlington. I appreciate you. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Presidency reveals Tinubu Kagame launched photo not AI generated. Stay with us for these and more stories right after this break. Welcome back. The presidency has dismissed claims that a photo of President Bola Tinubu and Rwandan President Paul Kagame having lunch in Paris was AI generated. The senior special assistant on media, Temitope Ajayi, said the image is real and was only enhanced with the Grok app to improve its quality. The photo originally had poor quality due to being taken on a mobile phone, prompting the enhancement. Social media users misinterpreted the Grok watermark as evidence of AI generation. According to Ajayi, the lunch meeting in Paris saw both leaders discuss Africa's growth and global affairs. They later had dinner with French President Emmanuel Macron, according to the presidency. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu says the alleged 128 billion naira missing from the power sector did not happen under his watch. He insists that reports relate to 2022 before he assumed office in August 2023. Adelabu urged critics, including Serap, to avoid speculation and focus on verified facts. He reassured Nigerians that his ministry remains committed to transparency and accountability. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, Serap, had called for an investigation into the missing funds, citing irregular contract awards and unexplained expenditures. The minister says he will cooperate fully with any legitimate probe, but the issues are legacy matters. Officials emphasize that tackling corruption in the power sector is crucial for better electricity supply. Adelabu promises that his focus remains on delivering stable and reliable power to all Nigerians. Now we take you straight into the world of business, where the Naira is showing some early resilience as we kick off the first week of 2026, recording a slight recovery against the US dollar. Currently, the local currency is trading at an average of 1,441 Naira in the official window, despite a volatile morning start. However, the pressure is not completely gone as importers and manufacturers rush to restock their inventories for the new year. Over in the parallel market, street traders are still quoting higher rates, with the dollar selling for as much as 1,465 Naira in major cities like Lagos and Abuja. Investors are now glued to the central bank's next move, waiting to see if they will step in with more liquidity to keep the rate steady. The high demand for foreign exchange is a common post-holiday trend, but it's making it harder for businesses to plan their first quarter budgets. Debts owed to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, by its subsidiaries have surged to over 30 trillion naira. The figure represents a 70% increase within just 1 year, raising fresh concerns about liquidity. Audited accounts for 2024 show most of the debt comes from refineries, trading units, and gas infrastructure companies. Only 8 out of NNPC's 32 subsidiaries are currently debt-free. Despite posting a 5.4 trillion naira profit, analysts say the rising internal debts signal weak financial discipline. Experts warn that profitable units are being forced to subsidize failing ones. NNPC says it is reviewing its assets and plans to divest non-core operations to ease pressure. Economists insist strict settlement rules are needed to stop the debt cycle from deepening further. From business to sports, Nigeria will face Mozambique tonight in a round of 16 clash as the Super Eagles aim for a record 18th quarter-final appearance at the Africa Cup of Nations. The match will be played at the Complex Sportif de Fair in Morocco. The three-time champions were flawless in the group stage, winning all 3 matches and scoring 8 goals. That strong showing earned head coach Eric Chell the best coach award of the group phase. However, the Eagles are wary of Mozambique, who reached the knockout stage for the first time and have shown resilience. The Mambas already stunned Gabon and are determined to write another chapter in their fairy tale run. Coach Charles says his team must forget the group stage and stay focused to avoid surprises. Key players including Victor Osimhen, Wilfred Ndidi and Ademola Lookman are expected to feature as Nigeria pushes for victory. Tunisia have sacked head coach Sami Trabelsi following their early exit from the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The decision was confirmed less than 24 hours after the team crashed out in the round of 16. The Carthage Eagles were knocked out by Mali after a 1-1 draw that went into extra time and penalties. Mali eventually edged the encounter, deepening frustration among Tunisian fans. Football officials say the decision was reached by mutual agreement with Trabelsi and his technical crew. The federation cited the team's failure to go beyond the knockout stage. Tunisia had started the tournament brightly with a win over Uganda before results dipped. The exit now raises fresh questions about the team's direction and who will lead the next rebuild. And finally, to entertainment, in a very tragic development, actor and producer Timini Egbusin have announced the passing of his father on his official Instagram page. He described his grief, saying much was left unsaid, but promised to continue making his father proud. Timini, who is the brother of actress Dakari Egbusin Akonde, shared the emotional news on Sunday. The announcement has sparked an outpouring of support from fans and colleagues across the entertainment industry. Celebrities including Funke Akindele, Uzi Usman, Kiki, Gabriel Afolayan, and Messi Aigbe have all sent condolences. Many praised the late father and prayed for strength for the family during this difficult time. The family's loss has been felt widely, with messages of sympathy flooding social media. Timini's post has reminded fans of the importance of family and cherishing loved ones. The 2026 Critics' Choice Award were held in Santa Monica on Sunday night, celebrating the best in film and television. One battle after another took home the top prize for Best Picture, while Paul Thomas Anderson won Best Director for the same film. Timothy Chalamet was named Best Actor for his role in Marty Supreme, and Jessie Buckley won Best Actress for Hamnet. In supporting roles, Jacob Elodi and Amy Madigan were recognized for their performances in Frankenstein and Weapons, respectively. The limited series Adolescents dominated, winning Best Limited Series with acting nods for Stephen Graham and Erin Doherty. In comedy, the studio won Best Comedy Series, while Seth Rogen and Gene Smart claimed acting awards in the genre. Other notable winners included K-pop Demon Hunters for Best Animated Feature and Best Song, as well as Jimmy Kimmel Live for Best Talk Show. Chelsea Handler hosted the ceremony for the fourth consecutive year, adding charm and humor to the awards night. And that is on the midday news. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that President Tinubu has deployed full military might against bandits. We also told you that Obi has urged the federal government to end normalization of mass killings. Army halts bandit movement in Kogi State. Makinde appoints new SSG. Tinubu Kagame launch photo not AI generated, says presidency. Northern states unite in defiant reopening of schools amid security reviews. In business, Naira stabilizes at 1400 mark against dollar. In sports, Nigeria chases last 8 sports against Mozambique. And in entertainment, Timini Egusin loses father Dakari in grief. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for watching.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And yes, please get ready because we are about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And it's a beautiful day today, you know. I just want to advise you. We still have a long time in this 2026, so please get ready, prepare yourself well, because all the things, all the ideas you've been trying to work out for this year, it's surely going to come. So yes, we're going to talk about a lot of things today. And first off on our list today, we're talking about Nigerian footballer icon and former Super Eagles captain Austin JJ Okocha has joyfully celebrated a major family milestone as his daughter Daniela Okocha recently got married in a beautiful and well-attended ceremony. The wedding, which took place in early January 2026, drew attention across social media and the Nigerian entertainment space. So after photos and videos from the event surfaced online, Daniela, a law graduate, was seen glowing alongside her husband as family, friends, and close associates gathered to witness the union, which blended elegance with cultural tradition. A particularly emotional highlight of the ceremony was the moment JJ Okocha formally gave his daughter's hand in marriage, offering prayers and blessings as a proud father. So the former football star, widely regarded as one of the Africa's greatest players, was praised by fans for the strong bond he shares with his daughter. The wedding comes after weeks Daniela announced her engagement in December 2025, an announcement that had already generated excitement among admirers of the Okocha family. This 2026 is already bustling with a lot of good news, and I'm already excited. Do you get what I'm trying to say? See, our celebrities not just this is 2026. Celebrities don't drop back to back. You should be coming down. But this is actually beautiful. You see, you know, JJ Okocha's daughter, you know, getting married, and a lot of weddings. This one already starts now, and everybody done it. They give us a space this year. I take God beg una last year, una to do. If you don't enter this one now, I won't start again. Hey God, but it's actually beautiful, you know, starting off the new year with a lot of good news, a lot of weddings, a lot of babies. I cannot wait. Okay, you know, a lot of people have actually come out, you know, to say congratulations to JJ Okocha's child, and they're all saying, this is actually beautiful. And come to think of it, she's a pretty woman. Come on. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. A lot of people say congratulations. And yes, Nick C4U said congratulations and happy married to the couple. And Easy Evida said, congratulations, dear. I will live to see my children get married. Amen. Actually, come to think of that, you know, it's a beautiful thing that you have your child, and when your child at a young age and your child grows up and wants to get married, you'll be alive to see your children also get married. It's actually a blissful thing to think about. Come on. You know, JJ Okocha, I think this is particularly the happiest moment he is in, because definitely it's his daughter and he's going to be so happy. I can see the smiles on his face. Who doesn't desire his or own child to be happy? You get what I'm trying to say? Love is good, though. And for those who don't already prepare their mind, say, hey, please, I want to be a grandmother. I want to, please, becoming that. I know that you want your child or your son or your daughter to get married. Definitely they will. But please don't pressure them. I'm telling you, because trust me, a lot of Nigerian parents, especially the mothers, they always like pressuring their children. As if say, if they not married the next year, they not go marry. You should be coming down. We all know that you also want your grandchildren. You also want your grandchild. We also know that you want us to get married and live happily. But please, give us British space this 2026. This 2026, just more than they understand us. Maybe we are not ready. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And don't just pressure anybody. Anybody that you feel that your child, any of your child that you feel that is not ready, please, just give them some space. Their time will come. That is just the truth. Please, to our mothers, we're too dramatic. Because I've been saying it all the time. Mothers, we are too dramatic. Don't worry, you also give us time. Maybe we just plan ourselves. Maybe they don't think of how they want it. You know, they do things. And trust me, not be how you go enter inside, rush everybody. And so you rush, you go still rush, come outside. So give your child that space. May you use in hand, decide what you want to do. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's actually beautiful seeing wedding bells ringing so soon. And yes, somebody said congratulations, and oh God, Wine said she's so fine. Come to think of it, she's actually so beautiful, because when I saw those pictures, I'm like, oh, she actually made a beautiful bride. Hey, God. All right, always big deal said private wedding, no broke shaming that they don't have money. Private wedding is the best. Please, as always, big deal. I thank you for that, because a lot of people, celebrities, basically, they love, simple wedding, private wedding, while some want to do, tell the whole world that, my dada is getting married. But which one do you choose? Me, if you ask me, I always prefer the, simple thing, just do your thing, no stress, no plenty guests. But this is Nigeria that we are in. And come to think of it, some of our Yoruba people, they like party well. So when call this one person, this one go say, you're not coming for the wedding, wahala go day. So obviously, I'm not sure for this small wedding where they talk about, but trust me, if it requires you to do a small wedding, a simple wedding, it's okay. It doesn't mean that if you like this person, you will get caught the whole world when you're, I beg. This time, this 2026 is now for intentional people. This year, just do your thing. Don't allow anybody, talk you into bad things, talk you into things that you don't want to, you don't feel like doing. Yes, because this year, you just need to change. Everything about you has to change. Your mindset, you guys change. Trust me. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's actually beautiful seeing this. And yes, Favor Girl said, JJ, that I watched his wedding. Auntie, be like say you don't they old. Make you go check yourself too. As you watching wedding, you don't mean say no go they play. All right, Pretty K said, too pretty. This year I'm joining class 2026. Hey, no be small. All the class 2026. Oh yeah, it is time. Come and line up. Actually, it's gonna be very beautiful, because seeing you, please pray Adil, because this wedding, people who don't prepare their mind say they go prepare the singles. For the people that don't want to get married this year, maybe they are saying 2027. But this year will be 2026. Everybody done it. The people who don't line up, they're plenty. Now just they give them dates one by one. All right, let's take one comment. And somebody else said, too pretty this year. I'm joining class 2026. I don't congratulate people rich. I am tired. Oh, sorry about that. But the God will give you your own too. And Super Squeeze said, it good to born early. They play. He said a joke. But it's actually, but when your time come, I actually love the fact that we have young mothers, young fathers that actually that married early and gave birth early. It's actually beautiful to see those kind of things. So when you don't grow, you fit take care of your children. You understand? Give them that time. You will still be, your young self taking care of your child. But not be everybody they lucky. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's not everybody that can be so lucky, to train their children so early. So when your time come, hola, that is the thing. If your time reach for you, you hold them. Everybody destiny no be the same thing. You have your own destiny. This one can get your own. If you do it, better for them. You understand what I'm saying? Let's take more comments, because a lot of people are so happy for JJ Okosa's child, and they are saying congratulations to him. So yes, let's take more and more comments of what people have come out to say. And Chizundu said, he good make person born early. Yes, so Faceless said, Faceless, okay. Another person said, I thought it was that Nigeria, Jay-Z daughter. Oh, Lord. Okay. Then another person said, she enter, Abi, she no enter house now. The poor man can never give you your dream wedding. God, I beg you. All right. Another person said, she's cute, mom's complexion, dad's height. Ooh, okay. And Ivan said, some people where don't condemn when don't shake. For social media, don't expire. Go say marriage no be achievement. See, Evans. See, I want to tell you the truth, Evans, and it's truth. See, not be everybody marriage fits favor. I don't know why you people are dragging this thing. If you don't marry, they'll come they drag you like generator. After now, they calm down. This is 2026. Not be everybody want. Some people say wants to go do become Reverend Father. Some people want on to sister. So no be concern you. If they decide say now what they want, leave them and enjoy themselves. That's just the truth. Life goes on. Life no suppose hard. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of comments concerning this wedding. And it's actually beautiful. See the couple, enjoying bliss together. See, love is sweet, oh. No, if they're not wine, you say love. No, love is sweet. When you meet the right person, actually, love is actually sweet. And even the video talk say, when money enter, love is sweeter. So please, let there be love and let there be money too, to combine the both of them, and everything will be going well. Because if you tell me that there is no money inside the world, please, I will not even accept that one that you're telling me. Please, both of them should just work hand in hand. Yes. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and it's actually beautiful seeing this kind of things this year 2026. And somebody said, we have a lot of comments, and trust me, this year for our celebrities, we don't hold our camera, because this year we now just want pepper us. And Glossy Chebuka said she's such a beauty. Yes, actually, she's actually beautiful. And Just Collins Patrick said she go sabi bolo. And another person said the likes of Iyabo cannot relate with this kind of wedding. They calm down. Yeah, see, I've said this thing before. Consign them now. If you want to do big wedding, you do. If you want to still do small wedding, you do. It not be my fault. Maybe they don't go church, they don't wed them, they don't join them together, husband and wife. I don't know why that they. Well, when they calm down for this comment section, when I too they carry things like for your head. I just don't know how people are doing it, but people should be relaxing. This is 2026. Anybody will decide say, I want to do big wedding. It's their money and their pocket will be speaking. It's not your money that use it to do the wedding. Oh God. Let's take some comments, because we have a lot of people talking about this. And Uchela Ijeoma said, picking way no when the burner. Congratulations to the Okochas. Oh, okay. And Free Scotty said, why are her fingers like that? Africa need to say no to bleaching. You see the kind of people where we get for this Nigeria. Others, they congratulate, and you yourself, you don't carry, waiting be on a Free Scotty, you don't carry yourself come. They say, waiting concern fingers with wedding, where they talk about now. Una don't start. Hey, this is 2020. I tell una, say, no, una leave that bad character for one side, yo. See, this 2026, everybody should just respect themselves. Keep that bad character one side. This year, everybody still go collect. Don't come and be saying plenty things here. If you don't congratulate them, leave them. Don't come and be saying things. Waiting concern fingers now, way brown, and finger way white. Ha! Lord help you. Okay, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this and saying congratulations to the couple. And Annie said she's adorable. And Yield said congratulations. Trust me, this is actually beautiful seeing, weddings like this. This new year, just January, we will just enter a lot of weddings. And this already done, they give me hope, They give me hope small. Say, this year is a wedding go surplus. God. And Balls said, project, all right. Another person said, the joy of every parent. Yes. The joy of every parent is to see their child happy, their child celebrate, their child joyful. You get what I'm trying to say? And somebody said, Nkechi with the good genes. Okay, congratulations to their daughter. And Prezi Kozi 83 said, definitely. And another person said, make una leave Taribo West daughter from you. Una non they call the one by waiting be this. Una want now online in-laws be this one, pre-online fiances. I be now I go call them as well. But what I'm trying to say is that you see this year is actually, with the signs that we are seeing, it actually feels, and I know it's a beautiful year already. So please, you will want marry, and you go marry, calm down, not they too rush. And when you meet that right person, try to do well to that right person, but make both of una understand on yourself. I don't want year later say, this one happen, we can't divorce. No, this year I don't tell una say anything where they cause divorce, more una just keep on one side. I'm serious. I don't want to be hearing plenty divorce. I don't tire. But yeah, see, 2025 don't pass. I don't hear plenty divorce for that side, but I beg. This is a new year, and please, more una marry, more una stay for una husband and una wife, and more una date together. Because I don't get straight for all these plenty divorce. This one leave this one. This one say he leave because of violence. This one say, I beg. This year, try get sense. That's what I can say. All right, and that's it for that. And congratulations to Okshe's daughter. And that's actually beautiful. We have another story to talk about. And guess what? You see, I've been talking about all these things, and you think, say, hey, it's a lot of things this year. Okay, let's take another story, and that happens to be Nigerian Afrobeat singer and songwriter Hadiza Bell, popularly known as Dija, has welcomed her fourth child, bringing joy and celebration to her family and fans. The music star announced the good news via her social media platforms, revealing that she and her husband were blessed with a baby boy on December 29, 2025, sharing maternity photos and heartfelt words. Dija expressed deep gratitude to God, describing the birth as a moment of thanksgiving after a challenging year. She also appreciated the support and prayers she received from loved ones throughout her pregnancy. So the singer noted that she was stepping into the new year as a proud mom of 4, filled with hope and renewed strength. Following the announcement, fans, colleagues, and well-wishers flooded her comment section with congratulatory messages, celebrating the singer's growing family and wishing her and the newborn good health and happiness. Shebi, I talk am for here. I said this year is already a good year. And me, I'm feeling the vibes. Please, nothing to come and stop this vibe for me. Otilo, yes, because why? From, wedding to babies. And this actually sounds so good. Please, tell me, Dija, for a long time. And this is actually beautiful. For a child, it's actually beautiful to see. See babies, Oh, it just they do me say this 2026 is God. Give me my own. See, I don't want to shout, but see, our people where go born this year go plenty. As weddings just they flow, you see, now so you go they enter. Everybody want to carry their own, and trust me, it's actually beautiful seeing Dija. And something came up to my mind. I'm like, this woman is always sweet 16. Even with the pregnancy, with all the whole stress where women they pass through, you understand? Giving birth, everybody will come, they get fat body, big tummy. But trust me, even with everything, she still looks beautiful to see. Come on. And that's actually beautiful to see. You see, last year, 2025, I counted how many children were on day. Everybody does it. Our women. This one are Hebrew women. All right, it's actually beautiful to see this. And a lot of people have actually come out to say, congratulations to Dija. It's actually beautiful. And yes, I'm loving this already. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Dija. See, babies are blessings from God. Trust me. And yes, David Divadi said, congratulations and happy new year, sis. You get it. Getting your own bundle of joy this new year, 2026. It don't already tell you. It's a sign that everything is going to be flowing well. You get what I'm trying to say? And you, when they watch this kind of thing, suppose they're happy for them. You congratulate them. So that when you reach your turn, we will also congratulate you too. Not become my session now. They talk plenty things. Say, why her hand can't be like this? If you try it. If you try it. All right. Kemino said, so gorgeous, congratulations. I said, see how fine person, see how person they fine. Beauty they cry for this beautiful belly where she just carry like this. Ordinary belly where she don't go carry, she don't get, see skin they go, everything. Oh, somebody say money is good. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying congratulations to Dija. And Bam Chef said, December 29th is my birthday too. All right, we have a lot of people, saying things lovely about Dija. And trust me, going to the new year, having your own testimony, you've been praying to God about for something, and God finally gave you that thing. See, to those people that are still in the waiting process, please, this should be a motivation to you people where they wait for your own blessing. Don't give up, bro. Now who give up? Faith. This is 2026. We go hard again, bro. We go hard again. And this year, try your mind. Say, I must get to see this year and no agree. Quechery, if not Igbo people, say, stay there, not go anywhere. You're going to get your blessings. And trust me, yours will come. And yes, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying concerning Dija. And yes, Lady J Live said, Mommy. Ooh. The sound of when babies call you, Mommy, I want this, I want this, I want that. It's actually beautiful. And the superstar said, the superstar said, congratulations. Actually, this is so beautiful. You see, getting your children's babies, beautiful babies for that matter, it's actually beautiful. And yes, let's take more and more comments of what people have coming out to say. And Aquapem Polo said, congratulations, my sweetheart. And Miss President said, congratulations, my love. And another said, Mama Bear, love always, congratulations, and God's favor. Is actually seeing. I don't want to really categorize this basically, but when you see babies, newborn babies, if you never see where they don't born before, just try them. I'm telling you, when the baby don't come out, the kind, the smooth skin, the fine face, especially, you know, women babies, like ladies, newborn baby girls, they fine. Even the boys too, they fine. But I know one side now, before they go say, Precious, you still like baby girl, waiting with this, I beg go. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. Trust me, babies will go plenty this year, this 2026 is going to be a lot. Because everybody down there in the line, you go even the surprise say, not be this person we just married 2 days ago, I be last month, I be you don't born. That's so the thing go they surprise everybody. All right, somebody said congratulations, Boo, and Makamba said congratulations, Mama Bear. And we have a lot of comments. Come on, trust me. And another person said congratulations, Mama, and Black Pekin said Mama Bear. All right, G-Wagon Posh Venza Bugatti, only you, one name. Wala Debbie, that you. And he said, congratulations. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And come to think of it, you know, music, DJ and music and everything, it was actually, I vibe to DJ's songs those days. You get what I'm trying to say? And I'm still vibing to those songs. I want you to know. See, it's a lot, because everybody wants to listen to, you know, songs, Afrobeats, and the rest of them. It's actually beautiful. Our celebrities are doing. See, 2026, 2025, they give hit. Everybody, they drop. I can't ask myself, I say, wait till be this. If you like say this are celebrities, they don't get this. Better they tell they say, we get one place where they write, say, see, if you're not even if you're not born, if you're not builders, if you're not, I can't ask, I say, please, you should be taking it easy. It be like say, you get what you know, they tell us, maybe we know. Yes, maybe there's something you people are doing that you people are not telling us. Maybe they don't tell us, say, please, you people should be quick. And you people are not telling us. I beg. Any info, may una tribe they drop for us. Please, we are all human beings too. We don't want to be left aside. But one of those things is, you know, pray and talk to God. That's actually it. Yes. Trust me. You know, you get some people where don't they pray to God about something for a very long time. And because they never get them, they go out of God's way to get all those things. He said, because I say I must get them by fire, by force. They calm down. God know the reason why he never give you that thing. He still know the reason why he go still give you. When he want give you, the date when he want give you. So not to the rush. They calm down. Put the work. Do the things where you supposed know say you supposed to do. You know say from your own end you don't already settle. But trust me, when your own time come, you go take up. I'm telling you. Yes, and that's the truth. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people actually coming out to say concerning Dija, because it's actually beautiful seeing new babies the year 2026. And Rama said, congratulations, Mama. And another person said, congratulations, my darling Didi. Alayaraya, Mana baby. And another person said, congratulations. And I am Nado said, oh, bless. Congratulations, Dee. God bless you and your little one. And yes, congratulations to Dija, because this is a sign of new beautiful more babies this year for every waiting mother and everyone hoping to get their own child, because this is actually beautiful. Surely your own testimony will come. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and this one particularly, because I just want to talk about this. It's a lot of things, because what people really face in churches right now, it's, you know, it's a lot of things. See, 2025 just carry plenty church matter, church this, wahala. We can't they ask say people when know they go out far. I beg go. don't make this kind of thing, change your mind, say, oh no, they go church. But God will help us. Amen. All right, the next gist we're talking about, a church has reportedly instructed its congregation not to associate with a female member who became pregnant out of wedlock. So sparking discussion online about religious discipline and community support. According to posts shared on social media today, the church suspended the woman from active membership after her pregnancy became known and directed other members to avoid social contact with her. Even outside church activities, critics have immediately taken to social platforms to condemn the move as harsh and unforgiving, arguing that a place of worship should be more supportive and compassionate towards someone facing such a situation rather than isolating them. So the report circulating widely on Facebook and Instagram claimed the church leadership justified the directive on more grounds, citing doctrinal views on premarital sex and sin. Supporters of the decision on social media says the action is meant to reinforce accountability and uphold the church standards, while opponents say it unfairly punishes the woman and deepens stigma around unplanned pregnancies. The story continues to unfold as reactions grow and calls for clarification intensify online. So this person is saying a church member got pregnant out of wedlock. She was suspended, but baby is born. He refused to do naming and said church members should not go there too. Wow. So can you see that we've not gotten a hold of this grace and mercy thing? It's actually funny. And come to think of it, it's not even about this particular thing. When you I don't think they will even wed you. There are some churches that you will get pregnant and maybe a few months to the wedding, they're not going to wed you. That is just the truth. You won't get married in their church. You go and find somewhere else to do your wedding. And come to think of it, I've been asking these questions for a long time. I said, is this really right? These steps, some churches and some congregations are taking. Is this the right thing to do? Because I got to ask myself, I know say people they sin, you understand. I know they justify anybody, but it's the truth. People, do all these things. But that is why God is merciful, right? So why still put those stigma on them and tell them because they did this, they cannot. I know say punishment go there, but then you are not meant to be judging them because that looks like you're judging them. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's a lot, Jari. It's a lot. I don't even know how to put this, but trust me, it's a lot. People don't come out, talk plenty things concerning this. A lot of people don't express their own say now so church they do. Say people when they go church, they fear, say, if now so they do, okay, me, I know it's weird. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning these things. And yes, Maria Ogu 89 said these trying times when you all are supposed to show her love. You see? You said Umekesi OBJ said, Lord, it's how these people play God for me, Sha. All right, Ebony Gold 124 said, Ego, I beg go, I no call church, you. I know they. See, don't be calling church. I don't have strength. See, I'm telling you the truth. Just talk. So Ehi girl said, una they segregate for church now. I thought the church is for everybody. Yes, because come to think of it, when you people start, staying away from people because she got pregnant, what is all this? I'm like saying, even the people when they get pregnant and they know they even wed them, I'm like, okay, but this thing already happened. Don't you think that is the time you're supposed to bring these people closer to God? Maybe they don't already know, say they don't, you understand? They don't sin. Bring these people closer to God and talk to them. But no, some of them go say, no, you cannot marry my church. I cannot wed you as a priest. What is all this? It's too much. Come to think of it, it's too much. People now make some people say, no, they even think about this, talking about church all the time because people where we talk say they're pure, you feel count them, but it's well. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about this. Because me, I don't talk. I said this thing when they segregate, go, everybody they shout, say, no, they calm down. This church now everybody church. But I think when people like this come up, you people that is what you people are there to do. You talk to these people, give them that hope, give them that joy. But no, things the other day they go left, they go as well. All right, another person said the hypocrisy of the church. They condemn abortion and punish single parents before you say that fornication is a sin and that people should abstain some punishment and excessive, and this further drives people away from the church. I talked about that. And the church is not a place for perfect people, but a place where imperfect people are made perfect in Christ. Until that perfection is attained, You have to show people a bit of grace, just as your heavenly Father showed you. You see, and another person said, what is the lady still doing in that church? Abime she run at Jessica Bay. All right, oh, is well. And Ojo said, church like courts, no more love in churches, just money and power play. It's well. And another person said, if you check the children of the owner of the church, now them rotting pass. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, people talking about this. And it's actually, it got me thinking. I feel the church has to be more kind these days. Now, people say, I'm sorry, but people when they go to church, they're more kind these days than even the people where they call church people. Because I saw a post where someone said, for like, I see person where they pray. They don't go tag and say, nah, so church people go, they pray like this now by this time. And I'm like, what is all this? And make una know they give us bad name. People where they believe in God and seriously, it's too much. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and trust me, if na me go that church, I tell you, I'm not gonna step my feet on that church again. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna even go again, because waiting when I preach. If they preach kindness, so why don't you show that kindness? If you preach love, so why don't you show that love? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. Let's take more comments. And yes, Precious Chris X said, who are they exactly to condemn her? Are you Jesus? Yes. Ask them that question though. So Isaiah Wonder said the church is right. Even in secondary school, if you get pregnant, they will send you home. The house of the Lord has rules and regulations too. Okay. After going home, you will not come back again. Abi. Okay. And official said church. Okay. Picking Nicole said, yes, Christ. And at 4 o'clock, okay. Una don't carry your car for Pastor Chris car for Bata come here. I take God beg me when I leave the man. See, I don't tell now. I said 2025 don't. See, all things are passed away, and all things have become new. Because people should leave me in this comment section. I beg you people, in the name of anything that you believe. All right, and that's it for that. I still continue to say this. Please, let all these things not stop you from showing love, from showing care. A lot of people, do this, and it's a lot of things. But yes, we still have to be loved. We still have to show love. We still have to show care. This is 2026, and trust me, a lot of people deserve to be loved. And if you're going to, show that love and show that care and show that kindness, please don't hesitate. Don't allow anything when they talk plenty, make you do what you want to do. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have a lot of gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mozambique, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? But that's shaking the man back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls, this is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Saite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
And yes, welcome back, my beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And I know you're enjoying yourself already because I am. And don't forget that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things that are happening. This 2026 don't start now. Everybody don't they do. Hey, God, I beg. All right, we've been talking about a lot of things, and you know, next on our list, we're going to talk about American singer, actress, and dancer Teyana Taylor has reportedly ended her relationship with British actor Aaron Perry less than 6 months after the couple went public with their romance. The pair first sparked dating rumors in early 2025 before confirming their relationship a few months later, appearing together at high-profile events and on social media. So their relationship drew widespread attention from fans, especially from Taylor's highly publicized divorce from former NBA star Iman Shumpert. So according to entertainment reports circulating online, the couple has now quietly gone their separate ways, although neither Taylor nor Perry has publicly addressed the split or disclosed the reasons behind it. So, you know, suggesting that the breakup was amicable, with both parties choosing to focus on their individual careers. So the development has since generated mixed reactions from fans, with many expressing surprise at how quickly the relationship came to an end. And me, I don't know, all this breakup it's too much, ni. You people should not carry this in and enter 2026, you. I'm saying this thing now. You people have started. If you are going to be in any relationship, be there in peace. Don't come out and say, because say it do me like this. I don't tire to the hear breakup and all this thing. It don't tire me. Divorce, breakup. My ear they itch already. It's too much. People should be coming down this 2026. If you know say you don't want to enter in any relationship, no kuku enter. Till you're sure. Till you have that conviction in your heart. I just feel that for you to learn, must you make that mistake? Yes, I know say people know they're perfect. People, they make mistakes. But for you to learn, you mustn't really say you must make mistake before you. They calm down. People who don't do these kind of things, don't they teach you? So when you want to get married, you want to be in a relationship, be very careful. Know the kind of person where you want. I don't talk about this in 20. I say this year, now new things I know they talk. And you people are dragging me back again. With all this relationship palabra. It's well, but I beg. For people wasting day in the mood to, you know, get a relationship, I beg. Try to watch the person where they get married or where you won't get married to. It's very important. Very, very important, yo. So yes, the person that acted Mufasa now is now crying that he has left. You know, all right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say about the breakup of Teyana Taylor and Aaron Perry. And yes, somebody said maybe it was just PR, but I really did love seeing them together though. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say? It's well, this breakup thing is not giving me heart attack. Please, hey. All right, JJK said they did not bond them well with all the God, what? Do you get what I'm trying to say? When you not give everybody hope, say, una two don't they come out to everybody they shout, oh yeah. You don't reach now. Now don't tell us, say, See, that spirit of divorce this year go end. I'm telling you people now, this year is gonna end. You people should not be doing that thing again. It's too much. Like now, somebody go marry, finish. I will go buy Ashebi, spend all my money, buy Ashebi. You won't tell me, say, you don't break up, you don't divorce. See, see, 2025 just passed. Mona no try that in this year. And they tell Mona, with verse where they my heart. I'm serious. A lot of people, when they go into relationship, go come out. You don't know say now where you enter before when you enter. See, I cannot come and be spending my money and you tell me that you have broken up. I don't have strength for that. Come on, you will give me back my money and give me back my Ashebi money. I'm serious, I'm not joking. Please, this year has to be very intentional year for everybody. When they guided. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments. And yes, Adevan Zozo said, maybe it was just, okay, we have a lot of comments. And Hugh Ola said, oh yeah, Aaron Perry, look my side now. Hey, person will just come out and I done the online fiancés or fiancé, which one I go call them. When I done the line, they talk plenty. More than they calm down. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say, because it's a lot of comments. See, divorces this year is too much. See, this year, everybody have to know what they are doing. I'm serious. We have a lot of people don't they come out. I said 2025 we just passed. Now so I go they count. This is just January. May we just start with good notes, good paper, good sheets. Don't come here and be doing plenty things. If you know say you don't want day relationship, no cuckoo day. Don't say because everybody's there and you want to go. Pressure one wound you. This year pressure not supposed to wound you. Supposed to get sense in Jesus' name. Yes, nobody should pressure you. And they tell you truth, oh, may nobody pressure you. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about Aaron Perry and Tyler. And yes, another person said, going to get my man, you. Perry don't tell you say now you being woman. You know go there where you dey. Okay. Also, you are even happy that they broke up. Wow, very interesting. As VIP Divas is well with you. And I mean, Natumsi said they weren't compatible anyways. I suit him better. Okay. All right, all the online ladies is well with you people. And luxury hair by Niger Boss Lady said, say all you gotta say, but it was good while it lasted and she was healed. Okay. And Sandy Coco said they were both too cute to be together. Actually, maybe because you've stayed with somebody for some months doesn't mean that the person will get married to you, because I still say it all the time. You might get married, you might get close to somebody for 12 years, 13 years, know the person for a long time, but that doesn't, determine that he is going to get married to you or she is going to accept your marriage proposal. Yes, it's very true. A lot of people be in that kind of mindset, and you have to snap out of it this 2026. It's just the truth, and it will still happen. Yes, because you can be so close to somebody just to learn, but not to get married to the person. So you see that year when everybody go, they say, oh, I broke my heart. It broke. See, I beg. This is 2026. I know anybody that's crying near me now verse I go to use, they pursue those people. But it's all good. I'm just talking. I'm just saying things about relationship. And trust me, everybody loves love. Who doesn't love love? Because this year, if you say no date, ready to that. Not just cuckoo involve yourself. Make everybody do all right this year. I don't want to hear say depression do me this one. You can't give me a beg. It's too much. We have had enough in the year 2025. This is 2026. We want to rest. Yes. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said they were both cute together. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more. And Jay Farr said, all I know it wasn't gonna last. So much fake in that relationship. Like one party was doing one a huge favor for dating the other. It was all for the grams and movie industry. See, come to think about this relationship thing. A lot of people or ladies basically feel that maybe when they're in a relationship, that man is going to do everything for them. See, let me tell you now. If you're going to be in a relationship, always have this in mind. This is love. Both of you, they love each other. This one brings, this one brings. You don't expect the man only to carry the whole burden because because he's trying to be your friend or wants to love you. You not being be your papa. I'm saying this basically because for our ladies, they always say, my man is, yes, every lady loves the man taking care of, your man taking care of you. And it's actually beautiful. That's where we get the odogus. You understand what I'm trying to say? But then, don't make it like it's your right. Auntie, now your papa and your mama born you. Don't come the stress person. You already know what to do. And as for the men, you can't say your woman, they buy you things, they try to take care of you. Don't forget your own responsibilities in the relationship or in the marriage. You forget yourself, they do another thing. I pity you. This is 2026. Better do that. See, that bad character where you get for 2025, maybe it ends there. This is 2026. Everybody is serious. It's a serious matter we are coming into this 2026 for. So please, be guided. Yes. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, I just like how you all are analyzing their relationship in this comment section because it's a lot. All right, we have, and somebody said, Lord, please laugh out loud though, because I don't know what to say again, because trust me, see this year's relationship, I just pray that everybody should just be aware of what they are doing. Because it's not last year, everybody, plenty break up and everybody is shouting up and down. This one will come out and come on the comment section. Like, I think when you have a heartbreak or when you come into a relationship, you're not supposed to even announce them. Yes! Because it's too much. Everybody, they say, any small thing heartbreak, any small thing divorce, kilo day. All right. And another person said, all right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say. Trust me, this year, I just pray, say, make you meet your type. And King Mufasa said, NASCAR do this thing. Okay. And Favi I said, finally, they don't leave my man for me. It's well with you. That your man, may no check you. All right. Pearly Doll said there was never any chemistry between them at all. How did you know? Did you there with them at Pearly? All right. Jolo Fix said, I told you she will try to turn him out. He can't do what her ex can. Okay. Peace Dahlia said, I don't know why I'm happy about this. Okay. It's well with you. Be happy. And another person said, I'm a hater for shouting yes. You see, say some people they happy say you don't come up for relationship, but it's well. But I still pray that, when you actually waiting for something, you're trying to date somebody, be intentional. This year, you don't need all those bad energies. You get what I'm trying to say? If you know that this person first talking stage has to be connected with a lot of things. You have to be more spiritual, more intentional, a lot of things this year. And work, yes, because people won't do waiting they won't feel, they say they want to. Later they go come and say, I'm done. I don't want to get married. You know, be so. I'm telling you, don't be so. See, everybody they give anybody heartbreak this year. I just feel everybody should be loved. Everybody should be kind. Everybody should feel that presence, that love, that kindness around you. Don't be every time heartbreak. My ear don't they pay me because of heartbreak and divorce. This is 2026. Maybe they try. It's a lot of things. All right. And yes, we're still taking more comments of, Taylor and Aaron. So let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying concerning that. Because me, see this year, anything with concern relationship matter, more than no carry and come near me. I don't want to be hearing things every day. They tell me heartbreak. Tomorrow, they go tell me, see, what I want to be hearing this year is testimonies and beautiful things. Babies, cars, you got your new car, you got your new house. All those kind of things, they give me joy. So now when they see, will they prepare our own, those kind of things. Don't be they carry bad belly. For this 2026, what we say, they carry bad mats. More that they calm down. I don't have chance. Please. All right. We'll still have more and more comments. Let's take more comments of what people are actually coming out to say, because this is a lot. Trust me. And somebody said, government supposed ban relationship. Hey, Jesus. Hey, God. So anybody went on the go dates, make government ban them. God, I beg, go is well. For those of you where they do relationship, try you. This is 2036. May they no serve you breakfast and make yourself no try serve them breakfast. That's my own advice. All right, and this is where we draw the curtain. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, I actually enjoyed myself, and I'm sure you did too. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Till next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mozambique, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? That's Shaggy, the man, back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend MacG, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the MacGs had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to
VOP TV now.
Happy New Year and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People TV. I am Solomon Offem. We begin the news before we begin the news kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Now the news in details, beginning with story that the Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS, urged the international community Sunday to respect the independence and territorial integrity of Venezuela in the wake of a U.S. military operation that led to the capture of its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. In a statement, ECOWAS said it has followed with concern the latest development in Venezuela, while it recognizes the right of states to fight international crimes, including terrorism and drug trafficking. ECOWAS wishes to remind the international community about their obligation to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other as enshrined in international law, especially Article 2 and 4 of the United Nations Charter. The statement said, reiterating its solidarity with the people of Venezuela, the bloc expressed support to the citizens in their endeavors to shape the future of the country through an inclusive process. The death toll from Saturday's U.S. military operation in Venezuela has risen to 80. The New York Times reported earlier Sunday, citing a senior Venezuelan official. The Times said the number could rise further. A prominent Jonglei-based militia leader in South Sudan has been transferred to the capital following a government pardon aimed at de-escalating local tensions, community and security sources confirmed. League Mamar League, the leader of the Bor-based Red Belt group, was picked up from his home village of Angukei in the Beidit area on Sunday. The operation was reported led by the South Sudan People's Defense Forces, SSPDF, Deputy Chief of Defense Forces, CDF, for operations, General Kong Theo, alongside General Gabriel Jok Riak and Makul, both hailing from Jonglei. A local youth leader speaking on condition of anonymity told Sudan's Post this morning that the move was the result of direct negotiations between Mamar and national security officials. The transfer follows a significant shift in the government's stance towards the Red Belt movement. In October 2025, authorities designated the group, originally formed as a community vigilante force, as a rebel organization. Somali Special Forces killed 15 and captured 8 al-Shabaab terrorists in southern Somalia, the country's defense ministry said on Sunday. The Somali Army's Danab Special Forces carried out a night operation on Saturday in Jalib district, southern region of Belt Juba, targeting the Al-Qaeda-linked al-Shabaab terrorist group, the military said in a statement. It said the operation demonstrated the Somali National Army's growing capabilities, including the use of air mobility to extend operational reach and engage militants across the region. Al-Shabaab has been pursuing an insurgency against the Somali government for more than 16 years, frequently targeting security forces, officials, and civilians. Meanwhile, the South Sudan People's Defense Forces, SSPDF, have seized full control of the Bentue internally displaced persons IDP camp after a concentrated 1-hour engagement against units from the main armed opposition Sudan People's Liberation Army, in opposition SPLA-IO. The clashes, which broke out on Sunday evening, resulted in the total withdrawal of opposition elements from the site, which served as one of the largest civilian concentrations in Unity State. The camp is situated approximately 3.5 kilometers north of Rubkona and the strategic road leading to the Unity oil fields, positioned directly east of the UNMISS base. formerly a Protection of Civilians POC site under the direct management of the United Nations mission in South Sudan, UNMISS. The facility was transitioned to on March 17, 2021, in a government-backed joint force. The Rapid Support Forces RSF accused the Sudanese Armed Forces SAF forces of launching an attack with an Akanji drone on the Zark area hospital and the Gurer market in North Darfur State at the weekend, which resulted in the death of more than 64 civilians, including medical personnel. Accounts loyal to the Rapid Support Force on social media circulated news of the killing of 2 people from the family of the Rapid Support Forces commander during the attack. The Rapid Support Forces RSF, in a statement seen by Radio Dabanga, said the attack completely destroyed Al-Zarq Hospital, the only medical facility providing healthcare to thousands of residents. They claimed that the same drone targeted the market in the Gurer area, killing dozens of civilians, including women and children. The number of victims is still being determined, and that the market was completely burned down with everyone inside. The RSF called on the international community to condemn the attack and launched an immediate and independent international investigation. In the same vein, the Rapid Support Forces RSF launched a drone attack at dawn today, targeting a power station in El Obeid and Kenana Airport in Nile State of Sudan. The Media Coordination Council of the Sudan Electricity Company issued a statement revealing that the El Abiad City Power Station was attacked by a drone belonging to the Rapid Support Forces in the early hours of Sunday morning. The company confirmed that civil defense teams and forces are currently working tirelessly to extinguish the fire and bring it under control. The company also indicated that it would immediately begin a comprehensive technical assessment to determine the extent of the damage caused by this attack and will then proceed with the necessary engineering and technical repairs to restore power as quickly as possible. Away from that report, Botswana plans to open an embassy in Moscow soon and has invited Russian investors to cooperate on rare earths and diamonds. Russia's TASS state news agency quoted Botswana's foreign minister saying on Sunday, Russia is seeking to strengthen its foothold in Africa amid the wider confrontation with the West. Russia's Norilsk Nickel, the world's largest producer of palladium and high-grade nickel, settled its dispute with the government of Botswana and BCL Group in 2021 about a transaction for the sale of Nonickel's assets in Africa to BCL Group. Diamonds normally contribute around 1/3 of Botswana's national revenues and 3/4 of its foreign exchange receipts. Uganda on Monday banned live broadcast of riots, unlawful processions, and other violent incidents ahead of an election. The Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology announced the ban in a statement in Kampala, stating that live broadcasts or streaming of riots, unlawful procession, or violent incidents is prohibited, as it can escalate tension and spread panic. The ministry also prohibited the dissemination of any content it described as inciting, hateful, or violent. Authorities have detained hundreds of opposition supporters ahead of the January 15 election, in which President Yoweri Museveni is seeking to extend his 40-year rule against the 43-year-old pop star turned politician Bobby Wine. Joining us in the studio to help analyze the African news is a legal practitioner and current affairs analyst, Darlington Gomo. Barrister Darlington, thank you for joining us on African News. Let's go straight to the first topic for the first news item, which is the ECOWAS condemning the U.S. intervention or strike, as it were. Some will call it attack, depends on who's talking. Venezuela, where they arrested the president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. We've talked several times about the legitimacy of power of ECOWAS, but personally, what do you think about the U.S. Invading, as it were, Venezuela and capturing the president?
Yeah, Solomon, first of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, sir.
Yeah, you see, it is illegality that begets illegality. In this bipolar world where you have the weak and the strong, it is always good that you do the right thing to avoid trouble. Donald Trump is not threatening the whole world. Donald Trump is not threatening the president of the whole world. Donald Trump is talking about rogue governments. How can a president be manufacturing drug in his country and shipping it to America? Donald Trump has warned him, but he refused to listen. In fact, the whole of Latin American states, their economy is powered by drug, hard drug. That's what they manufacture. All of them, Latin American states, all of them. And the destination of this drug is America. So Donald Trump is worried. He has saved it out with that number. Why will you be manufacturing narcotics that are heading to the US? Because that's the biggest market. All these Latin American countries, how many are there? America is over 300 million people.
But critics are saying he's doing that without any proof, just word of mouth. I mean, if he's trying to tell the international community that Venezuela is producing drugs, then there should be proof.
There are facts, because they have arrested ships carrying these things. Not
arrest or bomb. I mean, it has been pretty much bombing ships in that area, not necessarily arrest.
Venezuela is known for, yes. In fact, drug pushers are powering the economy of Venezuela, and they are in partnership with Maduro. Maduro's government is not your ideal democracy. Many people have run out of Venezuela because of Maduro. He chased them out because of his autocratic and tyrannical governance. It's on record.
Now, whatever you think of Maduro and his government, there is still an existing international law, which lots of international leaders have said the U.S. President Donald Trump has violated.
Good. You see, the word you and I know today is a word full of what? Terrorism. Terrorism, impunity, and arrogance. It's all over the place. Somebody had to bring sanity here, Solomon.
How do you bring sanity by breaking the rules?
Good. The person that they broke the rule the first time, what was he thinking? Why can't you follow the democratic norms in your country? Please, what is happening in Nigeria today, for example, let us start from home. The society begins at home. Are you in a democracy now? Where terrorists will just stroll into Nigeria, take over part of Nigeria, sack the people there, take their homes, the house they build with their own money, you sack them there, occupy the house, rename their villages, and hoist your flag. What kind of impunity and arrogance is that?
But some will say this is a situation of two wrongs that would definitely not make it right.
Really? Are you serious? So, look at that. So, why should the terrorists, without respect for my sovereignty, enter my country and kill my people in scores, in numbers? Solomon, is it because they say who wear the shoe, no wear the pinching? Look, I swear, if I have the power that Donald Trump have, I will do more than him. Oh. No, on the most serious, because you don't know how these people have been behaving. These rascals, they just feel that they are powerful. They can't do anything. But look at them threatening a Christian that.
But the situation in Venezuela here, we are not talking about Boko Haram. You're not talking about terrorists. You're talking about the president of a sovereign state.
If you respect your sovereignty, they behave like a sovereign state. Don't behave like a rogue government. That's what we are saying here. Donald Trump has issued warning to the president of Colombia and 3 other Latin American countries. Did he threaten all of them? No. He's selected. He knows where this is coming from.
And that's because some people have postulated that it's after the Venezuelan oil, not really trying to fight drug cartel. It's regime change because the Venezuelan president have not come to kiss the ring like so many of the other Latin American countries. So he escalated the war with the Venezuelan president under the guise of fighting crime. But what he's looking for is the oil reserve in Venezuela. That's what people are saying. And even Donald Trump himself have not come out to deny those claims.
He accepted that. He said that it's all about oil, yes. But who invited him? Saudi Arabia. Don't they have oil? Please tell me. Saudi Arabia. They are the biggest OPEC member. Is that not true? The oil you are talking about, America is pumping almost 11 million per day. So what are you saying? The thing is that there is a problem here. Maduro has not been behaving himself. Let us call it spade.
But there are lots of countries in the world today where a lot of the presidents are not behaving themselves. I mean, we have lots of countries in Africa, in the Americas, under the guise of democracy, which we know some of those elections are sham. Are you saying Donald Trump now should go and start invading all these other countries that are not practicing democracy?
If he can pick all of them and jail them in America, I'll be so happy. If he can pick all of them,
are you trying to start another world war? The world is here to recover from a second world war.
Which world war? Who told you that their people are not happy with what the Donald Trump have done? Look, Solomon. Go and read the book by Machiavelli, The Prince. He said the end justifies the means. Let us even start from the beginning. The Almighty God, whom you are now worship, is he a nice man? Is God a nice man? Go and look at all his actions in the Bible. God does not take prisoners. So when it comes to look, if you have turned rogue, he will deal with you instantly. He doesn't care.
Some Christians will say that's the God of the Old Testament. The God of the New Testament was kinder. At least that was what Jesus came for.
It's the same God.
It was a kinder God.
There is no other God. There's only one God. Jesus is only interceding to calm his temper.
Exactly. Did Jesus interceding?
It's the same God. It's the same God. It's the same God. Yes, he knows that the world is full. He said we are not fighting against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. Spiritual wickedness in high places. That is what is full of this world. So if you don't see somebody who is the punisher, who will bring sanity, you and I may not even walk the street from the way it's going.
Don't you think? The world is creating a monster here? Because Donald Trump is. We know the power that the U.S. have. We know the power that the U.S. have, but other presidents they've kind of been a limitation to how far you can go. Donald Trump is practically unchecked right now, has an unchecked power. It's like he can talk to anyone, he can invade any country, and the whole world is watching. It's starting from Venezuela. How do we know it's not going to extend?
It started with Nigeria when we came here. Is that not true? No matter how powerful Donald Trump or any American president may be, he will never be like Adolf Hitler.
Well, some will argue that he's getting there.
He will never.
Some will argue that he's getting there because he's been doing everything unchecked. I mean, the Senate and the House of Rep in the U.S. they are critically a Republican House of Assembly.
Leave politics alone. Donald Trump is trying to bring sanity in a troubled world. Every rogue government in the whole of this world should watch it.
So who checks him now?
For what now? For what? He's doing a good job. That is the same thing God brought Jesus Christ and Moses to do. When Pharaoh was becoming whatever, is it not Moses that God sent to go and deal with him? So God will always bring somebody to deal with a bad situation at any point in time.
Well, with the statement, that's not just a statement, that's a fact. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes, that is.
The world is giving Donald Trump, some will argue, an absolute power which will corrupt him absolutely.
The US Parliament is more powerful than Donald Trump.
Not this current parliament that they're all afraid of Donald Trump.
Remember, you have the Democrat and you have the Republican. Is Donald Trump commanding all of them? The answer is no.
I mean, the House is being controlled by Republican, both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And the Republican, the lawmakers on the Republican Party, I mean, the Republican Party is definitely a Donald Trump party now. And they are all afraid of him.
No, listen.
If stories is not to be believed anyway.
Is the citadel, the bastion of democracy. They wouldn't want to violate it. Ask me if what Donald Trump is doing is right. Yes, it may not be right in international policy, in international law. But the other way around, the people that Maduro chased out of Venezuela, what happened to them because of politics? How can you come into government and start acting like a god? No, tell me.
Is that exactly what Donald Trump is doing now? He's acting like a god right now.
Did Donald Trump will chase anybody out of America because he's powerful, because of the politics he's playing?
Well, it is a high-handedness in the immigration system. It's like chasing people out of America. Some will
Solomon, we need a Donald Trump to checkmate these terrorists. I'm telling you. If there is no Donald Trump, they will overrun this world, and one day you and I will be in trouble. Didn't you hear what Israel said the other day, that all Christians must convert to Islam, or else they will be killed, or they will start paying them tax to save their head? What kind of arrogance is that, please, for God's sake? No, tell me, will Donald Trump tolerate such a nonsense? We are talking of a very serious matter here. What these people are doing and what Donald Trump is doing, which one is worse? Can't you think of all these things? These people have turned this world into something else.
But Donald Trump is, using absolute power, there is a fear. There is the fear that the world is creating another.
No. I have told you here. The American society, they have powerful institutions that will checkmate Donald Trump.
Which Donald Trump has been allegedly been breaking down.
No.
He's basically waged war on the education system. He's waged war on the health sector, where he has banned lots of vaccines. He's practically waged war in almost all the institutions. Where some have said he's stretched the institution to its limits.
Where there is corruption, Donald Trump is fighting, like you said.
So Donald Trump is now the incorruptible person. No, he's not corrupt. Every other person is
America would have brought it out. Now, he has a judgment waiting for him when he finishes his term of office. Fine. But as the president of America, he said America first, and he's doing it. All he's doing is to protect America and to protect American economy. Is he not doing it so well? Hold on. You know how many trillions of dollars he has brought into American coffers since he came into office? That is a man that meant business. Yes. In your own case, what are you doing as a country? What are you doing? What are you doing that the terrorists have practically taken over Nigeria?
Okay, let's go to another topic for discussion.
If he can come here, let him come here after this man. There are people that they need to leave us before Nigeria can move forward. Solomon, there are people that Donald Trump has to take away from Nigeria so that we can move forward. That's what I'm saying.
Well, be careful what you wish for. The Rapid Support Forces RSF accused the Sudanese Armed Forces SAF of launching an attack with an Akanju drone. Now, it looks like this issue with Sudan, with the RSF and this is not slowing down anytime soon. If anything, it's getting worse. What's your take on it?
It's the same thing. If you cannot control yourself or manage yourself, why don't you allow somebody to do it for you? This war in Sudan, what is it for? That country is the latest independent nation in Africa. Is that not true? Not up to 2 years after that, they plunged themselves into war. And what's all about ego war? Who will be in charge? Who will be this? Who will be that? Is that not foolishness of the head? Two leaders, president and vice, fighting. And you don't get the independence just yesterday, and you couldn't even manage your independence. What does that tell you? I said somebody need to bring sanity into this nonsense, especially in Africa. The other day, one woman was holding an election in Tanzania. And the only way to win election is to carry all the opposition members and put them into detention until after the election. Solomon, what does that tell you? Is that democracy? We are talking of evil. The latest now in Africa is that whenever anybody enter into government, he entrench himself there and remain there forever. Is that democracy? Will Donald Trump try that? No, tell me. The man is trying to bring sanity into your head since you don't know what to do as African leader. And you are blaming him. Blaming him for what? Why not do the right thing then? Do the right thing. Do the right thing. And let's see how Donald Trump will come here. Do the right thing. If you are not ready to do it, then wait for Donald Trump. I thank God for his kind of person who don't tolerate rubbish. I'm not joking. If I have his power, I will do this. If I will do more, I will tell you, I will write a letter and give you. Say, wait for me, I'm coming on this, and I will come that day. What will you do? If you don't want to behave yourself, look at how they have turned Africa into a battleground, into something else, all because of what you say you are sovereignty. What sovereignty? You went outside your country. Solomon, somebody who claimed to love Nigeria, went outside here to bring terrorists into Nigeria. And you could not even arrest him and prosecute him for what he did. And you call yourself a country. You are even afraid of the terrorists. And you call yourself a country. So when Donald Trump says you're a disgraced country, yes, the man is right. No country in the world will tolerate this type of nonsense. No country. You go and have meeting with terrorists. Discuss, and they will tell you what they want, and you comply.
Well, the bombing in Sokoto have not exactly calmed things down. If anything, the insecurity has escalated.
It's the beginning. He said he's coming back. Didn't he say so? He will come back. He will come back.
Okay, let's go to Botswana, where plans to open an embassy in Moscow. Soon as it was invited Russian investors to cooperate on rare earths and diamonds. What do you think of? We've talked about China's influence in Africa. There's also a Russian influence in Africa, and the influence is growing. And the latest country at which there is a memorandum of understanding is Botswana. What's your thoughts?
So that they will entrench them in power. Is that not true? One of the reasons why they are selling the resources of Africa to this foreign power is because they will help them to consolidate in power. No other reason. Solomon, no other reason. So that the man in power who concession these resources will now remain there. While their resources is being plundered. You can imagine. Why can't Africa go to China or Russia? Why can't they go there? And let me see whether they will even allow them to come in, not to talk of coming to take over. These are issues, serious issues. Donald Trump is telling you to wake up. Yes.
It looks like Donald Trump is your answer for everything in the world.
Look, as at today, the way he's making inroads, yes. Since you have refused to do the needful, somebody had to wake you up. What are you telling me? All of a sudden, nothing, you can't say anything good about Africa. All their leaders. This one in Cameroon has been there for over 40-something years, yet he's still there. On which year? As if it's not as if he's even bringing anything to the table. And the people of Cameroon are suffering for it. The one in Uganda is still going towards that direction. Why? Did you see any American president behaving in such a manner? No, tell me, did you see, no matter how powerful, did you see or hear of any American president that have stayed more than 2 times in office on his own and start doing all this rubbish? You can't try it there, it's not possible. So the man is like a messiah.
So right now in Africa, there seem to be 3 major powers, trying to strengthen footholds in Africa.
Yes.
We're talking about the US, China, and then Russia. These, some will think Africa becomes a battleground for proxy war?
It is okay. Yes, it is okay if they are trying to recolonize Africa.
With the issues we have in Africa, you now add proxy war to it. How is that okay?
In that of America, America is trying to police Africa. That's why they have a military base like AFRICOM and all that all over the place. America have the highest military base in Africa because they want to checkmate the inroad of these terrorists. Ask yourself, why would another country come and checkmate insecurity in your country? Please tell me. Just tell me what one single reason. You are blaming them, but you don't know that they want to save you from yourself.
Isn't that another form of neo-colonialism?
You allowed it now, you call them. Because they don't want what happened in the Second World War to happen again.
Well, Africa didn't start this. The First World and the Second World War started in Europe.
They don't want them to start the Third World War. That is it. With these terrorists now having camps all over the place. With these terrorists now being sponsored by other evil men into Africa. Is it not time you checkmate them, or you want when the thing escalate into a full-blown Third World War that will cause them more? If there's any Third World War, who will fight? Whose resources will go in more? Is it not the Western world, especially America? It cost the whole world 64 million lives to stop Hitler in the Second World War. If you want such a thing again, that is why they are doing this to save you from yourself. That's the issue here.
Okay.
So if you don't want America, then do the right thing in your country. They will not come and trouble you. After all, America is not troubling the whole world. It is where there are centers of what? Trouble, centers of terrorism. That is where they go to.
Okay, Barrister Agomo, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you.
It's my pleasure too.
That was Darlington Agomo, a legal practitioner and a public affairs commentator. You're still on to African News on Voice of the People TV. We'll be right back with more stories. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We are still on to Voice of the People Television, and the program is African News. And now to Algeria, where the country has sacked Central Bank Governor Salah Eddin Taleb and named Deputy Governor Muatasem Boudiaf as acting governor, state media said on Sunday, citing the presidential decree. No reason was given for the dismissal. Taleb had served as Central Bank Governor since May 2022. Elsewhere, Kenya's Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, has increased salaries and allowances for civil servants in the 2025-2026 financial year. The review was announced by Jane Mbunya, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Mbunya's announcement came after the SRC approved the review in its 691st meeting held in December. The salary increment will cost the government 2.07 billion Kenyan shillings. Several families in Kenya has been thrown into mourning following the grisly accident along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. The Monday morning accident involved a Greenland bus and a Nanyuki Express cabs shuttle. A preliminary report indicates the Nairobi-bound Green Line bus and a Nakuru-bound Nanyuki cabs shuttle at Karai area in Naivasha at 2 a.m. According to the police report, a saloon car joining the highway from Eagle petrol station caused the bus to swerve, leading to the crash. Nakuru County Police Commander Emmanuel Epuru confirmed the tragic incident, disclosing that 10 people died in the crash. The accident comes a few hours after 5 people died in a horrific accident in the Kikope area along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway. Still on stories coming from Kenya, a Kenyan elephant believed to have been one of Africa's largest male tuskers has died of old age. The pachyderm, fondly known as Craig, died of natural causes over the weekend at Amboseli National Park in southern Kenya, conservationists confirmed. Craig has just turned 54 years old. He led a long life and no doubt fathered many calves, said the Amboseli Trust for Elephants in its farewell message. Famed for his long tusks, Craig the elephant was a major attraction at the park near the Tanzanian border. In 2021, he was named an ambassador for the popular Kenyan Leger brand Tusker, a name also used for the adult male elephants with tusks. And from Kenya, we'll move over to Zimbabwe, where 4 Zesa employees based at the Nairobi depot in Zimbabwe have been arrested in connection with the alleged theft of electrical materials valued at more than $28,000, police confirmed. The suspects are Christian Mutabvure, Chief Security Officer, Emma Kamba, former customer care clerk, a beloved Medua, stores clerk, and Blessing Guramantungu, lead artisan. According to investigations, the arrest follows a series of incidents in which electrical cables booked at Zesa Central Stores and Chinhoye stores allegedly failed to reach the Kare depot between November and December 2025. We'll go for another quick break, and the African news continues with business and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice.
Thanks for staying tuned. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. The South African rand was steadily in early trade on Monday as investors considered the implications of U.S. military action in Venezuela, escalating geopolitical tension and lifting safe haven demand. At 6:59 GMT, the rand traded at 16.5050 against the dollar, a whisker away from Friday's closing level at 16.5075. The United States captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro over the weekend to face drug trafficking charges, while President Donald Trump announced that he was putting Venezuela under temporary American control. Trump said as part of the takeover, major U.S. oil companies would move into Venezuela, which has the world's largest oil reserves, and refurbish badly degraded oil infrastructure, a process experts said could take years. Egypt and Qatar signed a memorandum of understanding to boost cooperation in liquefied natural gas sales and import, including terms for supplying Qatari shipments to Egypt's Ain Sokan and Damietta port, Egypt's petroleum ministry said on Sunday. Qatar Energy said in a statement that the agreement includes supplying Cairo with up to 24 liquefied natural gas cargoes for the upcoming summer. Egypt, the Arab world's most populous nation, has been trying to increase its own gas production and diversify import sources to meet its growing energy needs. And in sports news, Tunisia head coach Sami Trabelsi has left his role, the country's soccer federation announced on Sunday after they were knocked out of the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in the last 16. The federation said on Facebook it had decided to terminate the contractual relationship by mutual consent with the entire technical staff of the senior national team. The decision came after Tunisia lost a penalty shootout 3-2 to 10-man Mali on Saturday after the match finished 1-1 after extra time. 57-year-old Trabelsi took the helm last February for a second term, having led the national team from 2011 to 2013. Still on AFCON stories, Cameroon beat South Africa 2-1 in the last 16 of the Africa Cup of Nations finals on Sunday and set up a quarterfinal clash with host Morocco. Five-time winners Cameroon proved too strong at the Stade El Barida as they kept on course for Cup of Nations success to make up for their failure to qualify for this year's World Cup in North America. Goals from Junior Chamedo and teenage striker Christian Kufane ensured a significant victory for the indomitable Lions, although they had to fight off a late comeback as South Africa pulled one back through substitutes Evidence Makpupa with 2 minutes to play. Earlier on Sunday, Morocco booked their berth in the last 8 with a 1-0 win over Tanzania, also in Rabat. And that's all on African News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, requests, photos, or video directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon of FEM. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare. governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. Well, please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogo, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Dr. How has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you take breaks with your profession?
We try to,
You try to?
But there's a lot of pressure, you know. We don't typically have breaks, you know, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance all the same.
That's a big one. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice, because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice, to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so doctor, today we're going to be talking about, December festivities, everything that we are to, do as to live a healthy life, even with, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, you know. So everyone tends to be very relaxed, you know, we just want to sleep less, eat more, omble. This is the season, party after
party. Yeah.
You know, and we just tell ourselves that let's eat, this is the season, and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, you know, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that, you know, whatever you do to your body responds, you know, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out. And that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, you know, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest. You know, and then you don't just keep binging on, exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that, because your body requires, you know, the needed rest. In as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, you know, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
You know, activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing, and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you are able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not minding how those foods are cooked.
They just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, you know, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies,
food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances. Certain people have you know, certain food sensitivities that, you know, they are supposed to stay off certain classes of foods, but because, no, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything, we'll fix it in January. Like,
exactly.
You know, but even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you are not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. You know, that's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert, to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this, so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go, and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries. You must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you, you don't have to join the crowd, because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people hear wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy. Yeah. So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings, that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you. Yes. Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke. It was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over.
exactly ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do, and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there is something about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge ahead.
And confidence, yes, because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill, because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you're not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you're not sick or you're not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to, adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, you know. And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And you know, most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, you know, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. You know, and all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes, and you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, oh, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, oh, the Lord has done it. This year, we're going again next year, and they do not, you know, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like everything just feels fine. So are you, what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? You know, what would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, you know, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something. Because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run is actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know, but mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy Ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you had found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, you know, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, you know, take a test and say that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. and knowing that you've done.
And that's worth more than.
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, yeah, thank God, means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, you know, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat as I want. You know, they told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You know, you don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you are doing something right and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Course, some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during this festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, you know, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, you know, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find out a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but you know, this is Christmas, you know.
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things, they overdo the sugars, they overdo the processed foods, they overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time, let's do what we don't normally do, and they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, you know, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. You know, portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just two and you say you're good? You know, and you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating
sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. You cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's always food. So you really have to control
so
yourself.
the discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and you know, portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. Find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, you know, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around, and you find that a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation. Can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said,
now.
the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyle, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. For people who are not allergic to nuts, people that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good, and they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well, and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, to stay physically active. All those are very important, and they are mandatory, and there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June, but in December it's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key, and making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important, because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs, because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily, because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications, and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep taking this?
Just take a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
That will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In fact, most times complications can't even be managed, because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them. to make them, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogo. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we're still talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic, people travel, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things.
So sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. You may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered. You have very short temper, and then you also notice.
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
exactly
this.
That happens.
I don't know why I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress. Really and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they're at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, and this, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. So it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from a body that you're not nourishing, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So, some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So, could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
So
yes.
how can we,
Absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Please just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. Your mood is brightened, and you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine, and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They are not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised or their childhood experiences or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin because it's not appropriate to say that. But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you are stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music. If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? They shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you are taking into your body and the potential effect it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, little to no benefits to your body, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
push your life
fast forward. Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you are still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you are making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
and there's nothing wrong with you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, is freed. So that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, carrying grudges from previous years and then, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Diogo.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been a Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP. VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Junior Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Sis Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People. Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the
A very wonderful welcome to you out there. Welcome on board, and welcome to a new week of blessing, a new week of favor, a new week for us to, hope for a better tomorrow. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season started to shape the narrative, and of course, we'll be dissecting the same conversation we actually, took upon ourselves since last week, Wednesday. We decided to do a retrospect as regards to the 2025, and we really tried our best to wrap it up, on Friday, but unfortunately we couldn't actually, draw an call on Friday, so we decided to extend it to today. So today would be the final, the final slot, the final straw. Today will be the final, situation as regards to us dissecting it, having a slice of the reflections of 2025, and afterwards we'll just tell 2025 it was worth a while, and thank you very much for actually allowing us see you through, and here we are in 2026. Today we'll be reflecting on 2025, a year of resilience and reform in Nigeria. It happened that the year came in after so much tension in the country, and so much happened at a very fast pace, where we actually thought that some things were meant to actually, work out well for us. And not only that, we're thinking that we'd actually have soft landing, in the second quarter of the year. But I wouldn't say unfortunately, but as we would have it, as we would see it, some things actually remained. And everybody were just busy talking about politics, giving projections. The only song we heard from everyone or the leaders was just about 2027. At some point it looked like the 2026 was not existing, because they were all only talking about 2027. But here we are in 2026, so we just have to take our time to do a retrospect and talk about everything that actually happened. And we took it up from Wednesday, where we, had the conversation from January, February, and March. And on Thursday, we moved ahead, April to June, July, and Friday we moved. But here, presently, we're actually in October. I think we did September, so we're actually in October. So we'll be taking it up from there, and we're sure that we would actually rest the conversation today. And from tomorrow, we'll be back to our Nigerian situation and topic, back to factory reset. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. And of course, you agree with me that 2025 was a pivotal year for Nigeria, which actually marked a very intense political maneuvering, persistent economic challenges, escalating insecurity, and of course, incremental reform under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The nation actually grappled in deepening corruption, scandal, widespread social unrest driven by hardship. And we'll be dissecting all of this particular conversation and more today, just because we're privileged to do that. And not only that, reassessment is also good. And sometimes you just have to, take a step back and actually, do a review as regards to your proof of concept, and also tell yourself the truth. Did I really do well in all of this particular thing, or where do I need to, work on myself? Basically, that's all we're doing for our nation, because here is people's voice, and here we amplify people's voice, and we give people more than just a voice. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live, and of course on YouTube you can actually go straight there. People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we are Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break, but please don't forget that if you have anything you need to also contribute as regards to the retrospect, you can drop your messages, and I would read it via the WhatsApp platform. This is the last edition of the review, and I want you to actually be a part of this particular segment. You don't go nowhere. We'd like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation, reflecting on 2025, a year of resilience and reform in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Straight to the business of the day, because we don't want to be pressed for time later, okay? We have joining me, which I actually decided, to keep him since Wednesday for this particular, edition of the program. Mr. Ikundayo Lawa, a public affair and of course a political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
How was your weekend?
Yeah, not bad.
So we're here again to take our final slice.
Yeah.
Okay, joining us virtually. Fortunately, he planned, joining the review, and but unfortunately, he had so much, to do as regards to moving here and there with friends and family, enjoying himself in the street of Lagos, and of course, everywhere to be precise. But finally, I was able to drag him here today. And he actually said, I know that I'll be part of this particular review before it ends, and today he's here. Joining us virtually, Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat and of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes. Good afternoon, Savior. I'm glad to be here with you. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to the VOP family. And Happy New Year to our viewers. We are hoping that the new year will bring something new to us. However, I've advised Nigerians, we have to transmute our political apathy to political anger in this 2026.
Okay. All right, Doctor, thank you so much for being part of the show and, of course, joining us today. And we also have joining us today, we're bringing in a lady, joining us virtually, Olajumoke Abimbola, politician, social commentator. Good afternoon, Olajumoke, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Shagun.
You're welcome on board.
Thank you so much.
How was your weekend?
It was fine, thank you.
All right, welcome on board. Quickly, we'd like to just dissect this particular one, and let's go straight into the conversation. Of course, just like I reiterated, we touched January. January was, about economic reforms, where the president actually, assigned different tax reform, but four to be precise, were quite loud to us. He signed 4 tax reform bills, into law in January. And of course, we had different issue of corruption, where the U.S. agreement as regards to $52.88 million being forfeited out of corruption proceeds to Nigeria. Different loots, and I think Malami is still going through part of them, which happens to be a virtual loot, but till now, we're yet to actually get accountability and, of course, how the money was spent and what it was utilized for. But move away from that particular one, insecurity also, which is still ravaging the land, also surfaced in January. And moving to February, security situation also still happened. The Boko Haram became quite serious, and moving to educational system. Yes, the ASU strike also came in at some point, and the government also, we're still talking about the 2025 amendment of appropriation bill, And in March, the drama between the predecessor and the successor happened in River State, which they are still going through another loggerheads presently. In March, the state of emergency and, of course, a political crisis happened where the president declared a state of emergency on the 18th of March, 2025. Yes, suspending Governor Siminalayi Fubara. That actually happened, and we had everybody debating as regards to the presidential power. And the GDP also, surfaced at some point, and people started, quarreling as regards to what the government were telling us as regards to our GDP, telling us that reforms were actually okay. But the end bad governance hashtag, became a trend where Nigerians were saying the hunger was too much. And in April, health sector also, decided to go on strike because of a low remuneration for them. And economic situation, inflation also, disturbed food prices. And of course, the price, surged to an extent. But the government were actually saying that inflation eased by 24.23%, And moving on, we had aviation situation as well, talking about infrastructure, saying that they will be developing different, parts of the aviation system, which we're yet to see it in 2026. Of course, they would just tell us that they did some renovations. That's what they can actually talk about. But in May, we had, more situation as regards to, anti-government protests because of poverty and inflation, driving the people, the citizens into economic hardship, and away from that particular one, we also have in that same I believe in that same May, yes, in that same May, we had some a group of armed, personnel who surfaced as well, and the government, said they were going to do something about that, and the international community also criticized the government failure to protect the citizen. That particular period, that particular one also happened before the ASU, came in, and economic situation. In June, tax reforms also happened. I'm just bringing everyone up to speed because the only person who's aware of all of this is just Mr. Lawal here with me in the studio. And of course, corruption of high-profile trials continued. That's Governor of Central Bank, the former Governor of Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, and Yahaya Bello, which the EFCC just released a statement that Yahaya Bello is not guilty until the court says otherwise. So why was he wanted in the first place? No. I just saw that particular one today, but we'll be getting into all of this conversation. And yes, in that same, June, the aviation system, they said they aim at improving safety and infrastructure, and to do so many things which we're still waiting for them to do. In July, they told us that our inflation, eased at 22.97%, but food prices were not showing what they told us that was going on as regards to their statistics. And in August, nationwide strike, happened, and bad governance, and of course, we had hunger, skyrocket to a point where we were begging that a minimum wage be increased. The minimum wage, to an extent, was increased, but implementation became another problem for some governors, and I went on the street to do a vox pop, and that was when I heard that some Loma officials were not even seeing, their own, minimum wage as at between July and August, when the president actually, was telling them to go ahead with it. But here we are in September, where a strike and power outage happened as well. And I remember the president said that ASU strike will become a thing of the past, but of course, it's still the present. And we were asking, it was in September, we were asking on Friday that, why is it that our national grid is always falling sick and every time it's always collapsing and fainting? What's really going on? It's epileptic, and till now we're still waiting to get a particular, reply, which the SERAP actually reached out to, they wrote to the president to actually probe that particular ministry as regards to, some funds, that has not been accounted, for. And in October, pardons and infrastructure, situation happened where the president, granted clemency to 175 people. And of course, a posthumous pardon also happened. The about Matkoli and the Ogoni 9 also happened. So, gentlemen of the press, I've actually taken you up to speed till October. But let me just add here for November, where pension protests also happened, food inflation also happened in November, and pensioners, of course, had issues and they planned a nationwide strike, and of course they called it a naked protest over economic hardship, in the land. And resident doctors also threatened, strikes as regards to November. So I'll be resting it here in November before we'll take December for a close. So let me start with Dr. Kayode. Doctor, you heard all of, the synopsis I took just to give you clarity as regards to what the retrospect of 2025 has been so far. So I'd like you to, dive into this conversation now.
Yes. Thank you very much for even calling me first to dive into this conversation. I will first of all start with the falling of our national grid. The falling of our national grid. I've always been saying it, and I continue to say it. Our national grid, that is GREED, will never allow our national grid to work. Our national grid, that is the grid of our people, the grid of those people that are in charge, the grid of our leaders, will never allow our national grid to work. And I will quote one of my mentors, Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Our resources are just enough for our needs and not for our greed." Our resources are good enough for our needs and not for our greed. And to that extent, when our leaders are portraying more than serving the people, their hedonistic tendencies, there is no way we can be able to shore up our infrastructural deficits. I will give you an example. Lagos, Calabar highway, coastal highway. How was that contract allocated? Who was the contract allocated to? And did it pass through the normal process it should pass through? And who are gaining from it? Let's move forward. Look at the petroleum industry. Dangote mentioned that the cost of selling out his product from his tank is just 350 something naira or thereabouts. But see how much they are selling fuel now. I bought fuel today at 732 naira per liter at one MRS. So tell me, that differential is going to who? The same hedonistic tendencies of our leaders. So as a service, their profligate attitude, whereby the son of a political office holder will be going in retinue of convoys and security apparatus. Remember what Wole Soyinka said? Oloshoyinka said in his hotel he saw a young man with a lot of security people behind him, and he was asking, "Who is this?" And they now told him. And he now advised the president, Tinubu, that you need not to be pushing all the security people around. Now tell your son that the security is having alone is enough to fight terrorism. You can imagine that. Let us go to the political scene. Let's go to the political scene. How will somebody be bribing governors to defect from their party with 500 billion naira? 500 billion naira. Where is that money coming from? That means we are cutting the nose to spy the eye. Cutting the nose to spy the eye. That is being claimed to have gained from fuel subsidy removal are now being used frivolously for things that are mere mundane, things that do not add up to economic development and growth. Look at PDP. What is happening in PDP? Are you telling me it's normal? Are you telling me it's normal? Where Wike is being charged by his SY collaborator within PDP that is trying to hold on to PDP for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Wike now replying what's his name again? Sheyi Tinubu. Through
Sheyi Makinde, to be precise. Sheyi Makinde, not Sheyi Tinubu.
That if you account for the 50 billion naira intervention fund, give it to him. Even though Sheyi Tinubu,
Sheyi Makinde, and that's from Ayo Fayose to Sheyi Makinde.
It's 30 billion. So the issue is this: when all these things are not put in place. In fact, we are seeing nothing yet. We are seeing nothing yet because all it did. Okay, let us also go to the issue of taxation. Let us go to the issue of taxation. In truth, is it what was passed by the National Assembly that was gazetted? Was there any case of forgery? And where my simple reply to that forgery issue of the tax reform has to do with there is no amount of rainfall, no matter the intensity of that rainfall, it can never change or remove the spot on the leopard skin. No matter the position you are handling, what you are is what you will always be. Forgery.
Okay, doctor.
Forgery.
Okay, doctor.
Can we also go back to even take a cursory look about series of forgery incidents that has happened in our nation, especially from the last election up till now? Certificate forgery, background forgery, name forgery, that forgery, even INEC result forgery. Then what are we expecting? Even immediately, you now see even puppies, SSS puppies, forging their results. Why? Because they are looking at the leadership. The leadership of any nation is the aggregation of the behavioral pattern of the society. So what are you talking about?
All right, doctor.
That's why I say, and I continue to say, 2026 is a decisive year where Nigerians must turn their political apathy to political anger.
Okay, right? Thank you so much, Doctor.
2027 will turn out to be a mirage.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that a wonderful submission. Sincerely, it shows that you have different issues as regards to the 2025, reforms and everything that was projected, in as much as the government actually said that they've done so much, for, the people. But let me go to Olajumoke. Are you there? Okay, let me come back to the studio now. Mr. Lawal, what do you think as regards to, everything that Doctor has said? But not only that, yes, I talked about, November. But let me quickly bring December in. So when we're answering, we'll just, do everything in closing together. December, of course, U.S. strikes and the end of the year reflection as regards to insecurity. USS strikes as regards to the ISIS in Sokoto sparked different, reactions. Some were saying it was really wrong for the presidency or for the government to allow the U.S. to come do their job, and some were saying this serves them right, and they even wanted more. That's on the 25th of December, which actually killed militants around that Sokoto axis that was mapped. And of course, we also had a mosque bombings, an abduction, which marks a very violent close, of the year. And we also have, the situation of the central bank projecting a 3.89% growth for 2025. And while that is going on, the grid also, collapsed again. The grid also collapsed again. And looking at December, different situation, happened, of course. And tax laws, was finally set, and the government said we're not going back. 2026, it would actually continue. So, what can you say as regards to this particular 2025 retrospect?
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, like a doctor said, corruption is another, is something that is really, really bothering us in this country. Each time we go to the polling booth to elect officers, we ended up electing many of them corrupt leaders. Without integrity. That's why I said that two businesses are the most lucrative business in Nigeria here. They don't suffer. They don't face hardship. No matter what you do, they strive very well. The first one is terrorism. The second one is corruption. In fact, corruption is number one. Corruption always strive very well in Nigeria. No matter the hardship, no matter the inflation, no matter what, it helps corruption. So corruption is is the biggest industry in Nigeria as of now, followed by terrorism. You kidnap, government come and negotiate with you.
Banditry.
Terrorism. Banditry called terrorism. They negotiate with you, and then you are settled. You kidnap, you get paid in ransom. You abduct. You are persevered and get paid for that, and then the government continue monitoring you.
For us to have, a report that revealed that 1.38 trillion naira allegedly stolen in high-profile cases. How?
You are saying 1.3 trillion. It's even more than that. Even the coastal road, when Rufai was calculating on his program, he picked his calculator and started calculating before the minister. And so how much is a kilo? 1 kilo.
Oh, one kilometer.
Kilometer.
How much is? Yes.
How much? The guy told him. The man told him, and he calculated with his calculator and came back to a figure far lower than what they budgeted. And you get it. You can see. Look at the one they said NNPC. They said that the government write off NNPC debt. You are right. It's money that NNPC is supposed to allocate. Is supposed to. It's money that NNPC is supposed to give the government from its proceedings. That okay, this is what we made you. We are remitting this money.
Remittance, yes.
And they couldn't remit the money.
And now they are writing it.
The government is now writing. The question is, why would the government write?
Are not holding anybody accountable. And the fact that even if you wanted to write anything off, it was meant to be what we call concession, where you say, okay, out of 100%, give the government 70% back. or 80% back, or even 65, and okay, whatsoever it is. It is not even right.
Consensus. There's nothing like consensus. This thing is.
I'm saying concession. Yes.
No concession. There's nothing like
financial
it's not acceptable. This case is not acceptable. You know why? Because it is on record that you are supposed to remit this money. It's already on record. You have made the money. Are you getting
and
me?
Some of them had even logged it in that they've remitted the money.
So when you now calculated what they gave you, that they made, it was short. And the question that's supposed to come is that, why have you not remitted the revenue? Because what you told me you remit on paper is not what I received on my account. How can you now say you want to sit down and negotiate? That's not a negotiation. That is stealing. You stole that because the money is supposed to go to that account officially. It didn't go. On paper, it was already there. And then the question is, what happened to this money? The money must have gone into somebody else's private pocket. And you are now telling me you are writing it off. That means you forget it. To let them know that, okay, don't worry, next year you can do another one. There's not you will even not remit anything.
Who are the people behind NNPC?
Okay, who is the Minister for Petroleum? We should start with that now because NNPC is under the Ministry of Petroleum. Abi? So who is the Minister for Petroleum? Are we not supposed to pick the minister first for questioning? That under your watch, so much corruption is happening. So who is the Minister for Petroleum? Wait. Let's say who is the Minister for Petroleum?
You know what I
is the president. So if it is another ministry now, like you remember Ministry of Humanitarian? She was immediately relieved of her job.
Yeah.
Do you remember? 2 of them.
Of course.
So many. There was a time they called Keyamo, Minister for Aviation, to come and explain what is that. They called me. Then the Minister for Petroleum is the president, nobody.
Mr. Lawal.
And you are telling me you are operating democracy. So where is that democracy defined?
Mr. Lawal, this is it. I'm not against who and who is not the Minister of Petroleum. Of course, we know we have a standing order in this country as regards to that sector. But what I'm coming. But my major question is this. Who are the people behind NNPC? I was not mentioning who is. Because you can actually be, and I'll give you an instance, you can actually be, just like the way Buhari, of blessed memories, the former president, was the president of this nation. And he had one of the most corrupt cabinets in this country. And guess what? Don't forget that some of these revelations actually surfaced, some at the tail end of his administration, some after he left office. Do you understand? So it means that you can actually be in charge of the house, and some things might still be happening without your consent. That's what I want to presume, or I want to assume.
And if you let it go, you are not in charge.
But now that's another angle that you should now talk about. But my main concern here is, if Dangote, that has actually thrived in the cement industry, it thrived as regards to, a food condiment industry, now it moved to the eye of petroleum. And he used the statement. He said the cabal in petroleum industry is the strongest and the biggest. I never knew it would be like this. Meaning, as big as Dangote is in this nation or in Africa, those cabal are also suffocating him or fighting him as regards to the oil sector. And this is the reason why I am asking, who are the people that first, they cannot be mentioned. Their names have never been mentioned. But if you look at the trajectory as regards to NNPC, there are so many things that just come and go as regards to NNPC. And nobody's really looking at, the eye of these people.
Because the person in charge, if you put somebody in charge or somebody is in charge, and he cannot control the area is in charge, or he lets so many things that are abnormal to pass under him. Even some he knows, he even let it go. Like this one, they are telling us the federal government write off the debt. Then you should ask the person, are you sure you are not the cabal, or you are not the head of the cabals? Because if you are in charge and some things like this are happening, and some people like cabals are the one in charge, can't you bring these cabals to book? And if you refuse to bring them to book, then definitely you are part of the cabal. That is it. That's the fight, the major fight between Trump and Maduro of Venezuela, that the drugs are always coming into my country. Your country is always saying, I can't continue like this, be spending resources every now and then, trying to prevent these drug cartels from bringing drugs over. I have to take you out. So when people blame Trump or begin to criticize him for taking out Maduro from Venezuela, they should also look in depth into do you know what Mawa, the former governor of Lagos State, who is now the DG of NDLA, do you know how many drugs cartel he has handled in this country? Do you know? He even said that, he even went as far as trying to get a law that anybody, any institution, if you are getting admission, you must undergo drug test.
Drug test.
To let you know how serious this thing
is. And when I read
it,
when I read that particular news here on national TV, I also mentioned that I would also want that same drug test to be conducted in the National Assembly.
And now?
Yeah. So please go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So you can see, if you now say that you are ahead, or this under your watch, things like this are happening and people are carrying, even this one and you refuse to, let me say this one of NNPC we didn't know about is a different case, but this one and you are writing it off. Then you are not mentioning cabal. Then definitely you are part of the cabal, or you are head of the cabal.
No, I mentioned cabal by
no.
reiterating what
yes, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm talking to the government now.
Okay.
I'm talking to the government now. That if you are in government, you are in charge. You say you are in charge of the government, of that post. And then things like this are happening. If you didn't hear about it, it's a different case. It didn't surface. It's a different case. This is surfaced, and you are telling us that you are writing it off. Something so enormous, something which, if you put all the budget, 1 year budget of all the countries in this ECOWAS, that budget will take care of all that country. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Their budget, the budget of all the countries in West Africa, plus Niger and Mali and Ivory Coast, plus this budget will take care of all this money that you are saying you are writing on, will take care of all their budgets. And then such a money that will make a substantial, enormous development in this country. And you are telling us you are writing it off? You get what I'm saying? And you are now telling me that Adabre is now saying there are cabals in oil, where the president is the minister for petroleum, and this thing happened in NNPC, and then the same government that the president is heading is writing it off. Such an enormous amount. Then you tell me what exactly is going on. That's why I said corruption is the biggest business industry in Nigeria. Nothing affects it. It's the most thriving business in Nigeria. Go into corruption. Even if you steal 1 billion, just settle with half of it, and then your sins are forgiven. Don't you see it happening all over the place? We have plea bargain. See another story you are telling us about Yaya Bello. With that enormous noise all over the place.
That's what.
And then EFCC is telling us, the same years that took him up, is telling us that
I declared him wanted
until the court.
Yeah, says he's guilty.
Oh, he's guilty. Yeah. That means the evidence, you don't have any evidence to present in court. That's what you are telling. Because why will you pick him in the first place when you are telling that? You should be sure of yourself that no, this man can never get out of it. With the evidence I have,
so are you saying he can never get compromised?
Out. Yes, now for them to be telling us this. The question is, why did you pick him in the first place when if you are not sure? That means you have enough evidence. You have piled up your evidences against him before you can go to court. Is that not it? And you are now coming back to tell us that he has to be pronounced guilty before you're supposed to be telling us that with the load of evidence you have against this man, he can never get out of it. That's what you should be telling us, that you are sure of what you are presenting in court.
And the same man is actually going for Senatorial
I'm so sure that I'm going for yes.
In Kogi State, to be precise. He will be going head to head with
Natasha.
All right, let me go back to Dr. Kayode. Hello, doctor.
Yes.
You heard the retrospect I took as regards to December.
When you were talking about cabal, when you were talking about cabal, you see, I've been saying it, that there is nothing that can go wrong within an organization, if it's not being corrected as soon as immediately, then the management must be held responsible. I will also give you a quote by Amanpo of CNN that said, any insurgent that can never be quenched within 24 hours, then the leadership must be held responsible. Now, let me apply that one to the issue of cabal within the petroleum industry. If the Minister of Petroleum, who is also the President of Nigeria, cannot solve the problems being inflicted on Nigerians by them, then he is the head of the cabal. He is the head of the cabal. Because there is no way a judge who is a thief will ever jail a co-thief. So what are you talking about? We knew what Dangote faced because before he could start rolling out his petroleum products. Who is supposed to be in charge? Who is supposed to be in charge? Is it not the same president? So tell me, which cabal are we talking about?
Okay, doctor.
Yes.
All right. I totally understand that both you and Mr. Lawa, both of you are really venting, as regards to, this situation of corruption because, if we want to take our time to do just a rough estimation of corruptions, in this country from January last year till December last year, I think the book will be full, and I don't think Excel sheets can take everything. It's that bad, But let us also, in just a few minutes, talk about the tax law. For the government to actually say they're not going back as regards to the tax law, and 2026 has started already. So, what's your take as regards to that, Doctor? I'd like you to take this in 1 minute. Of course, I will need to round off now before I come back to the studio.
Well, you see, there is nothing difficult in governance if truly you are well prepared for it.
Okay.
If government is telling you they cannot handle something, is the thing bigger than them? Is it bigger than them? How can you say you cannot handle the issue of cabals? Is it possible?
Doctor, we're talking about tax laws now. We're talking about the tax law.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm coming. Well, is it impossible? Now translate that one to the issue of tax laws. Number one, the National Assembly passed a law. After gazetting, a member of National Assembly said that thing had been tampered with. Another person within the National Assembly corroborated it. And then you are now saying probably it's typographical error. Just as the Supreme Court also said, or maybe appeal court, during the presidential election tribunal. So who is really who? Yoruba will say, "Mafi numi momonje."
Okay, doctor.
Don't feed me. I can feed myself.
Okay, doctor. Thank you so much.
I'm aware of all this. Okay, if you had changed some things there, when I say, okay, let us go to the drawing board and repeat it. And do this thing again. Now you are saying by all means you must enforce it.
Okay.
Like I always tell you, Savior. I always tell you, one day, monkey go market. You know, go come back. Okay. It is when you pursue the goat to the wall that you know that goat has teeth.
All right, thank you.
And I can assure you, the clouds are gathering.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Dr. Dayo Kaide, for that final, thoughts. Of course, your submission. Thank you so much, sir. All right, let me bring it to the studio, Mr. Lawa, in just 1 minute. We need to, round off now. I want you to just, give reply as regards to the tax law that the government actually said they were not going back as regards to the tax law. But not only that, they said the tax law would favor the poor. So I want you to give your reaction.
That's what I'm wondering. How is it going to favor the poor? Just like a subsidy will favor you, it brought greater hardship on us. Worse, our life became worse. They said floating of the naira will favor us. It brought hardship, on us. So everything they tell us will favor us or don't always favor us. So that is the rhetoric. But one thing is this: you can't tax poverty. You can only tax wealth. A nation in which the people are struggling, they are struggling with the little they have, can't be enough, and you want to tax that nation. Directly and indirectly, you will tax the poor. Because if you say you are taxing the rich, you are increasing minimum wage. That minimum wage will cross that threshold of 800,000, and then they will start paying the tax. So how do you help them? Second, when you tax the rich will put it on the goods that the poor will buy, and the goods will increase. So how do you help the poor? Because they will simply transfer it to the poor. So the third one is that they said there's a disparity between the two documents. This document is the one we say you should go and work on.
Yeah.
The one you did is having changes.
Not tallying, yes.
Yes, with the one. Are you not supposed to look at it and say, sorry, let's put it on hold, pending when we resolve this
But my
issue.
question, doctor, was our situation always, meant to be that way? And why should we always have, different results or, situations like this where documents must always be different? Can't we just pass something and let this particular thing move from this table to this table to this office and it is still the same? Must somebody always tamper with something? But I think I would have to leave us with that particular question. Must somebody, almost people
Even with budget, they do it with budget too.
Must there be always tampering? Can we just take our hands off tampering in this country so that a common man can actually have a life? That's how far we can actually go on the show, this wonderful evening. Don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts, of course, are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put. Of course, I believe the Super Eagles will be playing, shortly, and they've been promised about 14 million naira for each goals, and I believe that would actually, boost their confidence as regards to them going on the pitch with a good spirit. This is how far I can actually go. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you're facing, soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern Region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967, Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it's another beautiful time to talk of football on the long-term Voice of the People television. I am Jerry Apelionai, and all attention is on Morocco, talking about the Northern African country, because the biggest football competition as far as the continent of Africa is concerned is currently going on. The round of 16 has started since Saturday, and so far so good. We've seen blockbuster fixtures for those who have been enjoying the AFCON. Talking about the best of African football going on in Morocco. The Super Eagles have a date with Mozambique later this evening. We'll be taking a look at that and more on the program this lovely afternoon. And of course, so much went down in the Premier League, talking about some coaches are getting sacked. It started off with Chelsea. It looks like it has spread to Old Trafford. What can you say? So much to look forward to. I am Jerry Apelonai saying welcome once again to the show. And of course, it promises to be exciting. It's a full house. Ikechukwu makes a return. And of course, Mayowa will also be a part of it as we take a look at the round of 16 clashes. So much to look forward to. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for those who are watching us on YouTube. You can also join the conversation. And of course, drop your comments on the comment section. We'll be able to take them as the show progresses as well. And of course, Ikechukwu, the AFCON so far so good. I must say there was a big surprise at the AFCON just because a one-man down team went ahead to win via penalties. So much for what we see in Europe happening at the African Cup of Nations.
Well, I mean, it's beautiful to talk football here, Jerry. I mean, it's a brand new week. Football happened over the weekend. Lots of conversations to actually look into. I mean, coach being, leaving their job. Maiwa pretty happy now. Ruben Amorim finally left him at Old Trafford. Chelsea, on Friday, the news of Chelsea actually happened. And of course, yes, the AFCON, the biggest showpiece right now when it talks about football across the world, I must say. I mean, the big guns are actually, taking the lesser team out. I mean, we expect to actually see the teams that have qualified make it round to the quarterfinals so far. And of course, I think it's going to continue that same way until we get to the quarterfinals. Maybe then it's going to be difficult to actually predict who will be going through to the next round. But all around, it's an amazing time talking about football again here in the locker room, Jerry. It's good to have you. All right, so much to look forward to, and of course, Maiwa, I guess, to join us eventually. Maiwa, it's great to have you join us on the locker room. Okay, Maiwa is not yet in. Definitely, I would like to ask him and also tell him about my prophecy about his team and talking about it coming to pass in the year 2026. Maybe I should apply to become a prophet this time. Maybe I'll make some good bucks and acquire some members in my own, talking about own parish. But let's take a look at the AFCON so far so good. Papa Gaye scored twice as much fancied Senegal came from behind to beat Sudan 3-1 on Saturday and seal a place in the quarterfinals of the African Cup of Nations, while 10-man Mali edged Tunisia in a dramatic penalty shootout. And of course, the champions in 2022, Senegal are seen as the biggest threat to host Morocco's dreams of winning a first AFCON title in half a century. And of course, it would have been a huge shock had the Lions of Teranga lost in Tangiers to a Sudan side almost 100 places beneath them in the FIFA rankings. Sudan reached the knockout stage for just the second time since lifting the trophy in 1970, despite the country being ravaged by civil war for almost the last 3 years. This same team did not score a goal in the group stages. The only goal they scored to win the game was actually an own goal. And of course, what a beauty it was. They scored against Senegal. That means their first real goal was a beauty, and it was against Senegal. And it was looking like they might stop the Teranga Lions. But of course, the Malians gave fantastic talent. I remember him fondly this season for having a fight with his fellow teammate at Everton in that game against the Manchester United. That goal actually won the game. It looks like that guy knows how to score in games that his team eventually wins. And he scores twice. Gay is not a small player. He has played with Paris Saint-Germain, a top player. And of course, Senegal star-studded. I expect them to beat Sudan. Eventually, they did. Yeah, of course. A lot of persons actually fancied that to be a walkover. And of course, looking at the scoreline, 3 goals is a walkover. Just that, Sudan managed to actually get a consolation goal in that particular one. But then it's actually, highly predictable that Senegal definitely score at least 3 goals in that particular game. And looking at the arrays of players they actually have in their ranks, Sadio Mane, I mean, leader through and through. Papigaye, these guys are, a Trojan, an old horse when it comes to, the midfield. And of course, he understands, African football as well. If you look at the Senegalese team, one thing you not take away from them is that they do not lack, any department of their team. They've got strength across board, and of course, the perfect blend of, experience and youth. So it's going to be a very, very difficult one for any team to actually take them out of this particular tournament. And of course, Sudan really didn't stand a chance when they actually paired against the, the Teranga Lions. I mean, they've really been showing, they're a team to be reckoned. Of course, they started this journey pretty much, in 2002, where we started seeing crop of players, Yala, Diop and co, stepped up, and then ever since, Senegal has always been a team, that's always shown promise to actually lift the championship. Of course, until they got to the World Cup, they were the very first team to actually in Africa to go to the quarterfinals. They've shown that they've got quality. I mean, this is exactly what we expect to actually see. And I mean, kudos to them. I mean, we'll get to see how they definitely be turning out in the quarterfinals of this particular tournament. All right, of course, they will now take on Mali. They will be taking on Mali in Tangiers, where they actually play their own game after beating Sudan to face their West African neighbors, Mali. Mali, in the last 8 next Friday, after the Eagles prevailed 3-2 on penalties against Tunisia, following
A 1-1 draw at the end of 90 minutes and extra time. Mali, who have never won the Cup of Nations, looked to be in trouble when fullback Woyo Koulibaly was sent off in the 26th minute at the Mohamed V Stadium in Casablanca for a nasty challenge in Hannibal Mejbri. Mali, they're used to some very, very interesting, and sometimes you get confused who they're actually talking about. When I checked on the scores, I saw Koulibaly. I said, I hope it's not the Koulibaly I know. But I had Woyo Koulibaly. I think everybody has a chance of bearing Koulibaly in Mali anyway, except those who escaped it. Talking about maybe the day of the naming, they decided not to give him Koulibaly. But I did not see that coming. But anytime Mali and Tunisia plays, the last time there was a controversy. That was it the last AFCON when their game ended abruptly in the 85th minute. The referee forgot the time and decided to end the game in the 85th minute. This game always brings a lot of side attraction. This time around, the officiating was not the issue. But one man down, going on to beat them via penalties. Even Bissouma, of all people, missed the penalty. I don't know whether he was training for rugby or American football.
Of course, I mean, it's always going to be a very big game. The Tunisians actually, showed that they were actually a good team until they met the Super Eagles in the group stage. And of course, the Malians, ever since, you look at the Malian team, they are just one of those teams that whenever they are in AFCON, you just want to, be very careful with them. They always appear in the AFCON at the dark horse of every tournament. And this is no different. We saw them in last AFCON when Eritrea actually took them, to the last AFCON, and they gave a very good account of themselves. I mean, it was a very, very late, strike from, the Ivorians to actually turn the game on its head. I mean, they were all coasting home to victory until that, very sad incident happened. Now, of course, they're actually in this particular one. Like you said, this game always brings, lots of drama, and today is definitely not different. But it is football, and we've seen that, these guys can actually, decide, game in under split seconds. But it's just one of those very close games, and penalty shootout will always, like they always say, penalties is a no man's game, and of course a game of chance. It's unfortunate, but of course the team that actually won will definitely go home smiling, knowing that quarterfinals beckons.
All right, of course, I think just like Saturday was filled with so much fireworks, Sunday was also a blockbuster Sunday as far as the AFCON last 16 is concerned. Former Tanzania national team head coach now, because he got fired after they lost the game, so he's now former. Talking about Ade Amrouchi. For those who know African football very well, Amrouchi is a big name when it comes to coaching on the continent of Africa. And of course, he has been handed an 8-match suspension following controversial comments he made regarding the Confederation of African Football and Morocco's alleged influence within the continental body. Amrouchi, who was sanctioned after publicly accusing Morocco of exerting undue control over CAF affairs, including claims that the North African nation was involved in the selection of referees for competitions. CAF's disciplinary authorities deemed the remarks inappropriate and damaging to the integrity of African football governance. The fallout from the comments extended beyond the suspension, as Amrouchi was also relieved of his duties as Tanzania coach shortly after the incident. The Tanzania Football Federation moved swiftly to distance itself from the controversy, citing the need to protect its relationship with CAF and uphold the principles of professionalism. CAF has maintained that match officials are appointed through established and transparent procedures, reiterating its commitment to fairness and neutrality in all competitions. Now, yes, the spotlight is going to be on Morocco, because it looks like CAF is even making it look obvious that they are doing everything to favor Morocco. Yeah, he who pays the piper, they takes the tune, but that doesn't mean that you have to sell your birthright, because CAF has the birthright of controlling how the competition is supposed to be done professionally. But when you are making it look obvious that you're trying to make the host nation get all the favoritism, it takes away professionalism from the game, and this is going to make people have a lot of question marks on this competition. In Cote d'Ivoire was not like this. Yeah. We didn't see Cote d'Ivoire having undue advantage. Even though they won the AFCON, everybody knew that fair and square, because this is a team that struggled. They barely came out from the dust and went on to win the AFCON, meaning that they fought for it. They are deserved champions. Beating Nigeria in that game, they actually worked out for it. But why should Morocco be giving everything so that they will win? Because they are the ones buttering the bread of CAF.
A lot of persons even said that the last AFCON was actually one of the best AFCON in terms of officiating. Of course, it's it speaks to the integrity of the Ivorians, how they actually, kept distance from, whatever it is that CAF was actually doing. But then again, will you blame Morocco? You won't actually. They've come out to actually, bail CAF on several occasions, so you expect them to actually have certain level of leverage. I mean, it is one of those things, right? If you know you don't want to, be in a relationship with someone, why do you keep collecting something from them? And that's exactly the case here with CAF and, Morocco. I wouldn't really blame Morocco, and of course, CAF at this point is definitely helpless. If something happens tomorrow in a mini tournament in Africa, Morocco is definitely the first home to call, and that's exactly why whatever it is you have seen today. But the question again is Morocco that team that should be revered and respected, as much as we always thought? Because I mean, coming up against a team like Tanzania, I don't think they should need any sort of favoritism to actually go away. This is not me saying that Morocco should actually have a case when he was actually pointing this out. But then if you look at the way the competition has been going, if you look at things that have been happening, you want to start asking questions that it seems like there seems to be some level of undue advantage handed over to Morocco. But then and Tanzania is out. This is not going to make a major news because everybody wants to believe that yes, it is Tanzania. Even if it's going to be played outside the shores of Morocco, Morocco should definitely fancy their chance of going through. But it's quite unfortunate. But for Amarich, I know he's definitely going to land another job within Africa. But it's also very good and timely that Tanzania FA actually stepped in to actually distance themselves from this. It's actually not a good thing for African football. I mean, if we're having this sort of comments about African biggest showpiece, then definitely it's going to actually kill the branding and of course the marketing of the whole continent. So it is good that they step aside. But I mean, kudos to Morocco. Let's get to see what they're definitely going to be doing in the quarterfinals.
All right, Morocco not really proving that they are the big team because how do you struggle against Tanzania and only get a goal to win that game? Some would have expected them to blow Tanzania away, but that did not happen. And that's why Amarich was not pleased with the way they lost, believing that they should have won against Morocco because he believes that the officiating actually favored the Moroccans. I think I'll get to see more of that game to really want to know whether there's any truth in what Abdel Amarich is actually pointing out. But one man is saying it, but another is saying it. That means when two people are bearing witness to a set situation, that means there's no smoke without fire. This time around, Fecafoot President Samuel Eto'o has raised concerns over refereeing standards at the ongoing 2025 African Cup of Nations, accusing match officials of favoring certain teams ahead of Cameroon's quarterfinal clash with host Morocco. That means he's worried already because they are going to be facing Morocco this time around. The Indomitable Lions are set to face the Atlas Lions on Friday in a high-stakes encounter with a place in the semi-finals at stake. And of course, however, Eto'o, a former Cameroon captain and Barcelona striker, has publicly questioned the neutrality of officiating at the tournament. Speaking ahead of the crucial time, the president of Cameroon Football Federation called on the Confederation of African Football to ensure fairness and transparency in refereeing decisions. He further alleged that some teams have benefited unduly from officiating decisions during the tournament. Let's talk about Cameroon, the way they dispatched the South Africans. I didn't see that coming. I knew it was going to be a difficult game, but Cameroon proved that once you have it, that means our class is permanent, form is temporary. Cameroon proved that class is permanent. They're a classic team. They can beat anybody on the continent of Africa on their day, and they did that in style against a South African side who was dubbed the favorites.
Yes, a team with class will always be favorable when it comes to this sort of ties. I mean, Cameroon's got a team. They might not have all of the big names at the moment. Of course, we know that they actually went through a lot coming into this particular championship. The likes of Mbeumo and co are actually the ones leading the lines. But this Cameroon, if you look at them, you know that they really have a team, what looks like a proper team. And of course, coming into this particular game against South Africa, that also look like a proper team. One thing is definitely going to, play, one, his history, and two, his pedigree when it comes to championship like this. And that's exactly why, it gets to certain stakes, certain stage, and definitely certain kind of games, even in Europe and of course in UEFA Champions League, you see certain teams, they might not be at their best. Take for example, Real Madrid. Stepping into a particular game against Liverpool, you know there is definitely going to be, one winner coming out in a very high-stake game, and that's exactly what happened between, Cameroon and of course South Africa. This is exactly one of those things where you look at, you say, okay, well, history will definitely want to, come and favor this particular team, and Cameroon actually did that and did that in style. For South Africans, I think they've made it to the World Cup, so I think that should be a consolation for them. They should start preparing for the World Cup a few months from now, and of course, let's get to see them give a very good showing and represent Africa very well. But for Cameroon, this is another opportunity to actually, keep pushing. Of course, they also made it to the World Cup. Perhaps they might actually get to, the final in Morocco after about about 50 years. The last time Morocco actually hosted this particular championship, it was it was Cameroon and Nigeria that played the final. So perhaps they might just make it all the way to the finals again, and who knows, they can just pick up this trophy. But then it's a good one for Cameroon, of course, for Samuel Eto'o. The whole drama that happened in Fecafoot before he actually before this particular championship showed that the quality of player he actually chose for Cameroon now is actually paying dividends. So who cares? Whatever happens, if Cameroon win the trophy, Samuel Eto'o's decision is definitely going to be the right one, and everyone is going to rally around it.
All right, so still talking about Cameroon, this time around, the players of the Cameroon national team have been rewarded handsomely following their hard-fought victory over South Africa at the ongoing 2025 African Cup of Nations. The Indomitable Lions secured a 2-1 win against Bafana to book their place at the quarterfinals of the competition, continuing their quest for a 6th continental title. Following the qualification, each Cameroon player is set to receive a total of 18 million CFA francs as a combination of winning and qualification bonuses. And the amount is estimated at approximately $32,550 per player, underlining the significance placed on success by the Cameroonian football authorities. And of course, for the Baleba and the boys, what a way to go. Cameroon is proving that they'll be the team to beat, but I would like to see them against Morocco first before I will put my money on them to win this one.
Well, I mean, if you're giving them $35,000 for beating Cameroon, I wonder what you'd be giving them if they beat Morocco, the host. I don't know, but this is where I kind of find it very, not too cool, with African football, especially for African countries that are really, really struggling. Cameroon's got a lot to actually, put their money into in terms of, the country development and all. But then I also understand that the players have actually, given the country a lot of joy, and more than, the politicians have actually done in, the last couple of months and years in Cameroon. So maybe you want to look at that as, as something they well deserving. But then defeating South Africa and getting $35,000, it's a lot of money for me. But hey, let's see if that's going to spur them on against Morocco. Hopefully, I really want to see Morocco out, because when it comes to championship like that, particularly in Africa, I think the host nations seem to be very, very difficult. Particularly again when it is a North African team, most times it's difficult to actually take them out. They most likely go all the way to actually pick it. But if Cameroon find a way to edge them, it's going to be a neutral tournament, open tournament for everyone to actually get the chance to actually win it. So my vote, my support is definitely to my West African brothers, Cameroon.
All right, of course, Carlos Baleba was the man of the match for the Cameroonians. He plays for Brighton. He's much talked about by a lot of club sides who are looking for his services. With that man of the match performance against South Africa, I think it's going to be the conversation in the transfer window, if not January, in the summer, with that mouth-watering, interesting performance from the young lad. And of course, Cameroon is filled with a lot of young players who are ready to blaze the trail. But let's talk about today's fixtures. And of course, the Egyptians, talking about the North Africans, will be all out to night. Any moment from now, that game should have started. They've already started that game. And of course, the Egyptian national team are fully focused on claiming their 8th African Cup of Nations title. Yes, you heard it. Egypt is the most decorated country as far as the AFCON is concerned. And of course, they take on Benin Republic in the round of 16 currently at the Stade Adra in Agadir. And of course, Egypt qualified for the round of 16 by topping Group B, 1 point ahead of second place South Africa. The Pharaohs were unbeaten during the initial phase of the tournament as they recorded wins over Zimbabwe and South Africa before jotting down a goalless draw against Angola in match day 3. Benin, however, made their way out of Group D as one of the best third-place sides at the showpiece, placed alongside Senegal, DR Congo, and Botswana. Benin's only win at the AFCON came on the form of a 1-0 result against Botswana in match day 2. Definitely, it's going to be difficult anytime you look at Benin Republic alongside Senegal, DR Congo. These are heavyweight, and of course, Botswana, definitely their size, they were able to beat that one and make it through. But now they have a high tussle against the Egyptians. It's going to be a difficult one. Mohamed Salah looks like he left all his scoring prowess for the AFCON, and it looks like he has come to deliver for the Egyptians. But against Benin Republic, you should fancy their chances.
Yeah, they should be able to fancy their chance. But if there's anything to be, careful about this Benin Noirs is the fact that they are a side that really have a lot of belief in themselves. and Coach Gennett Rohr has really helped this team. I mean, this is the very first time they're actually making it out of their group stage, you know, in any CAF Nations Cup. So, I mean, they're out of the group stage now. At the very first Nations Cup, they actually won a game. Again, I mean, it's history already for them. So, it's going to be, we've done one, let's see if we can actually do two. I mean, defeating the most decorated side in Africa is going to be a huge one for them. Of course, if we are looking at, you know, the size of it, we're talking about, you know, the Benin climbing the mountain, Highrise. But they look at the Egyptian side today. True, they told, yes, they have the history, they have the pedigree, but they do not really have the character that should be feared. Aside Mosala and Omar Mamouche, there's nothing really special about this Egyptian side, and that's exactly where, you know, if these guys can actually put themselves together, I want to believe that they will definitely want to play a low block and then hit on the transition. If they do that successfully and find, you know, 1 or 2 goals early in the game or perhaps late in the game, then definitely it's going to be difficult for the Egyptian side. So far, so good. I must say the Egyptian side among the North African side have been the least impressive side. So against this Benin side, yes, you definitely want to fancy that it's going to be Egypt, you know, making it through the next round, but they have to be very careful and take their chances.
They have to be very careful and take their chances. Talking about Egypt up against Benin Republic is still ongoing. And of course, we'll give you updates as far as that game is concerned. And for Benin Republic, they'll fancy their chances of causing an upset, maybe taking it out to penalties. But the Egyptians will definitely want to fight this one out and get the needed result. And of course, look forward to add to their 8th African Cup of Nations titles in that one. But let's talk about another game which will be coming up later today. Talking about the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Mozambique. And the coach, Eric Chell, has already started talking. He says, my dream is to win with 4 or 5 goals and have 80% possession. That is the perfection I dream of. And no one else is talking about this, talking about Eric Chell. He says that his dream is to win by 4 or 5 goals. And of course, I mean that the man is an attack-minded coach. He likes his team to score lots of goals. And so far, so good in this AFCON. I think they've been among the teams that have scored lots of goals as well. The first game, they plundered 2. The second game, 3 goals. And of course, the 4 goals, 3 goals, I beg your pardon. So they have lots of goals to show for their effort. But I think Eric Chell is greedy. He's Oliver Twist. He says he wants more. But against Mozambique, are we going to see lots of goals because the attackers are hungry?
Yeah, I mean, goals for Chelsea hasn't really been the problem. I mean, so far in this particular championship, we've scored about 8 goals. But the problem is, you know, how to defend them. I mean, as much as we've been scoring, we've also been conceding. So we've not actually kept any clean sheet. That should be worrying. For any side that, you know, really wants to go all the way to win championship, one of the things you really need to put in place is the fact that you must have a very stable defense. As much as you score goals, you need to actually have the defense to actually help you, you know, shut the opposition for actually finding the back of the net. If you look at our games, particularly against the Ugandans, that team that I want to believe that, you know, they are the least impressive in our group, you want to know that, you know, if a Uganda side can actually get a goal against Super Eagles, then of course it's worrying. It calls for a huge question against Zimbabwe, Mozambique. If our Eric Chell does not actually keep, you know, the team together, ensure that, you know, we find a way to keep a clean sheet in that particular one. How much of, you know, and again, another very interesting thing we really need to look at for is that so far so good. We've played all of the teams in this particular tournament. We've not really played a team that will come at us, you know, in a low block style. And if these guys had to come on, you know, in a low block style and hit us on transition, then it's going to be a problem if they score before us. But so far so good. If Erichel is actually aiming to actually get 4 goals, that's a very good aim. That means, you know, he's definitely seen his team scoring at least 2 goals in each game. So, but Mozambique is going to be a very, you know, interesting test for the Super Eagles. One thing about Super Eagles that I really fear, or I will even use the word dread, is the fact that when we are playing against a team with less name and character, the Super Eagles seem to actually play below par, and this can actually really cause us a lot of problems. If I'm playing against a top team, I definitely beat my chest and say the Super Eagles can actually, you know, stand to the same way we did against Tunisia until we actually took our foot off the gas. So for this Mozambique, I want the Super Eagles to take this game like we were playing against Brazil. That's the only way we can actually come out, you know, with all 3 points, without, you know, any fear of or anyone actually taking their hypertension kit, you know, during the course of the game.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about Victor Osimhen just getting the goal and assisted so far in this competition. Should we be expecting more goals from Osimhen? And now that it looks like Wilfred Ndidi is going to be taking back the captain armband because they say you don't change the winning side, but with the game against Uganda, a lot of Nigerians will want to see some of those players for Rafa Onyedika maybe get some more playing time and maybe add more goals to their tally. Just playing one game in a game that Osimhen captain, he has scored more goals than the man who has played three games.
Okay, first, they are not playing the same position. So Rafa Onyedika and Victor Osimhen. So that's one. So, yes, I want to see some of these players, particularly against a team like Mozambique, but they should not start. The teams that have actually started the first two games should actually start the game. And then during the course of the game, after we've actually scored, good number of goals, these guys should actually, come in to get, more minutes in this spell. But again, for Victor Osimhen, I think at this point, he should not put his eyes on scoring goals, because if he does that, it's definitely going to kill the team chemistry. Let him just focus on playing for the team. The goals will definitely come. He's a top scorer. He's a top striker. So definitely, the team will definitely find, a way to actually, service him and definitely put the ball behind him. But if he puts his emphasis and focus on getting a goal, he's definitely most likely not get the goal. We saw it against the Ugandans, where he was actually struggling to actually ensuring that he gets a goal, and definitely the goal didn't eventually come up. So I think he should just take his eyes off the ball. He should not be too anxious to actually get a goal. The goal will definitely find a way to him. I think that's one of his biggest problems. Even in the last AFCON, it was clear that Victor Osimhen was actually chasing goals. Yes, I mean, we know strikers will definitely want to score goals, because that's what shows that you're actually doing your job as a striker. But then at this point, I think he should take it easy. I mean, for me, Victor Osimhen really has little to actually prove as regards the quality of a player that he is. He just needs to actually support the team and play as part of the team, and then he's definitely going to find his own goals when the time comes.
All right, what about the defensive pairing? A lot of Nigerians have complained about the conceding of goals. In the 3 games they've played, they've all conceded. And of course, if you concede goals like this, it shows that you're vulnerable at the back. Of course, going into this one, they should try as much as possible to stop the goals from coming. How would they be able to do that?
So that's exactly where the big problem comes. The Super Eagles, if you look at the way we've actually been playing, you know that whenever we score a goal, we go back to sleep, and then we allow the opponents pile pressure. I didn't actually see that against the Tunisians. I scored the 3 goals before we actually went to sleep in that particular one. So that game against Tunisia should actually be the standard. Let's actually go back to that particular, the way we approach the Tunisians. Score our goals, no sleeping. Definitely everybody should be on guard. If you look at, the players, when Ericheo, decides to actually make his changes, to actually make like-for-like changes, except you definitely just want to seal the game or, bring defenders to actually shut the door. But if you just want to make changes because someone is tired, I don't think there's any point actually, changing formation. I mean, Alex Iwobi's best game was against Tunisia. Definitely, we need Alex Iwobi to be unlocked in this particular championship if we're fancying a chance to actually go far or score, a lot of goals in this particular championship. So Alex Iwobi should be set loose. He should be set free, which means that he should just play the trial of, Wilfred Ndidi, Rafa Onyedika, and Alex Iwobi, or he play Frank Onyeka or any other person, but then let them have that trial, and of course allow our wingers to also, have a few days, going forward. And that's exactly how we definitely. But for the defense, I think, a lot of conversation should be between Shemi Ajayi and, Calvin Bassey. They should really talk to the fullbacks, because if you look at the goals that we've considered, it is just most times it is when this our centre back actually help to go cover for the man on the left or on the right. The heart of the defense becomes porous where they launch the ball to that particular position. So I think there should be a lot of conversation of these guys in the heart of the defense calling those guys back to the position when they've lost the ball, or calling someone very close to that particular spot to actually fill in that particular position, and then help them to actually cover the position up front. All of these things should be what Ericheo should actually work on to ensure that the Super Eagles don't end up conceding goal. But aside that, I think the Super Eagles have shown that they've got quality. They are a team that should be respected. And of course, this is exactly how you put fear in your position by scoring huge number of goals against teams that are deemed small, or even the likes of Tunisia that are seen as one of the top teams in Africa. I think that with that sort of mentality, if the Super Eagles come out against Mozambique, I think I want to believe that Super Eagles would definitely seal the game in 90 minutes.
Yeah, some have complained about Wilfred Ndidi that he's getting old. He can no longer run like he used to. But normally, there's supposed to be a player playing on the number 4 to help protect the defenders. Or if Wilfred Ndidi has been failing his duties in doing that, in making sure that the back line is well covered, who then? Because it looks like Frank Onyeka has the shout. When he left that game against Tunisia, we saw that number 4 position exposed. The defenders were no longer having the cover they're supposed to get from the onslaught of the attack of the opposing team. But if you're asking for Rafa Onyedika, who's going to now help Wilfred Ndidi in that number 4 position?
So the problem wasn't just the removal of Rafael Ndika. The problem was that Eric actually tweaked the formation in that particular team.
Yeah.
You know, he actually made Iwobi sit deep in that particular match against Tunisia when he took out Frank Onyeka. If he had
bringing an attacker instead of a like
exactly, if he had the change had been a certain Rafael Ndika coming in or Akin Samiro, I wouldn't really have seen any difference because Wilfred Ndidi would just be tasked to do his job. But when he left the pitch, then Wilfred Ndidi was actually forced to actually sit deep. There was actually no one to actually push these guys back because the dynamics of football is about defense and attack. When you're not defending, you're definitely attacking. And when Frank Onyeka left the pitch, the Super Eagles stopped attacking, which means that we've actually swapped position with Tunisians. We started defending, and that's exactly what really hurt us. So it's not really the case of Wilfred Ndidi being old at this point. It's actually the case of Eric Chell, what he actually did in that particular game that cost us that particular game. So if he had to actually make changes of taking out, Frank Onyeka, Rafael Ndika should come in, or Tom Deleba should come into that particular game to ensure that there are three man trial, and of course this guy continues to do his job. Alex Iwobi, and of course Wilfred Ndidi sit deep to actually protect the defense. That's exactly what we need to do. And of course, I don't think there's
Mario White is now with us, better late than never. I know he has gone ahead to console Ruben Amorim, though I hope that he took your consolation in good faith. But let's come to Africa now. Mario White, it's great to have you join us. It's unfortunate you joined us late. I know you've been making effort to try and see who is going to take up the Man U situation. I heard your legend Darren Fletcher will be doing that. But let's take care of African football first before we take care of what's happening out in England. We talked about officiating in this AFCON. The last AFCON, I was so impressed with the officiating, but big coaches are already talking about Andela Marucci has complained about the officiating favoring Morocco, saying that Morocco has bought CAF over just to make sure that they win this one. Let's not forget, we talked about this at the WAFCON, where the Super Falcons beat the Moroccans, talking about wanting things to go their way. Maybe, I don't know, maybe CAF has sold their birthright with the pot of porridge considered in this one.
I mean, you see, the thing is there's no way bias is not coming. They've saved, Africa's behind over 5 times. Even World Championship is being hosted there. How many African countries, have a viable stadium or are host ready? How many of them? You can count on your fingers. Remove, maybe South Africa. Remove maybe a Nigeria. The next person is Morocco, and even other countries that are viable are not interested. So they've been saving us, and we've said it consistently. There is no way bias will not come in. The officiating this period has been very terrible, and it is what it is. Since CAF, since other African countries are not stepping up, definitely there is no way Morocco will not, will not be won. The officiating has been very poor, and it's going to reflect purely, on the African referees going for the World Cup.
All right, very, very interesting. Even the likes of Samuel Eto'o, the legend, and the current FECAFOOT president has also complained because his team is going to play Morocco in the quarterfinals, and he's already worried that if Morocco is getting all the favoritism, how fair is the officiating going to be between Cameroon and Morocco when they take on each other in quarterfinals?
Well, the thing is this: there is no way it's going to be fair. To be honest, even without saying it, right? The CAF want to favor Morocco, and that's just the honest truth. Remember when we were joking about it, that the next AFCON, the next WAFCON, Morocco is going to win it because they are hosting again. This will be 6 times in a row. They are hosting the biggest tournament in Africa. You will not expect them not to be compensated. Even the CAF Awards is Morocco saving everybody. So definitely, referees will play into their hands. So I don't think it's 100% fair. The pressure of favoring Morocco will always be there.
There was also an accusation that Morocco was in the business of selecting the officials for the AFCON. Is the allegation not too big? Because if that's the case, that means even the Nigerian game, Morocco would have selected the referee too, in conjunction with CAF.
So the thing is this: no matter how we look at it, there is no way Morocco will not have influence. Yes, Morocco might not be, the ones in charge of selecting the referees and the rest of that. However, the organizing body itself, which is CAF, Morocco has been saving them about 6-7 times in a row, and no how, the urge or the need to compensate them will come in. There is no way conflict of interest will not arise when a particular country has been saving you for over some time. Remember the ref that officiated the match against Nigeria at the WAFCON final? They suspended that referee for no reason, and it's just to come back to Morocco. Remember when Hakimi lost the African best to another man? He complained. He said they already told him that he was going to win, and now he's not winning. He started complaining. So I think if we want this bias to go away, at the moment, CAF is compromised because they have sold their birthright to Morocco.
All right, and of course, I hope the hot porridge that Patrice Motsepe and his boys are sharing out there in CAF will not affect the credibility of African football if questions are being asked when it comes to officiating. But the Mozambique coach this time around says that he's looking for an upset. Does Mozambique stand a chance of causing an upset against the Super Eagles later tonight?
Any team stand a chance when it comes to upset. Any team. We've seen the Senegalese side, in 2002 World Cup against France in their first game. Of course, they actually won that particular game. So we've seen, the biggest of upset has happened in the world football. Mozambique upsetting Super Eagles will not even come close to the top 10 upsets we've seen in football. So, but then for him to actually come out to actually say it really means that they've actually been working. They definitely have certain level of plans to actually execute. The onus now lies on the Super Eagles to actually come out as a big dog in this particular fight. To ensure that in the first half the Mozambique have actually conceded 1 or 2 goals to know that yes, this is playing tough. This is where the big boys are separated from the men. So I'm not going to rule the any idea of an upset from Mozambique. Like I said, when the Super Eagles is up against a team that is without character and pedigree, the Super Eagles really fall below par, and that's where it really worries me. So there's huge chance it cannot really happen.
All right, huge chance of upset. Maiwa, the game between Egypt and Benin Republic is still good. Any upsets against Mozambique? What do you expect in the Eagles game?
Anything can happen. We saw the game of Mali Tunisia. Yes, a lot of people might say Tunisia is not the best of example, but 10 man down, they played over 90 minutes with 10 men, and they eventually won that particular game, and they even equalized. So if we are not careful, they might come up to sting us. Morocco yesterday, not until the 82nd minute, particular goal. Tanzania frustrated them, and Tanzania had a couple of chances that they didn't take. If they are taking those chances, maybe Morocco might be out by now. So I think we have to live up to the billing of a big dog. If we don't, Mozambique can come up and surprise us. Just that's the way a 10-man Mali did against the Tunisian side.
All right, of course, we also talk about the coach locking out journalists from having access to the team during their preparation and having closed the training sessions. Some journalists were not happy. Some say the man wants it that way so as not to create any form of distraction or expose the plans of the team.
Yeah, distraction is one thing that really kills the team. Many of these guys going this particular championship, some of them it's the very first time. Some of them, came into this particular championship with a lot of friends, and they definitely be side attractions, and they're not wanting to actually give the 100% to the team. At this point, it's actually high stake for Eric Shaw. It was disappointing for him last championship with Mali, so he definitely wants to move a step above what he actually did in last particular championship. So trust me, it's one of those games that you come into against a side that you not really be certain what they're actually coming up against. You just want to do your job and get all 3 points and qualify to the next round, and that's exactly what Nigeria needs. Bearing the fact that considering the fact that Nigeria Super Eagles failed to qualify for the World Cup, Eric Shaw and the boys understands that the AFCON final is at least the barest minimum they can actually offer us as a form of I am sorry to the national to the nation. So at this point, I think it comes in handy for me what he actually decided to do. It's not the first time the Super Eagles are actually having these sort of things. The guys, I think there's a documentary the Super Eagles actually did, the Stephen Keshi and co. in the early 90s and late 80s when the Super Eagles went to the Nations Cup. They actually banned journalists from coming to camp. So it comes like that sometimes when the pressure is high. So I think it's one of those things they need to do if that's what's going to guarantee them success against Mozambique.
Right.
I really
I know a lot of journalists have spoken to in Morocco, and they're waiting for the scalp of Rachel if anything happens, because they feel hot and they're going to come hard if anything happens. That the Eagles don't get the victory against Mozambique, they will draw him and tear him to pieces. Anyway, there's also that all the barring of the journalist works out for him, because if he doesn't, he will know the meaning of a hot journalist. But anyway, let's talk about Manchester United. Maiwa, what's happening? Looks like there's trouble in paradise. It looks like any team Ikechukwu supports, they're already having their coaches fired. I'm happy that he's not a fan of Liverpool right now. And of course, even Arne Slot, who we thought was going to leave first, it looks like he has survived all of the sack talk. It's now Maresca and now Ruben Amorim. So much for Ruben Amorim. I think he should have been sacked as far back as last season.
I will first start with the play. And it's not my sacked before the end of the season.
No. If he was going to be sacked, those 6 games, he would have been sacked before now. Those 6 losses, no. Just, anyway, go ahead.
Right now, right? Is that what you're saying? Are you playing very well right now?
Liverpool is
don't worry.
Liverpool is not an ambitious
if he loses,
right now?
For the slot, if he loses 6 matches and he's still above Man United and Chelsea, I'm good. I'm good. I think he can stay on. Just be above Man United and Chelsea. Anything after that.
That's your trophy
this season. Yes.
That's your trophy
That's my trophy this season. That's the trophy
Liverpool is not an ambitious side. And Slot spent Jurgen Klopp spent about 10 years in the club. He only won 1 Premier League title and 1 Champions League. So it tells you it's not an ambitious club side. So you not
Man United 10 years. Man United last 10 years, what did they win?
They've been changing coaches.
FA Cup.
They've been changing coaches.
The coaches was the trophies.
Absolutely.
The trophies was changing coaches.
It's not working. United.
Europa League years ago.
Europa League. Europa League. Okay.
Europa League years ago.
8 years ago. Wow.
Quote me wrong.
Coaches changing.
No top
Europa
team.
League and FA Cup.
No top team.
He's talking about somebody who won Champions League.
No top team will leave a manager for 10 years. That will only deliver 1 Champions League and 1 Premier League title. Tell me, quote me.
If Man United have a coach like Klopp,
and in those 10 years,
if they have a coach like Klopp, they will not need to change coaches every 5 market days. Don't worry, you soon come to that. The reflector is coming, Nabi. You've forgotten. You've had
Man United keeps
temporary coaches.
See, for Chelsea won the Club World Cup.
Chelsea is a
Chelsea won the Club World Cup.
Chelsea sacked the manager. Every coach, imagine you win Club and that's to show that it's a glorified World Cup.
No, Jerry.
World Cup. That is why they sacked him. Because they know he has not won anything.
Jerry, no.
As far as they are concerned,
Chelsea manager will even win Champions League and get sacked. Di Matteo was sacked. Okay. Chelsea manager will win Premier League and get sacked. So it is not about the size of the trophy.
Di Matteo, we all know Di Matteo was a placeholder. That one was not a coach. Let's just don't.
Tuchel, what about Tuchel? Is he also a placeholder? Is he also a placeholder?
They sack coaches.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about being a placeholder. It is what Chelsea does. Ambitious side.
Maiwa, go ahead.
No, but Jerry, in the last 3 years, we've got into Europe 3 times. Europa League 3 times. We won 1, lost 2. So you cannot say it has been that bad. However, I was one of those that called it that Ruben Amorim is not the coach to take Manchester United forward. And I will give you a typical example. The players that left Anvili under him went to other clubs and they are flourishing. So it means he's not even sure. Pick a Ruben Amorim team any day, anytime. You are not even sure of what you will get. There is no consistency. He's not even sure of his best 11. And you have been there for over 2 years. How do you explain it? So as far as I'm concerned, so you have been there for over 1 year rather. As far as I'm concerned, he is not the man to take us forward. There are reports that they are talking to Zinedine Zidane. Fletcher will be a placeholder. They are talking to Xavi and the rest of that. Maybe Fletcher will be a placeholder to the end of the season. Then they need to go for a world-class manager. Ruben Amorim does not have the profile to take Manchester United forward. I was expecting it. I didn't know it would come this soon. I was even expecting it would be sacked before Maresca was sacked. But, the result does not speak for the amount he has spent. The fact is well deserved. We need another coach. We need to go in another direction. And I think maybe Fletcher and his two sons will probably take us to the direction we want to go.
It's going to be a family problem very soon. Because before it was a club problem. The Fletcher will not bring his family problem to you. I wish you all the best though. Because family problem is worse than club community problem. Because now they have the way they will concord their witchcraft
from family to village meeting.
It is. I wish you all the best in your family problem.
I wish you the best though.
Anyway, it looks like Amorim questioning.
Thank you.
Amorim questioning the board, and of course, even throwing tantrums at likes of Neville. Actually broke the camel's back with the fine boy looks, and of course, I think the board felt that they've seen enough fine boy looks. And the man being stubborn, sticking to his formation, not wanting to change. If a coach has failed, is when the club will start telling you what to play. It happened to Maresca too. They were telling Maresca, play these boys that we've wasted money in buying so that we can be able to sell them. And they had to let him go. Now they have somebody who they'll be able to tell what to do. Talking about at Chelsea. And of course, Manchester United, the problem days are not over. It just started. And I'm happy. This season is going to be more woes. More woes for you, United. Man City's Premier League title challenge suffered a huge setback as managerless Chelsea salvaged a dramatic 1-1 draw. Chelsea, each time they lose a manager, the next game they somehow know how to do well. It looks like that team should remain without a manager. That's where they win titles. But it's all good. Man City is looking like they're giving the title to Arsenal.
It's still very early. I mean, we have about 18 or 19 games to play. At this point, 6 points is just if Man City defeat Arsenal, for example, and Arsenal find a way to actually lose one of the games before the end of the season, and of course it's very possible. So I think this point, yes, Arsenal's got a huge advantage. Their players are back their feet, but then February is coming. Let's see how Arsenal is going to actually go through the February period. When they actually do that, we'll start looking at what happens come May. But at this point, I think it's too early to actually call. We see Man City trail behind Liverpool 7 points at this stage, sometimes 9 points, but they end up winning the league with even 2-3 points. So I think it's too early to actually call at this point.
That Man City I'm seeing, they're still going to lose more games this season. But Arsenal looks very strong and potent. Players are coming back from injury.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, Arsenal, they are shutting me up. And I'll raise my hand to say, they've shut me up so far. The last game they played, Saka did not start that particular game. And, the other players came up and they rallied and they were able to get the result. They struggled in the first half and, they were able to come back in the second half against Bournemouth. Mistake from Martinelli, first mistake in 3 years. That's how good the defense of Arsenal, has been. So the first half, they struggled. Second half, they came up and they were able to win. For Man City, they have themselves to blame. They had a couple of chances in the first half. They didn't take it. And, Chelsea came back, rallied and scored that very late goal. It's a 2-point loss by Manchester City because of their lackluster performance in front of them. But I won't take anything away from them. They have the quality to do it.
All right, they have the quality to do it. That's where the cookies crumble on the show this lovely day. And of course, a big thanks to Ikechukwu and Maiwa for being a part of the show. And big thanks to the guys behind the scene talking about lines of Shegun, as well as not leaving out Hassan, Jeremiah, and of course Sam. And of course, Ikechukwu, all the best in the family issues with Darren Fletcher and co. All the best. With the family.
We we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it.
with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osariti is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro, and in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms here at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. Well, on the show today, ECOWAS won strong over Venezuelan sovereignty. We will follow Wike's direction in 2027 elections. That's coming from Rivers APC leader. And joining APC won't shield anyone from EFCC probe. That is APC National Vice Chairman speaking. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro, and Happy New Year. How are you?
Barrister, Happy New Year to you. This is the first show of Political Lens that you are appearing on this year. Good to have you, sir. How was your Yule child?
It was okay.
Okay. Yeah. It's okay. Now you look refreshed.
Looks like.
Okay, looks like. You are not very sure. It looks like. Barrister, good to have you on our show. Now let's get into it. ECOWAS has expressed concerns over the unfolding crisis in Venezuela, urging restraint and an inclusive political process to resolve tensions. Well, in a statement, the regional bloc said it has followed with concern recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, while calling on parties to respect international law. While acknowledging the right for states to combat transnational crimes, ECOWAS warned against actions that undermine national sovereignty. It stressed that the obligation to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other is central to international law, citing Article 2, subsection 4 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the threat or use of force against any state. The bloc aligned itself with the African Union's January 3, 2026 position, which called for restraint and dialogue. Reaffirming its stance, ECOWAS said it fully aligns itself with the statement the African Union issued, which calls for restraint and inclusive dialogue, adding that it stands in solidarity with the Venezuelan people and urges all states to respect Venezuela's independence and territorial integrity. Barrister Agomo, ECOWAS is in West Africa. Venezuela is in South America, Latin America. We also have the Organization of American States, which is a regional bloc just like ECOWAS. We have SADC, we have IGAD, we have ASEAN, we have all these regional organizations. And the first one to condemn this, to the best of my knowledge, is Economic Community of West African States. Where is that coming from?
You know, it is said that the best form of defense is to attack. You don't wait until the battle is close home. So you start, attacking the battle from afar so that it will not come close to you. I think that's what ECOWAS is doing. And I know that the only state in ECOWAS that I have in mind here is Nigeria.
No, Barrister, I don't get it. ECOWAS has about 12 states. If you remove the other 3 people. So how do you reduce it to Nigeria?
Good. You see, it's like ECOWAS is speaking for Nigeria here. When Donald Trump entered Nigeria with his bomb, did you hear any noise from ECOWAS? Please tell me, did they make any speech? Did they? The answer is capital no. They never said anything. Now, all the rogue government you have in West Africa, ECOWAS states, all the governments that have been behaving anyhow, behaving rascally, have you heard or seen ECOWAS admonishing them or even giving advice on how things should be done? Did you? The answer is no. So their fear is that Donald Trump may send what he did in Venezuela to ECOWAS states because of their rascally behavior. That is just the only reason, nothing else. If not, what concerns them with Latin America? If not, So all of a sudden, ECOWAS now recognized the international laws, international agreements and all that. Are they obeying any? All the rogue governments in Africa, have you ever had AU or ECOWAS telling them, look, be very careful? In Tanzania, a woman is contesting an election with other opposition members. And what did she do? She headed all of them into detention until after the election. Please, is that democracy in Africa? Anyway, do you know my happiness? I don't even think Donald Trump is listening to them. If Donald Trump are not listening to China, Russia, and the important country, not to talk of, who is that? Where is that country in ECOWAS? Where? Which country in ECOWAS will stand up to Donald Trump? They just made noise. Donald Trump is not even ready to listen to them. And it will not stop him from doing whatever he wants to do in ECOWAS country, if he wants to. It will never stop him. Already he has won the 3 other Latin American countries. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, and all that. Is that not true? That will tell you that the man is not afraid of anybody. Mr. Okoro, if you ask me, the world need Donald Trump now. The world need Donald Trump now because a lot of rascality and arrogance, especially with these terrorists. These terrorists and their rascally behavior. Somebody need to bring sanity into this world. It's way too much. When you look at what M23 rebels are doing in DRC, Burundi, when you look at what people are doing in Nigeria, this ISWAP, bandits and all that the government cannot even contain them. So somebody need to come and bring sanity here for God's sake. That is my concern.
Okay, now, Barrister, I would like for us to, because we are relating it within the context of what is going on in West Africa. You have identified rogue states in West Africa, and but you didn't name them. I wouldn't know the states that are rogue in West Africa. The people that left, the Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. But if you look at closely to what happened in Venezuela, when Hugo Chavez died, and Maduro came in, the economy had tanked and all of that. It was this same Maduro that started fixing the economy gradually. And he was also democratizing until a point that the whole thing turned and it became a hub for drug again. And principally, that is the problem that Donald Trump has with Maduro.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you say rogue states in West Africa, do we have any drug hub here in West Africa?
Do you have to? Does it have to be only drug? How about turning democratic tenants and now upside down? How about that? How about allowing terrorists to be running riots over your state? No, tell me. How about killing Christians? These are things that Donald Trump is against. And you're a government, you are not doing anything about it. The man had to step in. Yes, there's nothing wrong in that. I didn't see any article in a UN charter that says if you see a crime being committed in another state, as a nation, you should not talk or fight it. There's no such article. So if Donald Trump is trying to stop all this rascality all over the place, what is wrong with it? Just tell me what is wrong with it. You couldn't do it and somebody is doing it.
Okay, all right. Barrister, still trying to relate it with what's going on in West Africa. You know, a couple of people, we saw protests erupt in parts of the north, especially Kano State, where people are protesting that, look, Trump, what you are doing in Venezuela isn't okay, that is not good, it's against international law. But we saw people in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, rejoicing, jubilating. So how do you contrast that?
That will tell you the society you are in. You have said the people that are warning Donald Trump, they are the ones, they are the problem of Nigeria. They want the status quo to remain. Mr. Okoro, they are the problem of Nigeria. They know themselves, they know. They are the ones causing this problem in Nigeria, and they want it to remain like that. You can see the difference. You can see they want it as it is, to be killing Christians, causing problem all over the place, kidnapping people. They want it to remain like that because they are the problem of Nigeria. They know themselves. If they truly love Nigeria, will they be saying they will be begging the man to come and help them clean up this mess? So, are you going to tell me now that because they are against it, therefore the man should stop? They have already conquered Nigeria, so to say, literally. That is why somebody from there will come out and say, if Christians does not convert to Islam, they will kill all of them. Every Christian. That means as we are here now, me and you, Okoro, we are endangered species as Christians. Is that the country you want? Please tell me, is that the type of country you want? Can anybody go to America and tell Americans, if you don't convert to Islam, we are going to kill all of you? Will you even open your mouth and say, before FBI will swoop on you? But the people that said this in the other day, up to today, did you hear anything from federal government? Did you hear anything, any counter statement? That is the country you are in. And personally, Mr. Okoro, personally, if I have the power, Donald Trump, I will do worse than what you do. I'm not joking, no. Because these guys need to be told that no, they don't have the monopoly of violence. What the hell? A human being will come and he just, claim that he's so powerful he can threaten your life, tell you what to do and what not to do. Then where is the sovereignty? If they respect the sovereignty of Nigeria, will they come in here and be telling us all this nonsense? Is this swap from Nigeria? ISWAP, are they from Nigeria? They came in here, they violated our space, our life. And they have taken over. These people that went to occupy Benue and Plateau villages, are they from Nigeria? They didn't violate our territorial integrity, Abi. When they sack indigenes and chase them into IDP camp, and they are living in their home. Tell me, what is more provocative than all these things?
All right, now, Barrister, I want us to come closer home, trying to relate what happened. Now, this is not the first time that America is doing this.
Of course.
You remember like 36 years ago when they captured Manuel Noriega?
Yes.
That was during the Bush one administration.
The same drug.
But mind you, Manuel Noriega was a CIA active agent.
Exactly, yes.
But when push came to show, America had to put all of those things aside.
Remember, we have such a case here.
No, I'm coming. We also saw a situation where they had to smoke out Saddam Hussein in Iraq,
of course.
despite the fact that they didn't take him away to the United States.
Because the man was threatening his neighbors.
Okay, and in Libya, they did the same thing. They smoked out Muammar Gaddafi and all of that. So now, if you look at what ECOWAS is saying, look, you have to be mindful of breaching people's sovereignty and all of that. So let's come back to Nigeria. America has recently come into Nigeria, bombed a camp, terrorist camp and all of that. Do you think that they could have been sending a message about regime change, possible regime change in 2027? I mean, if we have a government that is unable to, in the past 15 years, though not this government in particular, if we have governments that have not been able to stop this carnage, the killing of Nigerians, both Muslims and Christians, could it be a signal that America is somehow interested in regime change anytime soon?
It depends on how Nigerian government react to the issue. Those government that you are talking about, you saw what they did and how they went about it. They overstayed their welcome in office. Is that not true? Those guys, they were like a tyrant in office. They have always overstayed their welcome in office. Okay. And these are the reasons, one of the reasons why America got angry with them. So, if anybody is dreaming of such a thing, then America is watching. That is the truth. If you have become so laid back, so docile that you cannot do anything, then America will come and help you to do it. That is the way it should be. Because the world we are in now is full of wickedness. So and somebody need to counter that wickedness. That is my own take here. At every point in time, God will always send the Moses to deliver his people from Pharaoh. The Pharaoh we have today are the terrorists all over the place. All these Muslim and the Islamic fundamentalists threatening the whole world all over the place. So America is right to be their own nemesis. Yes, it should be so. If not, they will overrun the whole world one day. You wake up and discover that you are no longer Mr. Okoro. You are either Abdullahi or Musa. Like they just told you the other day. And you think it's a joke. Why would somebody be threatening people like that? No, tell me, Okoro. Why would anybody in this age, in 21st century, you don't want to live in peace with your neighbor? Every day they are killing and killing, adopting people, kidnapping people. What kind of human beings are these? Where did they come from? That Nigeria have never had peace in the last 15 years. We have spent over 22 trillion naira fighting these people. Money you and I would have been used, government would have used to better our life. They are spending it in paying ransom, in fighting insecurity. For what? For what? In fact, I thank God for Donald Trump. I thank God for him. America is watching the whole world now. Wherever there is this rascality, they will move in without you calling them. Yes, they will move in.
Now, Barrister, talking about rascality, do you think that the United States might be interested in 2027 general election in Nigeria?
Yes, so it's a signal. Yes, they should. They should enthrone democracy. In fact, Donald Trump, be watching out. Any election in any part of Africa that please insist. Tell that president that you are coming. They must do the right thing. That's what we are saying. You are the bastion of democracy. You cannot watch and you cannot watch why people are destroying a democracy that you brought, a democracy that you created, a democracy that you championed. Okay, look at it this way, Mr. Okoro. With all the powers of Donald Trump, can he behave the way some African leaders are behaving? Don't tell me the truth. With all the powers of Donald Trump, can he be a C-type president like Paul Biya? Will the institution in America accommodate him? Will they tolerate him? The answer is capital no. So that will tell you that they meant well.
But Barrister, when America more like intervened in Nigerian elections,
Colombia and the rest of them. He said, look, I've told you, he's heading to America. And it's affecting his people. You want the man to keep quiet? That is the reality. So if the man is trying to defend and protect his people, what is wrong with that? Please tell me. What is wrong? He told Maduro, this drug you are producing in your lab, they are heading to America. Is that not a fact?
Barrister, I would like for us to discuss the consequences of this event, and its effect in Nigerian elections in 2027.
Yeah.
Well, we discuss this because we already understand that America has presence and interest in
Of course,
Nigeria.
Now,
looking at the 2027 election, you recall what panned out in 2023, where in Lagos here, where we are, a certain group of people, were prevented from voting. I don't know if you recall the certain lady who had a bloodied face, bloodied nose, and she said she wanted to vote the Labour Party. They prevented her. After they attacked her, injured her, she went back and still voted for the same Labour Party. And at the end of the day, the Labour Party be the president in the presidential election in Lagos here now. But for everything that happened, we didn't see consequences.
Yes.
The people that ordered the attack,
yes.
the people that perfected it,
Yes.
the people that effected it, nobody's career was damaged, nobody was arrested, nobody was prosecuted, and everything died down.
Yes.
So do you think that a repeat of such things, could be tolerated in 2027?
In fact,
especially now that we have the global watchdog, centered, focused on Nigeria.
I told you that evil does not last forever. At a point in time, somebody will bring an end to evil. True or false?
You've been saying it.
So, America is now ready for you. Especially Nigeria. Mr. Okoro, 2027 will be different. Nobody will try that rascality again. Quote me. Nobody will try that rascality that they did in 2020 again. And so they should go back to the drawing board and contest this election the way it should be done. All those shenanigans, all those rubbish is over. Nigeria should have a clean election for once. That's what we are saying. Let me see.
The people in power, the people that said grab it,
that one was before.
Wrong with it. Does it look like they care? Do you think that they care?
I said that was before. This time around.
Okay, you think it can happen again?
If they don't want a Donald Trump, I am not joking. If they don't want a Donald Trump to interfere, they should do this properly. Don't say that because you have the power of the federal might and all that, you can do whatever. No, you cannot. Mr. Okoro, look, that one is in the past, so nobody. Personally, I will forward a letter to Donald Trump. If it happens again, thank God everybody have his handle and all that. People are going to send pictures and whatever of all the rubbish they are planning or they will do in this election. So if you say people are not patriotic, why would they call Donald Trump? You that is doing rubbish, Inko. You that is doing rubbish, you are the one that is patriotic, Abi. All those grabbing, snatching, is over. Is over. If you are popular, let the people elect you in a free and fair election. Please, is that too hard to ask for? Why can't Nigerians elect their leader? Instead of people imposing themselves on you. If you are popular, if you are do it the proper way. But if you think you are going to rig yourself into power, whoever, then be ready for what is to come.
All right, Barrister Darlington, I like your optimism, and I wish I could share in that optimism, because I understand how politics rolls here in Nigeria. But by the way, as we discuss this thing, do you know the whereabouts of the president? Where is he at the moment?
That will tell you what we have on ground. The man have outsourced his responsibility to Donald Trump. The same way he's running Venezuela now. I can tell you that indirectly, Donald Trump is running Nigeria.
Barrister, how so?
How so? You can't you see it? He told you that he's coming back after what he did in Sokoto. That means he's watching over. He's still monitoring the next place to strike. Meanwhile, the president of Nigeria is not at home.
Look, I like the fact that, land on your thought on the president's whereabouts. You don't know, because a lot of people don't know.
Yeah,
they know that he's somewhere in Europe.
All over the place. They said they saw him with Kigami having breakfast somewhere. Okay. Later they said he's Yoweri Museveni in Uganda. I don't know which one is which again. Meanwhile, his home is not even 30 people killed just yesterday, Abi, in somewhere in Niger. Abi, 30 human beings lost in your country, and you are somewhere holidaying. Mr. Okoro, Please tell me the truth. Can this happen anywhere in the Western world? Just be sincere to yourself. Can it happen that a president is outside the country and this number of people died in his own country and the man is still there, just holidays, on holidays, so not that he went for any serious issue, on holidays? This is the type of thing that you see in Africa, that the man, Donald Trump, is calling you a disgraced nation. Do you have a country? Who is running the country? We are just literally being run by terrorists. They are riding roughshod over us. And you have a president. By the way, Mr. Okoro, is it okay that terrorists entered this country, took away, that commandeered part of Nigeria, sacked the villagers there, occupied their homes for over 10 years now, and nobody has said anything? Meanwhile, the villagers are living in IDP camp. And you call that a country? Be sincere to yourself. If you are here now and you are from Benue or Plateau and you hear that your family members in the village have been chased into IDP camp, how will you feel? Tell me, how will you feel? You can see. Nigerians don't see this thing as a problem because it is not yet on their own turn. Why would such a thing happen? And nobody is making any effort to send these people back to where they come from.
But Barrister, since after the December 25th attack, the terrorist looks like they have doubled down. Because
I'm telling you.
So does it look like they are trying to call Trump's bluff?
Because the Nigerian state is not even helping matters. Didn't they say that heaven help those who help themselves? With the motivation of Donald Trump, this is the time the federal government would have risen up and give these people help.
No, they say they are monitoring the movement.
They are monitoring their movement. Yes, that's what they say. Look at the military. They are monitoring. While Donald Trump is striking them, you are monitoring.
Is that not a good thing?
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. I told you here that when we had the Nigerian military was in the past.
Okay.
The Nigerian military we have today are politicized military. They are no longer doing the work of military.
But Barrister, if we hear that our president was cited with Paul Kagame of Rwanda and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, I mean, these are people who have fought insurrections, a very long time, and they were able to overcome. Talk about Rwanda. So don't you think that the president might be trying to understudy them? Their tactics, their methods, the methods they used in fighting.
Presently, these are rogue states. Paul Kagame is financing and funding the M23 rebel in DRC and in Burundi.
Okay.
Paul Kagame is now the bad boy of East Africa.
I bet he's been able to settle Rwanda.
He was part of the problem then.
I bet Rwanda is settled now.
He was part of the genocide. Forget that. That's what I'm telling that man. He should be really careful. They are going to open the book of remembrance to remind him of what he did.
So practically, you think that there's nothing good to learn from?
What are you going to learn? Is it Museveni, who is now a sit-down president in Uganda?
Okay, so exactly my point. Do you think that the president might be trying to understudy their methods or try?
He has already understudied them. That is why he's trying to replicate it in Nigeria. Okay. But it's not going to work.
Okay.
Look at all the places, all the friends he's made. They say, tell me your friends, I will tell you whom you are. Look at the people he's hobnobbing with. Are they your example of democracy? Tell me.
But he's also hobnobbing with Emmanuel Macron.
Really?
Yes. And Lula da Silva in Brazil. Brazil seems to be doing well. So if he goes there to understand.
How many times have you visited them? How many times have they visited him?
It doesn't matter.
It matters a lot too. It matters. All his romance with Macron, what did he bring to us? All these days that he's going to France, like he's going to his body long home. Has he brought any benefit to Nigerians? The answer is no. So what is the benefit of the travels all over the world? The worst is that he always go on this trip whenever there's problem at home. What does that tell you?
Okay, now Barrister, before we move on to the next topic, I would like for you to conclude on this ECOWAS, warning Donald Trump not to breach the sovereignty of Venezuela.
They should shut up.
Okay.
They should shut up.
And
don't cry over somebody's headache. talk of your own. ECOWAS, put your house in order. ECOWAS, put your house in order. You are your own problem. All of you in ECOWAS state, you are not doing properly, you are not doing well. Caution yourself, especially Nigeria that is the leader of ECOWAS and all that. Why can't you people call them? Do you know what ECOWAS said the other day? That Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court judgment. Is that a compliment? That Nigeria never obey ECOWAS court judgment against it. Mr. Okoro, is that a compliment? So when somebody now wants to enforce those court decisions that you refuse to obey, you now say that sovereignty. ECOWAS should caution themselves and stop all this interference. Let them solve their own problem before talking of other people's own.
All right. Well, Barrister, thank you very much. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll go to River State, where we are still battling with who is in control of the political structures in River State. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. The River State chapter of the APC in Ahoda West has declared total loyalty to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, saying it will follow his directives ahead of the 2027 elections. Well, APC chairman in the area, Rejoice Utobo, said, and I quote, "We await instructions from you on the 2027 elections, and wherever you ask us to go, there we shall go." Support for Wike also came from across party lines, with PDP chairman Ikechukwu Obuzo pledging allegiance and assuring electoral support. "Wherever you go, we will go. Be assured come 2027, Ahoda West will deliver the needed results for you," he said, while local leaders praised Wike as a key political force in the South-South. Well, in his response, Wike said his visit was to appreciate support received in past elections, but stressed the need for political change in River State. Insisting that Governor Sim Fubara should not get a second term, he said, "We need a leader we can trust to drive our dear state to glory and progress," adding that correcting leadership mistakes in 2027 will restore the state's political standing. Barrister Darlington, here we have it. Nantawe Yulwata, APC National Chairman, says, "Oh well, Fubara Siminalaya, the governor of River State, is the leader of the party, going by our constitution. But he should also run an inclusive government." And when you go back to River State, political heavyweight stakeholders are saying, we'll only listen. In APC, by the way, are only saying we will only take instructions from Nyesom Wike. APC stakeholders, bigwigs are saying that. PDP bigwigs are saying the same thing. Barrister, who is in control of River's political structure?
You see, Mr. Okoro, you see these powerful individuals you people are creating now in Nigeria. It is going to truncate this democracy. Seriously. All these men who are playing God, by the time Donald Trump will now come for them, you people will start complaining.
But how many people will he come for?
Don't worry. Don't worry. I mean, they are known. Somebody like Sheikh Gumi now, he's not afraid of himself. All the nonsense he has been posting, he has pulled it down because they told him that Donald Trump is looking for him. They told him. And the man has come out to say it. Wike should not include his name in that list. Oh. Wike should not include his name in that list.
Why would he include his name? He's just a political actor. He's not known to have killed anybody.
Hold on. These are the troublers of Nigeria. What Wike is doing in River State is not politicking. He's playing God.
But
he's playing God.
How?
This is
How is he doing it?
By deciding who will be what in River State. Are you not playing God? Is it not the people of River State that will decide their leader?
But the people are behind him.
Oh, which people?
The other day he was in Ahuda West.
Did you take
in fact, today he went to Ogubolu.
Look,
he's been to Abua Odua.
The people you are paying to come and sing your praises, they are not the real people of River State. That should be noted.
Barrister, who are the real people of River State? The real
River people are the ordinary people who are not happy with what you are doing. And you know that what you are doing is not good. You know. There is a proverb in Europe where they say an evil man knows himself. He's just waiting for somebody to tell him, and he now say you are insulting him.
Wike said the only contention, the only issue in contention is that he doesn't want anybody to take away his political structure from him.
Look, I don't want to
hear that. He's the one that built that structure.
It's a lie. People were there before him. How many governors passed through River State before Wike? What kind of
Barrister, do you want us to go down history lane?
Which history lane?
From 1999.
The fact remains that people have passed through that place before Wike. Is that not true? So why would it not?
No, I want us to examine the fortunes.
The what?
I want us to examine the politics of Rivers since 1999.
I already know. What
you already know.
This Wike is an exception. It's an exception. Even the
Barrister, how is he an exception? That is exactly what I want to find out.
Oh my God! Please.
Did he work with Amechi's structure to become governor?
Listen.
Barrister, did he work with Amechi's structure to become governor? That's my question.
The fact remains that somebody left office for him. Is that not true?
But he built his own structure.
Which structure? Structure. What is structure here?
That is his problem. He says, look, I don't want anybody to take my structure from me.
What is that structure? Mention that structure.
Barrister, you need to be calming down because
I'm telling you. Making me to go. What is that you be talking about structure? What is structure?
That is
human being.
It is
human being. The people that voted in the election.
Exactly the point. Now he has people that worked for him right from his time as local government chairman, his time as Minister of State for Education, his time as Chief of Staff.
Somebody appointed him.
And in all of those places, Amechi walked away with his own structure. So Wike had to do which he doesn't want another person to take away from him.
Amechi collected all the people in River State and walked away.
His own Amechi structure. He moved them to APC.
What structure are you talking? I don't understand. What structure?
But I'm lining out the structures.
Which structure? I mention it. When you say structure. What is that structure? Mention it.
Local government chairman, House of Assembly chairman, fellow governors that he built up and all
of that. Is this the structure that voted in the election?
But these are the people that voted were controlled by the structure. Barrister, look, we don't have to.
I disagree with you people.
Barrister, hold
on. You people created.
Barrister, I'm not creating. I don't even have an opinion. I'm just telling you what Wike has been saying.
What he's saying is not true.
Okay, what he's saying is not true.
Don't validate it. It's not true.
Okay, it's not true.
Wike is just overfed baby.
Okay.
There is nothing like structure. The structure is the people. They are the ones who went to go and vote in an election.
Okay, now the people are behind him now.
Who told you?
He went to Ahoda West.
Where is the opinion poll, Mr. Koro?
Okay, so who do you think that the people are behind?
Where is the opinion poll?
I'm asking you. Okay, if they are not behind him.
Look, Wike is making fool of himself in River State.
Okay.
When the things are done, you discover what I'm saying. You mean the people of River State will still welcome Wike after what he did, Abi? After what he did to them in River State, that caused a state of emergency.
Now the governor is praising the state of emergency. He said, if not for that state of emergency, I would have been former governor.
Well, leave all those
and he's very thankful to the president. Yes. Mr. President, thank you for the state of emergency that saved me, that saved my political life.
Oh, you want him to start going back?
No, but you said Wike cost it. And the governor is grateful, thankful to the president.
You want the governor to go back after he had joined the APC.
Okay.
What I'm saying here is that Wike should be very careful.
Okay.
Quote me. Wike should be very careful. His fall is imminent. Okay. All this thing is doing river.
Barrister, what do you see happening in 2027 between Wike and Fubara? Who do you think the president will side?
Fubara will take charge. He's going for second term, and Wike cannot stop him.
Okay.
Because he's not the owner of River State.
Okay.
He cannot decide what.
Was he the owner of River State when he installed Fubara as governor of River
When
State?
he did what?
When he installed Fubara as governor of
Who
River
told
State. Was
you?
he the owner?
Hold on. Look, Fubara did more favor to Wike than to himself.
Okay.
Than Wike did for him. Fubara
okay, so you now admit.
Hold on.
You admit that he made Fubara governor.
Fubara,
no, Barrister, do you admit that he made Fubara governor?
He didn't make anybody.
So which favor are you talking about?
It was people that made him.
Which favor?
Fubara was the accountant general of River State.
And in exchange for protecting him. Barrister, in exchange for protecting him, what did Wike do for him?
So if you now say
Barrister, in exchange for protecting Wike, what did Wike do?
Somebody should have been governor for God's sake now.
Okay, and now he became Fubara.
He didn't do him any favor.
He didn't do him
favor any favor. Is when this thing belongs to me and I say, you take. That is favor.
So apparently what you are saying is that Fubara helped Wike.
More than Wike helped Fubara.
So what did he do for him?
What did Fubara do for him?
No, what did Fubara do for Wike?
Well, I said as the accountant general.
So as accountant general, it was a normal civil service job. What in particular did he do for him?
All the money that Wike stole.
All the money that Wike stole. So we have a governor who helped a former governor steal money and now become governor.
So what is the
who made him the governor?
Oh God Almighty! What are you talking about?
Barrister, the APC National Vice Chairman, Northeast, Mustafa Salisu, has dismissed claims that politicians defecting to the ruling party are shielded from corruption investigations. When speaking in Yola, he said the narrative was meant to blackmail the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, insisting the government has zero tolerance for corruption. Well, Salihu urged Nigerians with evidence against any APC member to petition anti-graft agencies, stressing that party affiliation offers no protection. Anyone that stole money will be prosecuted, even if you join the APC, he said, adding that several party chieftains had already returned funds through plea bargains. He also described opposition parties as unstoppable power-seeking coalitions, as unstable power-seeking coalitions, predicting that the African Democratic Congress, ADC, will not survive beyond 2027. Well, once possible defection, Salihu said APC will become new members. Noting it is criminal and undemocratic to stop anyone from joining any group of in their interest. Now, Barrister, we have a situation where the National Vice Chairman, Northeast of the APC, said, look, if you think that you steal money and move over to APC, we are not going to shield you. Do you believe him?
In fact, believe. The man is just talking to himself. He knows the truth. Mention one person that entered APC with clean hands. Just let him mention all the people that are jumping into APC. Let him show me one person, just one, that have a clean hand. If not that they are running inside that place to get protection.
But a couple of them have been undergoing trial.
Undergoing waiting.
Yes.
That, where did the trial get to? Where is the outcome of the trial?
Okay, so you think it's a smoke screen or what?
I am telling you, it's obvious. Look at Yahya Bello. Look at Yahya Bello. A glaring example, an APC member. Look at what he's doing and what he's saying. With all the obvious, his case is just an open and closed case. But the man is talking bold that he's even going to contest election. With all the humongous allegations on his head. Mention any APC chieftain that is going into full trial for corruption. Mention. Mr. Okoro, the 210 trillion naira that we are looking for from NNPC, somebody is with it. You mean EFCC, they cannot go through the books and find out who took what up to today? No, tell me, 210 trillion naira of our money that is missing from NNPC.
But people in NNPC are not politicians. They are
is that what?
People in NNPC are not politicians.
I said that money.
I understand what you are saying. Now, the National Vice Chairman of the APC in Northeast is saying, if you steal money and run to APC, we are not going to shield you. So
that is a lie.
I understand what you are talking about, NNPC.
It's a lie.
We are focused on politicians.
They share that money, yes. The politicians, their hands are in that money.
Okay.
Let them investigate it and bring out a report. That money is too big to disappear like that.
That money wasn't, they said it was in 10 years.
It is under APC.
Okay.
When you want to, look, you are not even good in protecting and defending these people.
Yes, I'm not protecting anybody. I'm just asking you questions.
The question you're asking me here is old school now.
Which one is old school? You that is new school. Barrister, you that is new school. I'm telling you that.
It happened under APC.
Okay, beautiful. So under whose watch? Under which politicians' watch?
Leave that. Even the people that were not in government, their hands are in part.
Barrister, can you name them?
When they say it, that means it's straight from one regime to the other. Is that not true?
And now I understand APC. So can you name the politicians that were involved?
How can they when they have not named them?
No, I mean you name them.
Yeah, they have not named
I'm telling you that the people that work in APC are not politicians. Except you want to talk about the Minister of Petroleum. Are you talking about the Minister of Petroleum?
They appointed their members into that institution. You cannot work there if you are not an APC member.
Okay.
Are you telling me
so we have politicians working in NPC now?
All of them. If you are not a member, they can't give you just that joystick position. It's not possible. It can never happen. So what are you telling me here? They are all members of APC. That's the truth. So let them bring that money. Let them bring that money. So all the people that share that money, is it not corruption? They don't know themselves, Abi. Look at how they are giving them soft landing. The one you even discovered, the man who paid $5 million for his children's school fee, what happened to him? Mr. Okoro, have you seen him in any court?
Has he joined APC?
Have you seen him?
I'm asking you because I mean we are having a discussion about people that joined APC.
Will you come and tell you that he's a member? He's one of them.
No, but do you think that he's a member?
Do I think? Let a Labour Party member try that. Let a PDP member try that. You see what will happen to him. Okay. Since they gave him
but Barrister, you once told me that they were removed because they were no longer important to the president.
But they are members who are taking money.
Okay, so if they were members, why would the president just shove them aside like that?
Because the scandal is so loud. Yes, somebody wrote about it, and it becomes so. The best thing to save their face is to ask him to resign.
So apparently, what the president did to ask them to resign,
they wrote off the money he's owing from the up.
So it validates what this man said, that look, if you steal money and run into APC, there's no hiding place for you.
Well, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Barrister,
collect the money.
Barrister, you are contradicting your position.
The man that when I say go with your loot, what is better here? Is it to prosecute you or to return the money you stole? If they give me that kind of money, what do I need with your office?
Barrister, in 30 seconds, you are concluding thoughts. We are out of time.
My concluding thought is that Nigeria should be very careful. Ojutila, like they say in Yoruba, I don't open now. The whole world is watching on Nigeria. So all those grab it, snatch it and run with it can never happen again with our election. No.
All right then.
So don't create problem and start looking for somebody to blame. Okay. If you want things to be done right, you do the right thing. And Donald Trump will stay in his country home. If not, he's coming back here. He's coming back here.
Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. This is where we have to draw the curtain. We appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimbuto. Join us again on top of the hour of 7 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector
from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The nation's security landscape in the year 2025. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The year 2025 was indeed a challenging year for Nigerians. And one of the major issues that dominated Nigeria's national conversation more than any other was security. From banditry and kidnappings to insurgency and communal clashes, 2025 reinforced a troubling reality. Nigeria's security crisis remained widespread, complex, and unresolved. Tonight, we'll take a look at the major security stories that defined the year. Despite repeated military operations by the Nigerian Armed Forces, insecurity persisted across the country. In the northwest and parts of the north-central, banditry and mass kidnappings continued. targeting rural communities, highways and farmlands, disrupting agriculture, and deepening food insecurity. In the northeast, insurgent groups Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa Province remained active, attacking military formations and civilians, proving that the insurgency is far from over. Schools were once again prime targets. On November 17, gunmen abducted 25 female students and killed a staff member from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State, reviving national trauma around the safety of children and education. Also, on November 21, gunmen stormed St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary Schools in Papiri, Niger State, abducting hundreds of students and teachers in one of the largest school kidnappings in recent years. Places of worship were not spared. In Kwara State, attackers struck during the church service in Iruko, killing worshippers and abducting the pastor and others. In Katsina State, a mosque came under attack, leaving scores dead and dozens abducted, underscoring how religious spaces became new front lines of insecurity. Entire communities also came under siege. In Niger and Benue State, villages were raided at night, homes set ablaze, and residents killed or taken away. In Yawata, Benue State, one of the deadliest attacks of the year claimed over 100 lives, displacing thousands and overwhelming humanitarian support systems. On the backdrop of these unabated attacks, the Global Terrorism Index ranks Nigeria 6th worldwide in 2025, up from 8th in the previous year. These incessant killings also revived the narrative of Christian genocide, which attracted the attention of the United States Congress and the United States President Donald Trump, which led to Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern, and also series of meetings by leaders of the two countries. On December 25, weeks after threatening military action in Nigeria, the United States launched airstrikes that targeted Islamic State-affiliated terrorists. The operation was publicly confirmed by President Trump and acknowledged by the federal government. In 2025, we saw the removal of service chiefs and new military heads were appointed. General Christopher Musa was removed as Chief of Defense Staff, and General Oluyede was put in his place. However, just barely a month after his removal as CDS, Christopher Musa was appointed as Minister of Defense after the resignation of the former Minister of Defense. As a result of the heightened insecurity, the President declared a state of emergency on security and also ordered the withdrawal of police officers from VIP escort duties. Yet 2025 also saw a resurgence of the calls for state policing, and the different regions held meetings so as to find a lasting solution to the insecurity ravaging the nation. The killing of Brigadier General Musa Uba was a major blow to the military in 2025. Another major event that occurred in 2025 was the conclusion of the terrorism charge against Nnamdi Kanu. Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment. Despite all the occurrences in 2025, the President, in his 2026 New Year message, said security and intelligence agencies will deepen cooperation with regional and global partners to eliminate all threats to national security. Meanwhile, the new year started with attacks on Plateau on crossover nights and another attack on January 4 in Niger State, which left at least 30 persons dead. Today, I'm delighted to be joined here in the studio, Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We also have joining us virtually Clem, who is a political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Glad to have you join, and Happy New Year to you.
And Happy New Year to
Yes,
you
I think
too,
this is my first time of
Happy New
seeing
Year
you
to
this year,
you.
of hearing from you rather this year. Okay, let me start with you. Looking back at 2025, would you really say that Nigeria, how would you describe Nigeria's security situation? Would you say it improved? Would you say it worsened? Or would you say it simply changed form?
Thank you for the question. Security issue in Nigeria has been very topical and has been on the forefront, and everybody can feel the impact. The year 2025 was a year that was marked by insecurity in Nigeria. It did not decline in many spheres, because even new terrorists like the Lakoro one got introduced in the Nigerian insecurity phase. When you compare 2024 and 2025, you will find out that insurgency, banditry in 2025 actually increased. And when you look at maybe insecurity as a result of the separatist movement in Nigeria, in the south, you find out that a little bit of decline in 2025 when you compare that to 2024. But that does not mean that the insecurities there are not significant. They remain quite significant in places like Anambra, Imo State, and Abia State. Insecurity as a result of the separatist movement remain quite significant. And when you come to the issue of banditry, kidnapping, it remains stubbornly high in 2025. It is so high that the United States has to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Like you said in your prayer, that like
Okay, we seem to have connection issues with him. Would sort it out, but let's come back to our guest in the studio. Dr. Anosike, what would you say? What are those stories? What are those events that actually for you, or that you would say shaped our security in 2025?
Well, insecurity is progressing in the country, not declining. That's from the data that you showed, that we moved from number 8 in 2014, in 2024 to number 6. So I can describe 2025 as what Thomas Hobbes concept of state, where life is brutish and short. So what we see in Nigeria is that thousands of children are now growing up as orphans. Thousands of children are now growing up as orphans, and the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria is also on the increase, because anytime school children are abducted, over 50% of the children will refuse to go back there. Even if they want to go, their parents will tell them, don't go. Because what happened before could happen again. So in all the fairs, it shows that our government is failing. Understand? Because in 2023, Tinubu swore to protect lives and property of Nigerians, which is the primary goal that's of any government, which is not happening in the country, to the extent that United States have to even intervene. So that shows you that we are not, that government, I cannot say we, because I'm paying my tax for government that to protect me. Understand? If they cannot protect me, the money I'm using for my tax, I can use it and buy things to protect myself and stop paying tax. So government is failing woefully. That's in the area of security in the country. And then when the government fails in the area of security, the government has failed in any other field, because security is the foundation. Where there's no security, you cannot add any other thing there. There can never be development where there's insecurity.
Okay, what do you think? What would you say is the reason? We know that we have so many, we've had repeated operations of the military, but still they don't get to yield as much result as we would like it to yield. Why would you think that this happens? Why has the military failed to deliver lasting peace and a lasting end to this insecurity?
What number one is corruption. Understand? Number one is corruption, that in the sense that what is meant for the prosecution of this war is not really getting to those that's on the field. An instance, the 2026 budget for insecurity should be about either 5 trillion. Understand? Or
yeah, 5.8.
5.8 trillion. You can see that over 50% of that money will go into private pockets. Understand? So those that's on the field are literally fighting with their bare hands. So when you see the kind of weapons that terrorists that came for negotiation in Castena and Sokoto are carrying, I've never seen any Nigerian army carrying such a weapon. So you can see, and you can see that these people are not being motivated enough or even prepared enough to fight these insurgents. And again, there's also this issue of sentiment. Understand? That this issue of sentiment. That's where the soldiers are not allowed to go and deal decisively with the insurgents. Understand? Because as the way they are being perceived in the north is not the way they are being perceived in the south or outside the country. In the north, they are not being seen as terrorists. Rather, they are being seen as miscreants or wayward children. That's why somebody like Sheikh Gumi is saying that they should build houses for them, understand, give them scholarship, put them in our national budget. Understand me? So, and again, when Donald Trump tweeted of coming back to Nigeria, there were even protests that those that Donald Trump is coming to kill are their brothers, their fathers, and therefore they shouldn't be killed. Which means some enemies in the north are not seeing them as really bad people. So that's the reason why it has festered up till now.
Okay, one of the things that happened in 2025 was the removal of the service chiefs. Would you say that this has in any way helped in fighting insecurity? Have there been any wins since the removal of these service chiefs?
Well, I was on a radio program this afternoon, and when the presenter was talking about what happened in Niger State, he said that President Tinubu has ordered for a manhunt. So I say, so these people, they have gotten tired of using marching order, because marching order was not working. Maybe manhunt may work. Understand? So for me, when you send somebody on a mission and you did not prepare that person will fail. So changing service chiefs without adequate preparation. This adequate preparation include one, making sure that the soldiers on the field have the latest both technological and weaponry. Understand me? If they are not well prepared, if they are not well motivated, motivation includes taking care of their families at home. Understand? Because somebody cannot be that's in the war front and be thinking, I'm not sure if my children have eaten or not. And that he cannot give his best. So these people need to be physically and mentally prepared for this insurgence, which is not happening because of a lot of reasons. So the problem is not in changing of service chiefs. Even if Tinubu decides to be changing service chiefs every two months, the same thing will be happening until they begin to do the right thing.
Okay, I'll come back to you, but let's go back to our virtual guest. Clem Agui is online to talk to us. Okay, thank you very much for joining us again. So let me go. Banditry and kidnapping, like I read, has become normalized. We know that it has become normalized in some regions in the country. For you, what would you say has allowed this to really, to become, I don't want to use the word a norm, but what makes you think, or why do you think this has become a regular occurrence in our country?
It's quite unfortunate that insecurity in Nigeria has become a kind of industry whereby people see what is happening in Nigeria and the budget being allocated as a way of enriching themselves. I think it was Femi Falana that said recently that a particular service chief that looted 22.1 billion was let go by the court. I've seen similar cases like that, whereby we have people who have been accused of either looting the treasury or security funds, and they're letting go by the system or by the courts. We've seen that happen a lot of times, and that's not good. So it makes insecurity, kidnapping, banditry, terrorism seem like a norm. Just like Nosike said in the studio, that we have seen it. We're now in a situation whereby the issue of banditry, terrorism, insecurity has been either politicized or ethnicized or religionized. Because you see people telling you, oh, you cannot touch these people because they are own people. And this cut across the country. And you see people telling you, no, they are not terrorists. It was the Minister of Defense State, Minister of Defense State that said that people who, not all terrorists, not all bandits are criminals. If not all bandits are criminals, who are the criminals then? So this is like normalizing terrorism. And you see people like Sheikh Gumi saying this is our people, that if you're attacking them, you're attacking Islam. You're talking about religious people. Bishop Kuka saying they are our children. Of course, he's their father. And they're not my children. And I don't accept that kind of characterization. The only way we can actually deal with this situation is to bring the full weight of the state against them and degrade them and take this people out of our life. Because we cannot sustain this security the way it is going in Nigeria. It is growing very, very rapidly. And the fortunate thing is that with even the American intervention, if not sustained and contained, you find that they are spreading towards the south in a very big way, that before you know it, in less than 2 or 3 years, they will take over some states. They will taken over and very active in places like Niger and Kogi. Before you know it, they are taking over Enugu State. And they were taking over Anambra State, and they are growing very rapidly, and we are acting as if this is normal. It's not normal anymore. It's scary. It's nothing, like Nochike said, nothing will thrive in a state of insecurity. We cannot make Nigeria look like Somalia and Afghanistan, and we expect our economy to grow. It doesn't grow like that. We cannot be spending 5.3 trillion on security alone, and yet we don't see the result. It's like half of the budget being put on insecurity, on defense, and yet we don't see the result. So these things should not be allowed to continue. And I think it is high time the government of the day begin to recover all the looted funds that have been budgeted for insecurity that are in private hands. And if those money can be recovered, we have enough money to actually combat insecurity in Nigeria. The fact that it's looking like a normal to be doing what they're doing is no longer good for the image of the country. It's not good that Nigerians are being barred from going to other countries like Europe and America because they're worried that some of the people that are coming from Nigeria may be security threat to their own country. Everybody seems to be suffering the consequence of insecurity in Nigeria. And normalizing insecurity is not healthy. It's not good for the country. The only reason why me and you donated our power, our rights to the government is to protect us. And the government has also been allowed the latitude to control the instrument of coercion. And whereby the government is no longer able to do that, then that government cannot claim sovereign. That means the sovereignty of Nigeria has been surrendered to bandits and terrorists. It means that banditry are normalized. It means that insecurity is normalized. It means that there's no more government in Nigeria. And this is the more reason. And it's
okay, we seem to have lost him. We seem to have lost him again. We'll regain connection with him during the show. Let me come back to you, Dr. Anosike. What would you say is the single biggest driver of insecurity?
The single biggest...
If you feel like there are many things that are drivers of insecurity in Nigeria, you could go ahead and mention them.
One, just unemployment is one. Understand? When you hear that a country has 80 million unemployed youths, understand? There are certainly any country in Europe that has a population of 80 million. So imagine where Nigeria has 80 million youths. Maybe these people, maybe half of them has gone to the university, come out, no job to do. Understand? Come out, no job to do. And you expect them to fold their hands. They cannot. That's why it is said that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. They must always look for ways to survive, whether rightly or wrongly. Then some politicians, understand, train these people or equip them to use them during elections. And it is not easy to recover gun from anybody. It is not easy if you go and buy 20 AKM rifles and give that to people, come and fight for my election, you can hardly get those guns back from them. So this is also that's part of it. Then the jihad of Ottoman Danfodio, that Nigeria belongs to the Fundanese. Understand? That's exactly what is happening in the North Central as we speak. Understand? That during the Ottoman Danfodio jihad, that up to Benue State that was conquered. Therefore, anywhere that their feet touch belongs to them. So that's exactly what is going on in Benue. That's what is going on in both in Ndatu, Benue, which has also entered Kogi, because during that time Kogi was part of Benue. Understand? So that jihad has not really ended. So why people are being killed in those areas, north central, it's not really that they are Christians. Assuming that they are atheists, understand, they will have still be killing them, because what is happening there is land grabbing. This land belongs to us. We must take it back. So these are the three factors that is fueling insecurity in the country, and the government knows about it. Understand? But they don't have what it takes that to stop it.
Okay. One of the things that occurred in the threats. One of the things that occurred in 2025 was a threat by Donald Trump, of course, saying he was going to come to Nigeria, gonna blazing and all of that. And then we also saw that on December 25, what some people would term as a Christmas gift to Nigeria. But would you actually say that that particular attack in Sokoto by the United States was a good one for Nigeria? The reason I'm asking this is, okay, some of these attacks that have happened recently, some persons have said it is those persons or those bandits or those terrorists who were running away from the attack, from the US attack, that now went to do this, that now went to carry out the same attack. So some persons have said that. So is it like, okay, and some persons also said, okay, why is it that if US had done this attack, had carried out this attack, it is now our military, it's now in their own, it's now in their hands or in their place to ensure that they actually stage or ensure that these people don't go out of Sokoto and then stage people, stage military officers and ensure they capture these people. And when you now see them still now carry out more attacks, it now looks like they're now even carrying out more attacks than what even occurred. So would you say that the US attack was actually a very good one?
It was a very, very good one, and it has not stopped. It has not stopped. And when you say that Donald Trump don't issue the threat, Donald Trump doesn't issue a threat. Donald Trump tells you what he will do. Understand me? Trump tells you what he will do. So it is a good one. Understand? And since 25th of December till now, we've not heard any attack in Sokoto. We've not heard any attack in Sokoto. Even this suburb in Sokoto ordered for the opening of their schools today, because they now have relative peace. So what Donald Trump did, or what the United States did, is like a teacher. A teacher would just show students the way. Understand? Then the students will now carry on from where all the teacher stopped. So what Donald Trump did, this is what you are supposed to do. Because the former defense minister, Badaru, said that where these terrorists are, their bombs cannot get to them. But Donald Trump has shown that bombs can get to them. So Nigerian army should have taken over from where American airstrikes stopped. But yet they have not done it. The people that struck in Niger and in Kwara are different people. Understand me? They are different people, and those terrorists have been resident there, even though the governor of Niger State is living in denial. The same thing with the governor of Kwara State. Understand? So that's the thing. Nigeria should have continued from where these people stopped, but because of sentiment, understand? So they are not doing what they are supposed to do.
Okay. What needs to change in our security, in our approach to security, Charlie, in 2026?
One, what needs to change is that we should put the country first. Understand? Putting the country first means treating everybody the same. Understand? Anybody, there's no difference between a terrorist and a bandit. Understand? Anywhere you see them, shoot aside. Whether he's from your village or from your town. That whether he is worshiping in some mosque or in the same church with you. Understand? We should remove sentiment. Then corruption also needs to end. Understand? Whatever is meant for that's either for the procurement of weapons or meant for the upkeep of the soldiers and their families should also be given to them. They should also be allowed a free hand, understand, to deal with these people, because I keep on saying it. Nigeria army is one of the strongest in Africa. The training that they have, these bandits, terrorists, don't have 10% of that. Understand? The training that Nigeria army have, these bandits don't have 10% of it. But their hands are being tied at their back because of political and ethnic interests. So it's now being seen as if ragtag boys are now superior to our Nigerian army. It is wrong. It is very, very wrong. Our soldiers are well trained, but because of tribal and religious interest, they are not being allowed to function. And for me, if they want it that to stop, they know what to do. They know what to do. And if they don't want to do it, the consequences could be severe.
Okay, the importance of people in fighting insecurity can actually not be overemphasized. And you know, one of the things that the Chief of Defense Staff said, the former Chief of Defense Staff said, when he was being screened by the Senate for the role of the Minister of Defense, he actually made mention of the importance of people. So how do you think that, how do you think we are fared in engaging people in our security apparatus? And
which people?
As in people, the community, like people, like ensuring that community, there's information from the community members and villagers and all of that.
How are they taking care of those communities? Understand? How is government taking care of those communities? Does Abuja know that those communities exist? Does Abuja know that those communities exist? What infrastructure has government put in those communities? What amenities has government put in those? So I keep on saying it. One of the easiest ways of curbing insecurity is good governance. Once the people know that government cares about them, they will care about government. Understand? Once they know that the man in Aso Rock is thinking about them, they will also think of the man in Aso Rock and think of how to help him. And not there was a picture of Buhari and of Tinubu in France. When bombs are dropping, that's everywhere in the country. So if you have an important information, you give to government. Understand? Why the head of the government is somewhere having a good time?
But isn't it going to be for the good of the people? This information.
Excuse me. If you care for government, government will care for you. Understand me? Government will help. That people will help government to succeed. But government should first of all do theirs. People are doing their own by paying their taxes. Paying taxes simply means surrendering my life to you. Understand? With this tax I'm paying, provide amenities, provide roads, provide electricity, protect my life and my property. So when you do your own and government refuse to do their own, what will you do? Since 2023 up to today, Nigerians have not benefited anything from this APC government. All they are doing is taking from us, taking from us, taking from us, seeing us as customers instead of seeing us as citizens. So anywhere there's no good governance, there must be insecurity.
Okay, let me get back to Barrister Clem, who has rejoined us. Okay, Barrister, would you think that dealing with poverty in any way, do you think it will solve the problem of our insecurity?
One of the fertile ground for insecurity is poverty. People are poor and they lack means of survival and livelihood. They are bound to maybe find survival in other means, of which crime is one of them. Most of these young men and women that have been recruited into banditry and terrorism, either as facilitators or foot soldiers, some of them came from very poor background, and some of them because they don't have any future, and some of them because they have become hopeless and they find succor in joining the banditry and insecurity. But again, I would tell you something. You see, the corruption in government is the reason why Nigerian people are actually suffering the way we are suffering and going through what we are going through. The fact is this: the people that are running Nigeria with positive mentality, where they don't care about the citizens. You pay your tax, you don't get value for the tax you're paying. They extract your mineral resources, you don't get value for it. And giving so much and gets back so little. I don't agree with Dr. Nosike when he said the Nigerian army is the best fighting force in Africa. The Nigerian army, as it is today, is not the best fighting force in Africa, because an army that cannot even suppress, that is so corrupt and so politicized and ethnicized that they cannot even suppress a ragtag militant forces, it cannot be said to be the best fighting force in Africa. An army that is not disciplined cannot be said to be the best fighting force in Africa. An army that is not even fit for purpose. You see most of our soldiers, they're not even physically fit. You just see them, you know that they're not fit. Imagine soldiers with pot belly. Imagine soldiers that can't even press up, 100 press up. You say me is the best fighting force in Africa. The soldiers need to be physically fit, mentally fit. The military has to be disciplined and less corrupt. The system has to refine itself for them to be the best fighting force in Africa. And we should stop playing games with ourselves and with our lives in this country. The government should stop playing games. Because when I look at government policies and government interventions and the kind of excuses they make, I just see it as people that are just playing games with the life of people. Otherwise, we shouldn't be going through what we are going through. There's no reason why Nigeria should be going through what they are going through. During the Buhari government, we're almost told, point blank, you have to learn, insecurity has come. We have to live with it. We have to learn how to live with insecurity. How can government have that kind of attitude that we have to live with insecurity? If Donald Trump of America did not designate Nigeria a place of particular concern, if Donald Trump did not begin to take action to even try to bomb some terrorist hideout in Nigeria, the current government again has left us in a manner that we have to live with insecurity. How can that be so? So there are many things that Nigeria have to deal with, and that is one of them is taking ourselves serious in the things that we are supposed to do as a government and as a people. We are not yet serious. We're playing games, lies and telling you, oh, it's not only Christians that are being killed, that Muslims are also being killed, as if we are competing in statistics or to know the number of people that are killed more. We are not interested whether it is more Muslims that are being killed. The Christians are complaining that they are being killed. And these are Nigerians. And we are saying we don't want anybody to be killed in Nigeria by these bandits. And we say deal with them. And the moment you want to deal with them, you see they are enablers speaking out, saying you cannot deal with them. You cannot bomb them. You cannot shoot at them. You will see politicians telling you, oh, defense minister, you're not one of us. You're no longer a soldier that dish out orders. We really need to take ourselves serious in this country. And we really need to be willing to be alive and survive this country. Because this country is actually destroying the life of people and their future. And that is why we are having the level of insecurity that we are having. We are having a government that is not fit for purpose, fit to run this country.
Okay.
We have people who seem to have their loyalty elsewhere than having their loyalty to the constitution and the people of Nigeria. And this is because we are practicing a democracy where somebody is holding the country like a TV remote control, and you feel that whatever remote channel you want, you pray. You see it happening in River State. What else breeds security? We are wicked that God is determining who will govern River State.
Because of time, I'll have to cut you there. Okay,
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. But because we still have another topic, another conversation to go into, which is still a little bit under security. But let me ask you this: what do you think is the single biggest security lesson Nigeria must learn from 2025 before we go into our next conversation tonight?
The single biggest lesson we must learn from 2025 is that enough is enough. We had enough. We must begin to take ourselves serious and try to fix this country. Otherwise, like Donald Trump said, if you cannot fix this situation, then I'll come, because I'm gonna blaze it, to intervene on your behalf. We don't want what happened in Venezuela to happen in Nigeria, because once you see the world, the president of the most powerful nation in the world, threatening you with warfare, you know that devil is knocking on your door. And I want to tell Nigeria that devil is knocking on your door, and you must do everything to avoid the devil from breaking through and coming through that door, because that is what is going to happen next in Nigeria. Thank you.
Barrister, it looks like you just peeped into my script, because Venezuela was the next topic of conversation I wanted us to have. Yes, but I'll still come to you. Let me just read a little bit about it. The Economic Committee of West African States, ECOWAS, has urged the international community to respect the sovereignty of nation states and the principles of international law. The Commission made the appeal in a statement issued in Abuja following the recent arrest and deportation of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to the U.S. by operatives of the U.S. force. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are undergoing trial in a court in New York following his abduction by U.S. forces. His capture and his forced transfer to the U.S. for trial poses a significant challenge for international law. U.S. President Donald Trump says Washington will run Venezuela and tap its vast oil reserves without providing details on how to do so. Trump has warned that Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, Venezuela's acting leader, could face a very big price if she did not do what is right. Meanwhile, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico and Uruguay have denounced U.S. suggestions of running Venezuela, warning against any outside control or appropriation of the country's resources. Let me come to Dr. Anosike before I come to you, Barrister. Anosike, what do you make of this abduction and what does it portend?
Excuse me. Who signed the ECOWAS?
ECOWAS from Abuja.
Who signed it?
When I saw it, I smiled.
So this is just an ant that's trying to back at an elephant.
Why did you use that analogy?
ECOWAS is an ant trying to back. Somebody should have signed it. Understand? Somebody should have signed that. My interest is who signed that document, but it's anonymous, and anonymous to me means cowardice. So for me, everybody is condemning, but we are not good history students. We don't research. In 10th of January 2025, Biden-Harris administration declared Maduro wanted dead and alive. Not Donald Trump. Biden-Harris administration declared by this guy Nicolas Maduro. That's wanted dead and alive, and put a $25 million for whoever will give information that will lead to his arrest. Donald Trump was sworn in 11 days afterwards. So this thing did not start by Donald Trump. Now even Commander Harris was condemning this action. Why your own government has declared him wanted dead, bring his body, whether he's alive or dead. So what Maduro was not running a government. He was running a criminal gang in Venezuela. Maduro was running a criminal gang in Venezuela. Understand? He is supporting Iran, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations. So what Donald Trump did is the right thing. And it also serves as a message to all the corrupt and bad leaders anywhere in the world. Understand me? That your sovereignty means nothing when you are harming your people. So that's the message. That your sovereignty means nothing when you are harming your people. So once every office has its own responsibility, if you take an office, you must live up to that responsibility. And if you don't, let me tell you, now Donald Trump is focusing on the terrorists in Nigeria. A time will come, he will shift from those terrorists to the government. Why is this government allowing these people to be doing this thing? Because he's a businessman. He cannot continue wasting their resources on bandits. Why government is not a time will come, Donald Trump will shift from these terrorists to the government.
Okay, let's quickly hear Barrister's claim. His opinion on this. Barrister, please, we are out of time already. In just 1 minute, please, just give me your take on this abduction. Dr. Anosike is saying he's actually applauding the president. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, just like he was, about the attitude of ECOWAS countries on the extradition of Nicolas Maduro by the United States. This is not the first time America has done that. They did it with Noriega. And I'm also surprised that Nigeria government conducted this extraordinary rendition on Nnamdi Kanu and tried him and convicted him and didn't obey international law that he's talking about. International law. International law doesn't exist. It only exists in the mind of people who want to be watched by it. In international law, might is power. It's a very strong nation, it's power. What you do is immaterial from the law. You can do it now and justify it later. And that is what Donald Trump has done. They have done a extraordinary rendition. They have taken somebody that wanted dead or alive by America because he's a superpower. And he has brought him to America to try him. And he's going to try him. Is he going to convict him? They're going to find him guilty because they have an indictment. And that is it. The rest of the world can talk and America will rationalize and justify their action.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry I had to cut you that way. Thank you very much, Barrister Clem Agui, for being a part of this. And thank you, Dr. Anosike, for joining us as always. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We looked at a major event in Nigeria's security landscape in 2025. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Media. Thank you very much. And once again, I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching them say Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you. and you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned.